Chapter 11, Part 4 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 11, Part 4. One night, when I was at the most critical stage of my illness, during a lucid interval, I caught sight of Edmee in my room. At first I thought I was dreaming. The nightlight was casting an unsteady glimmer over the room. Near me was a pale form lying motionless on an easy-chair. I could distinguish some long black tresses falling loosely over a white dress. I sat up, weak though I was and scarcely able to move, and tried to get out of bed. Patience, however, suddenly appeared by the bedside and gently stopped me. Saint-Jean was sleeping in another armchair. Every night there used to be two men watching me thus, ready to hold me down by force whenever I became violent during my delirium. Frequently the abbé was one, sometimes the worthy Marcasse, who, before leaving Berry to go on his annual round through the neighboring province, had returned to have a farewell hunt in the outhouses of the chateau, and who kindly offered to relieve the servants in their painful task of keeping watch over me. As I was wholly unconscious of my illness, it was but natural that the unexpected presence of the hermit in my room should cause me considerable astonishment, and throw me into a state of great agitation. My attacks had been so violent that evening that I had no strength left. I abandoned myself, therefore, to my melancholy ravings, and, taking the good man's hand, I asked him if it was really Edmee's corpse that he had placed in the armchair by my bedside. "It is Edmee's living self," he answered in a low voice, "but she is still asleep, my dear monsieur, and we must not wake her. If there is anything you would like, I am here to attend you, and right gladly to do it." "My good Patience, you are deceiving me," I said. "She is dead, and so am I, and you have come to bury us. But you must put us in the same coffin, do you hear? For we are betrothed." "Where's her ring? Take it off and put it on my finger. Our wedding night has come." He tried in vain to dispel this hallucination. I held to my belief that Edmee was dead, and declared that I should never be quiet in my shroud until I had been given my wife's ring. Edmee, who had sat up with me for several nights, was so exhausted that our voices did not awaken her. Besides, I was speaking in a whisper, like Patience, with that instinctive tendency to imitate which is met only in children or idiots. I persisted in my fancy, and Patience, who was afraid that it might turn into madness, went and very carefully removed a cornelian ring from one of Edmee's fingers and put it on mine. As soon as I felt it there, I carried it to my lips, and then with my arms crossed on my breast, in the manner of a corpse in a coffin, I fell into a deep sleep. On the morrow, when they tried to take the ring from me, I resisted violently, and they abandoned the attempt. I fell asleep again, and the abbé removed it during my sleep. But when I opened my eyes, I noticed the theft, and once more began to rave. Edmee, who was in the room, ran to me at once, and pressed the ring over my finger, at the same time rebuking the abbé. I immediately grew calm, and gazing on her with lackluster eyes, said, "Is it not true that you are my wife, in death as in life?" "Certainly," she replied. "Set your mind at rest." "Eternity is long," I said, "and I should like to spend it in recalling your caresses. But I send my thoughts back in vain. They bring me no remembrance of your love." She leant over and gave me a kiss. "Edmee, that is very wrong," said the abbé. "Such remedies turn to poison." "Let me do as I like, abbé," she replied with evident impatience, sitting down near my bed. "I must ask you to let me do as I please." I fell asleep with one of my hands in hers, repeating at intervals, "How sweet it is in the grave! Are we not fortunate to be dead?" During my convalescence, Edmee was much more reserved, but no less attentive. I told her my dreams and learnt from her how far my recollections were of real events. Without her testimony, I should always have believed that I had dreamt everything. I implored her to let me keep the ring, and she consented. I ought to have added, to show my gratitude for all her goodness, that I should keep it as a pledge of friendship, and not as a sign of our engagement. But such a renunciation was beyond me. One day I asked for news of M. de la Marche. It was only to Patience that I dared to put this question. "Gone," he answered. "What? Gone?" I replied. "For long?" "Forever, please God. I don't know anything about it, for I asked no questions, but I happened to be in the garden when he took leave of her, and it was all as cold as a December night. Still, au revoir was said on both sides. But though Edmee's manner was kind and honest, as it always is, the other had the face of a farmer when he sees frost in April. Mauprat, Mauprat, they tell me that you have become a great student and a genuine good fellow. Remember what I told you. When you are old, there will probably no longer be any titles or estate. Perhaps you will be called Father Mauprat, as I am called Father Patience, though I have never been either a priest or a father of a family." "Well, what are you driving at?" "Remember what I once told you," he repeated. "There are many ways of being a sorcerer, and one may read the future without being a servant of the devil. For my part, I give my consent to your marriage with your cousin. Continue to behave decently. You are a wise man now, and can read fluently from any book set before you. What more do you want? There are so many books here that the sweat runs from my brow at the very sight of them. It seems as if I were again starting the old torment of not being able to learn to read. But you have soon cured yourself. If M. Hubert were willing to take my advice, he would fix the wedding for the next Martimas." "That is enough, Patience," I said. "This is a painful subject with me. My cousin does not love me." "I tell you she does. You lie in your throat, as the nobles say. I know well enough how she nursed you, and Marcos from the housetop happened to look through her window, and saw her on her knees in the middle of the room at 5 o'clock in the morning, the day that you were so ill." These imprudent assertions of Patience, Edmee's tender cares, the departure of M. de la Marche, and, more than anything else, the weakness of my brain, enabled me to believe what I wished. But in proportion as I regained my strength, Edmee withdrew further and further within the bounds of calm and discreet friendship. Never did a man recover his health with less pleasure than I mine. For each day made Edmee's visits shorter, and when I was able to leave my room I had merely a few hours a day near her, as before my illness. With marvelous skill she had given me proof of the tenderest affection, without ever allowing herself to be drawn into a fresh explanation concerning our mysterious betrothal. If I had not yet sufficient greatness of soul to renounce my rights, I had at least developed enough honor not to refer to them, and I found myself on exactly the same terms with her as at the time when I had fallen ill. M. de la Marche was in Paris, but according to her he had been summoned thither by his military duties and ought to return at the end of the winter on which we were entering. Nothing that the Chevalier or the Abbé said tended to show that there had been a quarrel between Edmee and him. They rarely spoke of the Lieutenant General, but when they had to speak of him, they did so naturally and without any signs of repugnance. I was again filled with my old doubts, and could find no remedy for them except in the kingdom of my own will. I will force her to prefer me. I would say to myself as I raised my eyes from my book and watched Edmee's great inscrutable eyes calmly fixed on the letters which her father occasionally received from M. de la Marche, and which he would hand to her as soon as he had read them. I buried myself in my work again. For a long time I suffered from frightful pains in the head, but I overcame them stoically. Edmee again began the course of studies which she had indirectly laid down for my winter evenings. Once more I astonished the Abbé by my aptitude and the rapidity of my conquests. The kindness he had shown me during my illness had disarmed me, and although I was still unable to feel any genuine affection for him, knowing well that he was of little service to me with my cousin, I gave him proof of much more confidence and respect than in the past. His talks were as useful to me as my reading. I was allowed to accompany him in his walks in the park and in his philosophical visits to Patience's snow-covered hut. This gave me an opportunity of seeing Edmee more frequently and for longer periods. My behavior was such that all her mistrust vanished, and she no longer feared to be alone with me. On such occasions, however, I had but little scope for displaying my heroism, for the abbé, whose vigilance nothing could lull to sleep, was always at our heels. This supervision no longer annoyed me. On the contrary, I was pleased at it, for, in spite of all my resolutions, the storms of passion would still sweep my senses into a mysterious disorder, and once or twice, when I found myself alone with Edmee, I left her abruptly and went away, so that she might not perceive my agitation. Our life, then, was apparently calm and peaceful, and for some time it was so in reality. But soon I disturbed it more than ever by a vice which education developed in me, and which had hitherto been hidden under coarser but less fatal vices. This vice, the bane of my new period of life, was vanity. In spite of their theories, the abbé and my cousin made the mistake of showing too much pleasure at my rapid progress. They had so little expected perseverance from me that they gave all the credit to my exceptional abilities. Perhaps, too, in the marked success of the philosophical ideas they had applied to my education, they saw something of a triumph for themselves. Certain it is, I was not loath to let myself be persuaded that I had great intellectual powers, and that I was a man very much above the average. My dear instructors were soon to gather the sad fruit of their imprudence, and it was already too late to check the flight of my immoderate conceit. Perhaps, too, this abominable trait in my character, kept under by the bad treatment I had endured in childhood, was now merely revealing its existence. There is reason to believe that we carry within us, from our earliest years, the seeds of those virtues and vices which are in time made to bear fruit by the action of our environment. As for myself, I had not yet found anything whereon my vanity could feed. For on what could I have prided myself at the beginning of my acquaintance with Edmee? But no sooner was food forthcoming than suffering vanity rose up in triumph, and filled me with as much presumption as previously it had inspired me with bashfulness and boorish reserve. I was, moreover, as delighted at being able at last to express my thoughts with ease as a young falcon fresh from the nest, trying its wings for the first time. Consequently, I became as talkative as I had been silent. The others were too indulgent to my prattle. I had not sense enough to see that they were merely listening to me as they would to a spoilt child. I thought myself a man, and what is more, a remarkable man. I grew arrogant and superlatively ridiculous. My uncle, the Chevalier, who had not taken any part in my education, and who only smiled with fatherly good nature at the first steps I took in my new career, was the first to notice the false direction in which I was advancing. He found it unbecoming that I should raise my voice as loudly as his own, and mentioned the matter to Edmee. With great sweetness she warned me of this, and, lest I should feel annoyed at her speaking of it, told me I was quite right in my argument, but that her father was now too old to be converted to new ideas, and that I ought to sacrifice my enthusiastic affirmations to his patriarchal dignity. I promised not to repeat the offense, and I did not keep my word. The fact is, the Chevalier was imbued with many prejudices. Considering the days in which he lived, he had received a very good education for a country nobleman, but the century had moved more rapidly than he. Edmee, ardent and romantic, the Abbé, full of sentiment and systems, had moved even more rapidly than the century, and if the vast gulf which lay between them and the patriarch was scarcely perceptible, this was owing to the respect which they rightly felt for him, and to the love he had for his daughter. I rushed forward at full speed, as you may imagine, into Edmee's ideas, but I had not, like herself, sufficient delicacy of feeling to maintain a becoming reticence. The violence of my character found an outlet in politics and philosophy, and I tasted unspeakable pleasure in those heated disputes which at the time in France, not only at public meetings, but also in the bosoms of families, were preluding the tempests of the Revolution. I doubt if there was a single house, from palace to hovel, which had not its orator, rugged, fiery, absolute, and ready to descend into the parliamentary arena. I was the orator of the Château of Saint-Sever, and my worthy uncle, accustomed to a resemblance of authority over those about him, which prevented him from seeing the real revolt of their minds, could ill endure such candid opposition as mine. He was proud and hot-tempered, and moreover had a difficulty in expressing himself which increased his natural impatience, and made him feel annoyed with himself. He would give a furious kick to the burning logs on the hearth. He would smash his eyeglasses into 1,000 pieces, scatter clouds of snuff about the floor, and shout so violently as to make the lofty ceilings of his mansion ring with his resonant voice. All this, I regret to say, amused me immensely, and with some sentence but newly spelt out from my books, I loved to destroy the frail scaffolding of ideas which had served him all his life. This was great folly and very foolish pride on my part, but my love of opposition and my desire to display intellectually the energy which was wanting in my physical life were continually carrying me away. In vain would Edmee cough, as a hint that I should say no more, and make an effort to save her father's amour propre by bringing forward some argument in his favor, though against her own judgment the lukewarmness of her help and my apparent submission to her only irritated my adversary more and more. "Let him have his say," he would cry. "Edmee, you must not interfere. I want to beat him on all points. If you continually interrupt us, I shall never be able to make him see his absurdity." And then the squall would blow stronger from both sides, until at last the Chevalier, seriously offended, would walk out of the room and go vent his ill humor on his huntsmen or his hounds. What most contributed to the recurrence of these unseemly wrangles, and to the growth of my ridiculous obstinacy, was my uncle's extreme goodness and the rapidity of his recovery. At the end of an hour he had entirely forgotten my rudeness and his own irritation. He would speak to me as usual, and inquire into all my wishes and all my wants with that fatherly solicitude which always kept him in a benevolent mood. This incomparable man could never have slept if he had not, before going to bed, embraced all his family and atoned, either by a word or a kindly glance, for any ebullitions of temper which the meanest of his servants might have had to bear during the day. Such goodness ought to have disarmed me and closed my mouth forever. Each evening I vowed that it should, but each morning I returned, as the Scriptures say, to my vomit again. Edmee suffered more and more every day from this development of my character. She cast about for means to cure it, If there was never fiancée stronger-minded and more reserved than she, never was there mother more tender. After many discussions with the abbé, she resolved to persuade her father to change the routine of our life somewhat, and to remove our establishment to Paris for the last weeks of the Carnival. Our long stay in the country, the isolation of which the position of Saint-Sever and the bad state of the roads had left us since the beginning of the winter, the monotony of our daily life, all tended to foster our wearisome quibbling. My character was being more and more spoilt by it, and though it afforded my uncle even greater pleasure than myself, his health suffered as a result, and the childish passions daily aroused were no doubt hastening his decay. The abbé was suffering from ennui. Edmee was depressed. Whether in consequence of our mode of life, or owing to causes unknown to the rest, it was her wish to go, and we went, for her father was uneasy about her melancholy, and sought only to do as she desired. I jumped for joy at the thought of seeing Paris, and while Edmee was flattering herself that intercourse with the world would refine the grossness of my pedantry, I was dreaming of a triumphal progress through the world which had been held up to such scorn by our philosophers. We started on our journey one fine morning in March. The Chevalier with his daughter and Mademoiselle Leblanc in one post-chaise, myself in another with the abbé, who could ill conceal his delight at the thought of seeing the capital for the first time in his life, and my valet Saint-Jean, who, lest he should forget his customary politeness, made profound bows to every individual we passed. End of Chapter 11, Part 4.
Chapter 12 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 12. Old Bernard, tired from talking so long, had promised to resume his story on the morrow. At the appointed hour we called upon him to keep his word, and he continued thus. This visit marked a new phase in my life. At Saint-Sever I had been absorbed in my love and my work. I had concentrated all my energies upon these 2 points. No sooner had I arrived at Paris than a thick curtain seemed to fall before my eyes, and for several days, as I could not understand anything, I felt astonished at nothing. I formed a very exaggerated estimate of the passing actors who appeared upon the scene, but I formed no less exaggerated an estimate of the ease with which I should soon rival these imaginary powers. My enterprising and presumptuous nature saw challenges everywhere and obstacles nowhere. Though I was in the same house as my uncle and cousin, my room was on a separate floor, and henceforth I spent the greater part of my time with the abbé. I was far from being dazed by the material advantages of my position, but in proportion as I realized how precarious or painful were the positions of many others, the more conscious I became of the comfort of my own. I appreciated the excellent character of my tutor, and the respect my lackey showed me no longer seemed objectionable. With the freedom that I enjoyed, and the unlimited money at my command, and the restless energy of youth, it is astonishing that I did not fall into some excess, were it only gambling, which might well have appealed to my combative instincts. It was my own ignorance of everything that prevented this. It made me extremely suspicious, and the abbé, who was very observant, and held himself responsible for my actions, managed most cleverly to work upon my haughty reserve. He increased it in regard to such things as might have done me harm, and dispelled it in contrary cases. Moreover, he was careful to provide me with sufficient reasonable distractions, which, while they could not take the place of the joys of love, served at least to lessen the smart of its wounds. As to temptations to debauchery, I felt none. I had too much pride to yearn for any woman in which I had not seen, as in Edmee, the first of her sex. We used all to meet at dinner, and as a rule we paid visits in the evening. By observing the world from a corner of a drawing room, I learnt more of it in a few days than I should have done in a whole year from guesses and inquiries. I doubt whether I should ever have understood society, if I had always been obliged to view it from a certain distance. My brain refused to form a clear image of the ideas which occupied the brains of others, but as soon as I found myself in the midst of this chaos, the confused mass was compelled to fall into some sort of order and reveal a large part of its elements. This path which led me into life was not without charms for me, I remember, at its beginning. Amid all the conflicting interests of the surrounding world, I had nothing to ask for, aim at, or argue about. Fortune had taken me by the hand. One fine morning she had lifted me out of an abyss and put me down on a bed of roses and made me a young gentleman. The eagerness of others was for me but an amusing spectacle. My heart was interested in the future only on one mysterious point, the love which I felt for Edmee. My illness, far from robbing me of physical vigor, had but increased it. I was no longer the heavy, sleepy animal, fatigued by digestion and stupefied by weariness. I felt the vibrations of all my fibers filling my soul with unknown harmonies, and I was astonished to discover within myself faculties of which I had never suspected the use. My good kinfolk were delighted at this, though apparently not surprised. They had allowed themselves to augur so well of me from the beginning that it seemed as if they had been accustomed all their lives to the trade of civilizing barbarians. The nervous system which had just been developed in me, and which made me pay for the pleasures and advantages it brought by keen and constant sufferings during the rest of my life, had rendered me specially sensitive to impressions from without, and this quickness to feel the effect of external things was helped by an organic vigor such as is only found among animals or savages. I was astounded at the decay of the faculties in other people. These men in spectacles, these women with their sense of smell deadened by snuff, these premature graybeards, deaf and gouty before their time, were painful to behold. To me, society seemed like a vast hospital, and when, with my robust constitution, I found myself in the midst of these weaklings, it seemed to me that with a puff of my breath I could have blown them into the air as if they had been so much thistledown. This unfortunately led me into the error of yielding to that rather stupid kind of pride which makes a man presume upon his natural gifts. For a long time it induced me to neglect their real improvement, as if this were a work of supererogation. The idea that gradually grew up in me of the worthlessness of my fellows prevented me from rising above those whom I henceforth looked upon as my inferiors. I did not realize that society is made up of so many elements of little value in themselves, but so skillfully and solidly put together that before adding the least extraneous particle, a man must be a qualified artificer. I did not know that in this society there is no resting place between the role of the great artist and that of the good workman. Now I was neither one nor the other, and, if the truth must be told, all my ideas have never succeeded in lifting me out of the ordinary ruck. All my strength has only enabled me, with much difficulty, to do as others do. In a few weeks, then, I passed from an excess of admiration to an excess of contempt for society. As soon as I understood the workings of its springs, they seemed to me so miserably regulated by a feeble generation that the hopes of my mentors, unknown to themselves, were doomed to disappointment. Instead of realizing my own inferiority and endeavoring to efface myself in the crowd, I imagined that I could give proof of my superiority whenever I wished, and I fed on fancies which I blush to recall. If I did not show myself egregiously ridiculous, it was thanks to the very excess of this vanity which feared to stultify itself before others. At that time, Paris presented a spectacle which I shall not attempt to set before you, because no doubt you have often eagerly studied it in the excellent pictures which have been painted by eyewitnesses in the form of general history or private memoirs. Besides, such a picture would exceed the limits of my story, for I promise to tell you only the cardinal events in my moral and philosophical development. In order to give you some idea of the workings of my mind at this period, it will suffice to mention that the War of Independence was breaking out in America, that Voltaire was receiving his apotheosis in Paris, that Franklin, the prophet of a new political religion, was sowing the seed of liberty in the very heart of the court of France, while Lafayette was secretly preparing his romantic expedition. The majority of young patricians were being carried away either by fashion or the love of change, or the pleasure inherent in all opposition, which is not dangerous. Opposition took a graver form, and called for more serious work in the case of the old nobles, and among the members of the parliaments. The spirit of the League was alive again in the ranks of these ancient patricians and these haughty magistrates, who for form's sake were still supporting the tottering monarchy with one arm, while with the other they gave considerable help to the invasions of philosophy. The privileged classes of society were zealously lending a hand to the imminent destruction of their privileges by complaining that these had been curtailed by the kings. They were bringing up their children in constitutional principles, because they imagined they were going to found a new monarchy in which the people would help them to regain their old position above the throne. And it is for this reason that the greatest admiration for Voltaire and the most ardent sympathies with Franklin were openly expressed in the most famous salons in Paris. So unusual and, if it must be said, so unnatural a movement of the human mind had infused fresh life into the vestiges of the court of Louis XIV, and replaced the customary coldness and stiffness by a sort of quarrelsome vivacity. It had also introduced certain serious forms into the frivolous manners of the Regency, and lent them an appearance of depth. The pure but colorless life of Louis XVI counted for nothing and influenced nobody. Never had there been such serious chatter, so many flimsy maxims, such an affectation of wisdom, so much inconsistency between words and deeds as might have been found at this period among the so-called enlightened classes. It was necessary to remind you of this, in order that you might understand the admiration which I had at first for a world apparently so disinterested, so courageous, so eager in the pursuit of truth, and likewise the disgust which I was soon to feel for so much affectation and levity, for such an abuse of the most hallowed words and the most sacred convictions. For my own part, I was perfectly sincere, and I founded my philosophic fervor, that recently discovered sentiment of liberty, which was then called the cult of reason, on the broad base of an inflexible logic. I was young and of a good constitution, the first condition perhaps of a healthy mind. My reading, though not extensive, was solid, for I had been fed on food easy of digestion. The little I knew served to show me, therefore, that others either knew nothing at all, or were giving themselves the lie. At the commencement of our stay in Paris, the Chevalier had but few visitors. The friend and contemporary of Turgot and several other distinguished men, he had not mixed with the gilded youth of his day, but had lived soberly in the country after loyally serving in the wars. His circle of friends, therefore, was composed of a few grave gentlemen of the long robe, several old soldiers, and a few nobles from his own province, both old and young, who, thanks to a respectable fortune, were able, like himself, to come and spend the winter in Paris. He had, moreover, kept up a slight intercourse with a more brilliant set, among whom Edmee's beauty and refined manners were noticed as soon as she appeared. Being an only daughter, and passably rich, she was sought after by various important matrons, those procuresses of quality who have always a few young protégés whom they wish to clear from debt at the expense of some family in the provinces. And then, when it became known that she was engaged to M. de la Marche, the almost ruined scion of a very illustrious family, she was still more kindly received, until by degrees the little salon which she had chosen for her father's old friends became too small for the wits by quality and profession, and the grand ladies with a turn for philosophy, who wished to know the young Quakeress, the Rose of Berry, such were the names given her by a certain fashionable woman. This rapid success in a world in which she had hitherto been unknown by no means dazzled Edmee, and the control which she possessed over herself was so great that in spite of all the anxiety with which I watched her slightest movement, I could never discover if she felt flattered at causing such a stir. But what I could perceive was the admirable good sense manifested in everything she did and everything she said. Her manner, at once ingenuous and reserved, and a certain blending of unconstraint with modest pride, made her shine even among the women who were the most admired and the most skilled in attracting attention. And this is the place to mention that at first I was extremely shocked at the tone and bearing of these women, whom everybody extolled. To me they seemed ridiculous in their studied posings, and their grand society manners looked very much like insufferable effrontery. Yes, I, so intrepid at heart, and but lately so coarse in my manners, felt ill at ease and abashed in their presence, and it needed all Edmee's reproaches and remonstrances to prevent me from displaying a profound contempt for this meretriciousness of glances, of toilets and allurements which was known in society as allowable coquetry, as the charming desire to please, as amiability, and as grace. The abbé was of my opinion. When the guests had gone, we members of the family used to gather round the fireside for a short while before separating. It is at such a time that one feels an impulse to bring together one's scattered impressions and communicate them to some sympathetic being. The abbé, then, would break the same lances as myself with my uncle and cousin. The chevalier, who was an ardent admirer of the fair sex, of which he had had but little experience, used to take upon himself, like a true French knight, to defend all the beauties that we were attacking so unmercifully. He would laughingly accuse the abbé of arguing about women as the fox in the fable argued about the grapes. For myself, I used to improve under the abbé's criticisms. This was an emphatic way of letting Edmee know how much I preferred her to all others. She, however, appeared to be more scandalized than flattered, and seriously reproved me for the tendency to malevolence which had its origin, she said, in my inordinate pride. It is true that after generously undertaking the defense of the persons in question, she would come over to our opinion as soon as, Rousseau in hand, we told her that the women in Paris society had cavalier manners and a way of looking a man in the face which must needs be intolerable in the eyes of a sage. When once Rousseau had delivered judgment, Edmee would object no further. She was ready to admit with him that the greatest charm of a woman is the intelligent and modest attention she gives to serious discussions, and I always used to remind her of the comparison of a superior woman to a beautiful child with its great eyes, full of feeling and sweetness and delicacy, with its shy questionings and its objections full of sense. I hoped that she would recognize herself in this portrait upon the text, and, enlarging the portrait, "A really superior woman," I said, looking at her earnestly, "is one who knows enough to prevent her from asking a ridiculous or unseasonable question, or from ever measuring swords with men of merit. Such a woman knows when to be silent, especially with the fools whom she could laugh at, or the ignorant whom she could humiliate. She is indulgent towards absurdities because she does not yearn to display her knowledge, and she is observant of whatsoever is good because she desires to improve herself. Her great object is to understand, not to instruct. The great art, since it is recognized that art is required even in the commerce of words, is not to pit against one another two arrogant opponents, eager to parade their learning and to amuse the company by discussing questions, the solution of which no one troubles about, but to illumine every unprofitable disputation by bringing in the help of all who can throw a little light on the points at issue. This is a talent of which I can see no signs among the hostesses who are so cried up. In their houses I always find two fashionable barristers and a thunderstruck audience, in which no one dares to be judge. The only art these ladies have is to make the man of genius ridiculous, and the ordinary man dumb and inert. One comes away from such houses saying, "Those were fine speeches," and nothing more. I really think that I was in the right here, but I cannot forget that my chief cause of anger against these women arose from the fact that they paid no attention to people, however able they might think themselves, unless they happened to be famous, the people being myself, as you may easily imagine. On the other hand, now that I look back on those days without prejudice and without any sense of wounded vanity, I am certain that these women had a way of fawning on public favorites which was much more like childish conceit than sincere admiration or candid sympathy. They became editors, as it were, of the conversation, listening with all their might and making peremptory signals to the audience to listen to every triviality issuing from an illustrious mouth, while they would suppress a yawn and drum with their fans at all remarks, however excellent, as soon as they were unsigned by a fashionable name. I am ignorant of the airs of the intellectual women of the 19th century. Nay, I do not know if the race still exists. 30 years have passed since I mixed in society, but as to the past, you may believe what I tell you. There were 5 or 6 of these women who were absolutely odious to me. One of them had some wit, and scattered her epigrams right and left. These were at once hawked about in all drawing-rooms, and I had to listen to them 20 times in a single day. Another had read Montesquieu, and gave lessons in law to the oldest magistrates. A third used to play the harp execrably, but it was agreed that her arms were the most beautiful in France, and we had to endure the harsh scraping of her nails over the strings so that she might have an opportunity of removing her gloves like a coy little girl. What can I say of the others, except that they vied with one another in all those affectations and fatuous insincerities, by which all the men childishly allowed themselves to be duped. One alone was really pretty, said nothing, and gave pleasure by her very lack of artificiality. To her I might have been favorably inclined because of her ignorance, had she not gloried in this and tried to emphasize her difference from the others by a piquant ingenuousness. One day I discovered that she had plenty of wit, and straightway I abhorred her. Edmee alone preserved all the freshness of sincerity and all the distinction of natural grace. Sitting on a sofa by the side of M. de Malesherbes, she was for me the same being that I had gazed on so many times in the light of the setting sun, as she sat on the stone seat at the door of Patience's cottage. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 13. You will readily believe that all the homage paid to my cousin fanned into fresh flames the jealousy which had been smoldering in my breast. Since the day when, in obedience to her command, I began to devote myself to work, I could hardly say whether I had dared to count on her promise that she would become my wife as soon as I was able to understand her ideas and feelings. To me, indeed, it seemed that the time for this had already arrived, for it is certain that I understood Edmee better perhaps than any of the men who were paying their addresses to her in prose and verse. I had firmly resolved not to presume upon the oath extorted from her at Rochemauprat. Yet when I remembered her last promise, freely given at the chapel window, and the inferences which I could have drawn from her conversation with the abbé, which I had overheard in the parlor at Saint Sever, when I remembered her earnestness in preventing me from going away and in directing my education, the motherly attentions she had lavished on me during my illness, did not all these things give me, if not some right, at least some reason to hope? It is true that her friendship would become icy as soon as my passion betrayed itself in words or looks. It is true that since the first day I saw her, I had not advanced a single step towards close affection. It is also true that M. de la Marche frequently came to the house, and that she always showed him as much friendship as myself, though with less familiarity and more respect in it. a distinction which was naturally due to the difference in our characters and our ages, and did not indicate any preference for one or the other. It was possible, therefore, to attribute her promise to the prompting of her conscience, the interest which she took in my studies to her worship of human dignity as it stood rehabilitated by philosophy, her quiet and continued affection for M. de la Marche to a profound regret, kept in subjection by the strength and wisdom of her mind. These perplexities I felt very acutely. The hope of compelling her love by submission and devotion had sustained me, but this hope was beginning to grow weak, for though, as all allowed, I had made prodigious efforts and extraordinary progress, Edmee's regard for me had been very far from increasing in the same proportion. She had not shown any astonishment at what she called my lofty intellect. She had always believed in it. She had praised it unreasonably, but she was not blind to the faults in my character, to the vices of my soul. She had reproached me with these with an inexorable sweetness, with a patience calculated to drive me to despair, for she seemed to have made up her mind that, whatever the future might bring, she would never love me more and never less. Meanwhile, all were paying court to her, and none were accepted. It had indeed been given out that she was engaged to M. de la Marche. But no one understood any better than myself the indefinite postponement of the marriage. People came to the conclusion that she was seeking a pretext to get rid of him, and they could find no ground for her repugnance except by supposing that she had conceived a great passion for myself. My strange history had caused some stir. The women examined me with curiosity. The men seemed interested in me and showed me a sort of respect which I affected to despise, but to which, however, I was far from insensible. And, since nothing finds credence in the world until it is embellished with some fiction, people strangely exaggerated my wit, my capabilities, and my learning. But as soon as they had seen M. de la Marche and myself in Edmee's company, all their inferences were annihilated by the composure and ease of our manners. To both of us, Edmee was the same in public as in private. M. de la Marche, a soulless puppet, was perfectly drilled in conventional manners, and myself, a prey to divers passions, but inscrutable by reason of my pride and also, I must confess, of my pretensions to the sublimity of the American manner. I should tell you that I had been fortunate enough to be introduced to Franklin as a sincere devotee of liberty. Sir Arthur Lee had honored me with a certain kindness and some excellent advice. Consequently, my head was somewhat turned, even as the heads of those whom I railed at so bitterly were turned, and to such an extent that this little vainglory brought sorely needed relief to my agonies of mind. Perhaps you will shrug your shoulders when I own that I took the greatest pleasure in the world in leaving my hair unpowdered, in wearing big shoes, and appearing everywhere in a dark-colored coat of aggressively simple cut and stiffly neat. In a word, in aping, as far as was then permissible without being mistaken for a regular plebeian, the dress and ways of the Bonhomme Richard. I was 19, and I was living in an age when every one affected a part. That is my only excuse. I might plead also that my too indulgent and too simple tutor openly approved of my conduct, that my Uncle Hubert, though he occasionally laughed at me, let me do as I wished, and that Edmee said absolutely nothing about this ridiculous affectation, and appeared never to notice it. Meanwhile, spring had returned. We were going back to the country. The salons were being gradually deserted. For myself, I was still in the same state of uncertainty. I noticed one day that M. de la Marche seemed anxious to find an opportunity of speaking to Edmee in private. At first, I found pleasure in making him suffer, and did not stir from my chair. However, I thought I detected on Edmee's brow that slight frown which I knew so well, and after a silent dialogue with myself, I went out of the room, resolving to observe the results of this tete-a-tete and to learn my fate, whatever it might be. At the end of an hour, I returned to the drawing-room. My uncle was there. M. de la Marche was staying to dinner. Edmee seemed meditative, but not melancholy. The abbé's eyes were putting questions to her which she did not understand, or did not wish to understand. M. de la Marche accompanied my uncle to the Comédie Franchise. Edmee said that she had some letters to write and requested permission to remain at home. I followed the Count and the Chevalier, but after the first act I made my escape and returned to the house. Edmee had given orders that she was not to be disturbed, but I did not consider that this applied to myself. The servants thought it quite natural that I should behave as the son of the house. I entered the drawing-room, fearful lest Edmee should have retired to her bedroom, for there I could not have followed her. She was sitting near the fire and amusing herself by pulling out the petals of the blue and white asters which I had gathered during a walk to the tomb of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. These flowers brought back to me a night of ecstasy under the clear moonlight, the only hours of happiness, perhaps, that I could mention in all my life. "Back already?" she said, without any change of attitude. "Already is an unkind word," I replied. "Would you like me to retire to my room, Edmee?" "By no means. You are not disturbing me at all. But you would have derived more profit from seeing Mauprat than from listening to my conversation this evening, for I warn you that I feel a complete idiot." "So much the better, cousin. I shall not feel humiliated this evening, since for the first time we shall be upon a footing of equality. But might I ask you why you so despise my asters? I thought that you would probably keep them as a souvenir." "Of Rousseau?" she asked with a malicious little smile, and without raising her eyes to mine. "Naturally, that was my meaning," I answered. "I am playing a most interesting game," she said. "Do not interrupt me." "I know it," I said. "All the children in Varennes play it, and there is not a lass but believes in the decree of fate that it revels. Would you like me to read your thoughts as you pull out these petals 4 by 4? "Come then, O mighty magician." "A little, that is how someone loves you. Much, that is how you love him. Passionately, that is how another loves you. Not at all, thus do you love this other." "And I might inquire, Sir Oracle," replied Edmee, whose face became more serious, "who some one and another may be. I suspect that you are like the Pythonesses of old. You do not know the meaning of your auguries yourself." "Could you not guess mine, Edmee?" "I will try to interpret the riddle, if you will promise that afterward you will do what the Sphinx did when vanquished by Oedipus." "Oh, Edmee," I cried, "think how long I have been running my head against walls on account of you and your interpretations, and yet you have not guessed right a single time." "Oh, good heavens, I have," she said, throwing the bouquet onto the mantelpiece. "You shall see. I love M. de la Marche a little, and I love you much. He loves me passionately, and you love me not at all. That is the truth." "I forgive you this malicious interpretation with all my heart for the sake of the word much," I replied. I tried to take her hands. She drew them away quickly, though in fact she had no need to fear, for had she given me them, I merely intended to press them in brotherly fashion. But this appearance of distrust aroused memories which were dangerous for me. I fancy she showed a great deal of coquetry that evening in her expression and manners, and until then I had never seen the least inclination toward it. I felt my courage rising, though I could not explain why, and I ventured on some pointed remarks about her interview with M. de la Marche. She made no effort to deny my interpretations, and began to laugh when I told her that she ought to thank me for my exquisite politeness in retiring as soon as I saw her knit her brow. Her supercilious levity was beginning to irritate me a little, when a servant entered and handed her a letter, saying that someone was waiting for an answer. "Go to my writing table and cut a pen for me, please," she said to me. With an air of unconcern, she broke the seal and ran through the letter, while I, quite ignorant of the contents, began preparing her writing materials. For some time, the crow quill had been cut ready for use. For some time, the paper, with its colored vignette, had been waiting by the side of the amber writing case. Yet Edmee paid no attention to them and made no attempt to use them. The letter lay open in her lap. Her feet were on the fire-dogs, her elbows on the arm of her chair, in her favorite attitude of meditation. She was completely absorbed. I spoke to her softly. She did not hear me. I thought that she had forgotten the letter and had fallen asleep. After a quarter of an hour, the servant came back and said that the messenger wished to know if there was any answer. "Certainly," she replied. "Ask him to wait." She read the letter again with the closest attention and began to write slowly. Then she threw her reply into the fire, pushed away the armchair with her foot, walked round the room a few times, and suddenly stopped in front of me and looked at me in a cold, hard manner. "Edmee," I cried, springing to me feet. "What is the matter, and how does that letter which is worrying you so much concern myself?" "What is that to you?" she replied. "What is that to me?" I cried. "And what is the air I breathe to me? And what is the blood that flows in my veins? Ask me that, if you like, but do not ask how one of your words or one of your glances can concern me, for you know very well that my life depends on them." "Do not talk nonsense now, Bernard," she answered, returning to her armchair in a distracted manner. "There is a time for everything. Edmee, Edmee, do not play with the sleeping lion. Do not stir up the fire which is smoldering in the ashes." She shrugged her shoulders and began to write with great rapidity. Her face was flushed, and from time to time she passed her fingers through the long hair which fell in ringlets over her shoulders. She was dangerously beautiful in her agitation. She looked as if in love. But with whom? Doubtless with him to whom she was writing. I began to feel the fires of jealousy. I walked out of the room abruptly and crossed the hall. I looked at the man who had brought the letter. He was in M. de la Marche's livery. I had no further doubts. This, however, only increased my rage. I returned to the drawing-room and threw open the door violently. Edmee did not even turn her head. She continued writing. I sat down opposite her and stared at her with flashing eyes. She did not deign to raise her own to mine. I even fancied that I noticed on her ruby lips the dawn of a smile which seemed an insult to my agony. At last she finished her letter and sealed it. I rose and walked towards her, feeling strongly tempted to snatch it from her hands. I had learnt to control myself somewhat better than of old, but I realized how, with passionate souls, a single instant may destroy the labors of many days. "Edmee," I said to her in a bitter tone, and with a frightful grimace that was intended to be a sarcastic smile, "would you like me to hand this letter to M. de la Marche's lackey, and at the same time tell him in a whisper at what time his master may come to the tryst?" "It seems to me," she replied, with a calmness that exasperated me, "that it was possible to mention the time in my letter, and that there is no need to inform a servant of it." "Edmee, you ought to be a little more considerate of me," I cried. "That doesn't trouble me the least in the world," she replied. And throwing me the letter she had received across the table, she went out to give the answer to the messenger herself. I do not know whether she had told me to read this letter, but I do know that the impulse which urged me to do so was irresistible. It ran somewhat as follows: "Edmee, I have at last discovered the fatal secret which, according to you, sets an impassable barrier in the way of our union. Bernard loves you. His agitation this morning betrayed him. But you do not love him, I am sure. That would be impossible. You would have told me frankly. The obstacle, then, must be elsewhere. Forgive me. It has come to my knowledge that you spent 2 hours in the brigands' den. Unhappy girl! Your misfortune, your prudence, your sublime delicacy make you still nobler in my eyes. And why did you not confide to me at once the misfortune of which you were a victim? I could have eased your sorrow and my own by a word. I could have helped you to hide your secret. I could have wept with you, or rather I could have wiped out the odious recollection by displaying an attachment proof against anything. But there is no need to despair. There is still time to say this word, and I do so now. Edmee, I love you more than ever. More than ever I am resolved to offer you my name. Will you deign to accept it?" This note was signed Adhemar de la Marche. I had secretly finished reading it when Edmee returned and came towards the fireplace with an anxious look, as if she had forgotten some precious object. I handed her the letter that I had just read, but she took it absently, and stooping over the hearth with an air of relief, eagerly seized a crumpled piece of paper which the flames had merely scorched. This was the first answer she had written to M. de la Marche's note, the one she had not judged fit to send. "Edmee," I said, throwing myself on my knees, "let me see that letter. Whatever if may be, I will submit to the decree dictated by your first impulse." "You really would?" she asked, with an indefinable expression. "Supposing I loved M. de la Marche, and that I was making a great sacrifice for your sake in refusing him, would you be generous enough to release me from my word?" I hesitated for a moment. A cold sweat broke out all over me. I looked her full in the face, but her eyes were inscrutable and betrayed no hint of her thoughts. If I had fancied that she really loved me and that she was putting my virtue to the test, I should perhaps have played the hero. But I was afraid of some trap. My passion overmastered me. I felt that I had not the strength to renounce my claim with a good grace, and hypocrisy was repugnant to me. I rose to my feet, trembling with rage. "You love him!" I cried. "Confess that you love him!" "And if I did," she answered, putting the letter in her pocket, "where would be the crime?" "The crime would be that hitherto you have lied in telling me that you did not love him." "Hitherto is saying a good deal," she rejoined, looking at me fixedly. "We have not discussed the matter since last year. At that time it was possible that I did not love Adhemar very much, and at present it might be possible that I loved him more than you. If I compare the conduct of both today, I see on the one hand a man without proper pride and without delicacy, presuming upon a promise which my heart perhaps has never ratified. On the other, I see an admirable friend whose sublime devotion is ready to brave all prejudices, who, believing that I bear the smirch of an indelible shame, is none the less prepared to cover the blot with his protection." "What? This wretch believes that I have done violence to you, and yet does not challenge me to a duel?" "That is not what he believes, Bernard. He knows that you rescued me from Mauprat, but he thinks that you helped me too late, and that I was the victim of the other brigands." "And he wants to marry you, Edmee. Either the man's devotion is sublime, as you say, or he is deeper in debt than you think." "How dare you say that?" said Edmee angrily. "Such an odious explanation of generous conduct can proceed only from an unfeeling soul or a perverse mind. Be silent, unless you wish me to hate you." "Say that you hate me, Edmee. Say so without fear. I know it. Without fear. You should know likewise that I have not yet done you the honor to fear you. However, tell me this. Without inquiring into what I intend to do, can you understand that you ought to give me my liberty and abandon your barbarous rights?" "I understand nothing except that I love you madly, and that these nails of mine shall tear out the heart of any man who tries to win you from me. I know that I shall force you to love me, and that if I do not succeed, I will at any rate not let you belong to another while I am alive. The man will have to walk over my body, riddled with wounds and bleeding from every pore, ere he can put the wedding ring on your finger. With my last breath, too, I will dishonor you by proclaiming that you are my mistress, and thus cloud the joy of any man who may triumph over me. And if I can stab you as I die, I will, so that in the tomb, at least, you may be my wife. That is what I propose doing, Edmee. And now practice all your arts on me. Lead me on from trap to trap. Rule me with your admirable diplomacy. I may be duped 100 times because of my ignorance, but have I not sworn by the name of Mauprat? Mauprat the hamstringer, she added with freezing irony, and she turned to go out. I was about to seize her arm when the bell rang. It was the abbé who had returned. As soon as he appeared, Edmee shook hands with him and retired to her room without saying a single word to me. The good abbé, noticing my agitation, questioned me with that assurance which his claims on my affections were henceforth to give him. The present matter, however, was the only one on which we had never had an explanation. In vain had he sought to introduce it. He had not given me a single lesson in history without leading up to some famous love affairs, and drawing from them an example or a precept of moderation or generosity. But he had not succeeded in making me breathe a word on this subject. I could not bring myself to forgive him altogether for having done me an ill turn with Edmee. I even had a suspicion that he was still injuring my cause. and I therefore put myself on guard against all the arguments of his philosophy and all the seductions of his friendship. On this special evening I was more unassailable than ever. I left him ill at ease and depressed, and went and threw myself on my bed, where I buried my head in the clothes so as to stifle the customary sobs, those pitiless conquerors of my pride and my rage. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 14, Part 1. The next day I was in a state of gloomy despair. Edmee was icily cold. M. de la Marche did not come. I fancied I had seen the abbé going to call on him, and subsequently telling Edmee the result of their interview. However, they betrayed no signs of agitation, and I had to endure my suspense in silence. I could not get a minute with Edmee alone. In the morning, I went on foot to M. de la Marche's house. What I intended saying to him I do not know. My state of exasperation was such that it drove me to act without either object or plan. Having learnt that he had left Paris, I returned. I found my uncle very depressed. On seeing me, he frowned, and, after forcing himself to exchange a few meaningless words with me, left me to the abbé, who tried to draw me on to speak, but succeeded no better than the night before. For several days I sought an opportunity of speaking with Edmee, but she always managed to avoid it. Preparations were being made for the return to Saint Sever. She seemed neither sorry nor pleased at the prospect. I determined to slip a note between the page of her book asking for an interview. Within 5 minutes I received the following reply. An interview would lead to nothing. You are persisting in your boorish behavior. I shall persevere in what I believe to be the path of integrity. An upright conscience cannot go from its word. I had sworn never to be any man's but yours. I shall not marry, for I did not swear that I would be yours whatever might happen. If you continue to be unworthy of my esteem, I shall take steps to remain free. My poor father is sinking into the grave. A convent shall be my refuge when the only tie which binds me to the world is broken. I had fulfilled all the conditions imposed by Edmee, and now it seemed her only return was in order that I should break them. I thus found myself in the same position as on the day of her conversation with the abbé. I passed the remainder of the day shut up in my room. All through the night I walked up and down in violent agitation. I made no effort to sleep. I will not tell you the thoughts that passed through my mind. They were not unworthy of an honest man. At daybreak I was at Lafayette's house. He procured me the necessary papers for leaving France. He told me to go and await him in Spain, whence he was going to sail for the United States. I returned to our house to get the clothes and money indispensable to the humblest of travelers. I left a note for my uncle so that he might not feel uneasy at my absence. This I promised to explain very soon in a long letter. I begged him to refrain from passing sentence on me until it arrived, and assured him that I should never forget all his goodness. I left before anyone in the house was up, for I was afraid that my resolution might be shaken at the least sign of friendship, and I felt that I could no longer impose upon a too generous affection. I could not, however, pass Edmee's door without pressing my lips to the lock. Then, hiding my head in my hands, I rushed away like a madman, and scarcely stopped until I had reached the other side of the Pyrenees. There I took a short rest, and wrote to Edmee that, as far as concerned myself, she was free, that I would not thwart a single wish of hers, but that it was impossible for me to be a witness of my rival's triumph. I felt firmly convinced that she loved him, and I resolved to crush out my own love. I was promising more than I could perform, but these first manifestations of wounded pride gave me confidence in myself. I also wrote to my uncle to tell him I should not hold myself worthy of the boundless affection he had bestowed on me until I had won my spurs as a knight. I confided to him my hopes of a soldier's fame and fortune with all the candor of conceit, and since I felt sure that Edmee would read this letter, I feigned unclouded delight and an ardor that knew no regrets. I did not know whether my uncle was aware of the real cause of my departure, but my pride could not bring itself to confess. It was the same with the abbé, to whom I likewise wrote a letter full of gratitude and affection. I ended by begging my uncle to put himself to no expense on my account over the gloomy keep at Mauprat, assuring him that I could never bring myself to live there. I urged him to consider the fief as his daughter's property, and only asked that he would be good enough to advance me my share of the income for 2 or 3 years, so that I might pay the expenses of my own outfit, and thus prevent my devotion to the American cause from being a burden to the noble Lafayette. My conduct and my letters apparently gave satisfaction. Soon after I reached the coast of Spain, I received from my uncle a letter full of kindly exhortations and of mild censure for my abrupt departure. He gave me a father's blessing and declared on his honor that the fief of Mauprat would never be accepted by Edmee, and sent me a considerable sum of money exclusive of the income due me in the future. The abbé expressed the same mild censure, together with still warmer exhortations. It was easy to see that he preferred Edmee's tranquillity to my happiness, and that he was full of genuine joy at my departure. Nevertheless, he had a liking for me, and his friendship showed itself touchingly through the cruel satisfaction that was mingled with it. He expressed envy of my lot, proclaimed his enthusiasm for the cause of independence, and declared that he himself had more than once felt tempted to throw off the cassock and take up the musket. All this, however, was mere boyish affectation. His timid, gentle nature always kept him the priest under the mask of the philosopher. Between these 2 letters I found a little note without any address, which seemed as if it had been slipped in as an afterthought. I was not slow to see that it was from the one person in the world who was of real interest to me. Yet I had not the courage to open it. I walked up and down the sandy beach, turning over this little piece of paper in my hands, fearful that by reading it I might destroy the kind of desperate calm my resolution had given me. Above all, I dreaded lest it might contain expressions of thanks and enthusiastic joy, behind which I should have divined the rapture of contented love for another. What can she be writing to me about? I said to myself. Why does she write at all? I do not want her pity, still less her gratitude. I felt tempted to throw this fateful little note into the sea. Once indeed I held it out over the waves, but I immediately pressed it to my bosom, and kept it hidden there a few moments as if I had been a believer in that second sight preached by the advocates of magnetism, who assert that they can read with the organs of feeling and thought as well as with their eyes. At last I resolved to break the seal. The words I read were these: "You have done well, Bernard, but I give you no thanks, as your absence will cause me more suffering than I can tell. Still, go wherever honor and love of truth call you. You will always be followed by my good wishes and prayers. Return when your mission is accomplished. You will find me neither married nor in a convent." In this note she had enclosed the cornelian ring she had given me during my illness, and which I had returned on leaving Paris. I had a little gold box made to hold this ring and note, and I wore it near my heart as a talisman. Lafayette, who had been arrested in France by order of the government, which was opposed to his expedition, soon came and joined us after escaping from prison. I had had time to make my preparations, and I sailed full of melancholy, ambition, and hope. You will not expect me to give an account of the American War. Once again, I will separate my existence from the events of history as I relate my own adventures. Here, however, I shall suppress even my personal adventures. In my memory, these form a special chapter in which Edmee plays the part of a Madonna, constantly invoked but invisible. I cannot think that you would be the least interested in listening to a portion of my narrative from which this angelic figure, the only one worthy of your attention, firstly by reason of her own worth, and then from her influence on myself, was entirely absent. I will only state that from the humble position which I gladly accepted in the beginning in Washington's army, I rose regularly but rapidly to the rank of officer. My military education did not take long. Into this, as into everything that I have undertaken during my life, I put my whole soul, and through the pertinacity of my will I overcame all obstacles. I won the confidence of my illustrious chiefs. My excellent constitution fitted me well for the hardships of war. My old brigand habits, too, were of immense service to me. I endured reverses with a calmness beyond the reach of most of the young Frenchmen who had embarked with me, however brilliant their courage might otherwise have been. My own was cool and tenacious, to the great surprise of our allies, who more than once doubted my origin, on seeing how quickly I made myself at home in the forests, and how often my cunning and suspiciousness made me a match for the savages who sometimes harassed our maneuvers. In the midst of my labors and frequent changes of place, I was fortunate enough to be able to cultivate my mind through my intimacy with a young man of merit whom Providence sent me as a companion and friend. Love of the natural sciences had decided him to join our expedition, and he never failed to show himself a good soldier. But it was easy to see that political sympathy had played only a secondary part in his decision. He had no desire for promotion, no aptitude for strategic studies. His herbarium and his zoological occupations engaged his thoughts much more than the successes of the war and the triumph of liberty. He fought too well, when occasion arose, to ever deserve the reproach of lukewarmness. But up to the eve of a fight, and from the morrow, he seemed to have forgotten that he was engaged in anything beyond a scientific expedition into the wilds of the New World. His trunk was always full, not of money and valuables, but of natural history specimens, and while we were lying on the grass on the alert for the least noise which might reveal the approach of the enemy, he would be absorbed in the analysis of some plant or insect. He was an admirable young man, as pure as an angel, as unselfish as a stoic, as patient as a savant, and withal cheerful and affectionate. When we were in danger of being surprised, he could think and talk of nothing but the precious pebbles and the invaluable bits of grass that he had collected and classified, and yet, were one of us wounded, he would nurse him with a kindness and zeal that none could surpass. One day he noticed my gold box as I was putting it in my bosom, and he immediately begged me to let him have it, to keep a few flies' legs and grasshoppers' wings, which he would have defended with the last drop of his blood. It needed all the reverence I had for the relics of my love to resist the demands of friendship. All he could obtain from me was permission to hide away a very pretty little plant in my precious box. This plant, which he declared he was the first to discover, was allowed a home by the side of my fiancée's ring, and note, only on condition that it should be called Edmunda sylvestris. To this he consented. He had given the name of Samuel Adams to a beautiful wild apple tree. He had christened some industrious bee or other Franklin, and nothing pleased him more than to associate some honored name with his ingenious observations. The attachment I felt for him was all the more genuine from its being my first friendship with a man of my own age. The pleasure which I derived from this intimacy gave me a new insight into life, and revealed capacities and needs of the soul of which I had hitherto been ignorant. As I could never wholly break away from that love of chivalry which had been implanted in me in early childhood, it pleased me to look upon him as my brother in arms, and I expressed a wish that he would give me this special title too, to the exclusion of every other intimate friend. He caught at the idea with a gladness of heart that showed me how lively was the sympathy between us. He declared that I was a born naturalist because I was so fitted for a roving life and rough expeditions. Sometimes he would reproach me with absent-mindedness and scold me seriously for carelessly stepping upon interesting plants, but he would assert that I was endowed with a sense of method and that some day I might invent, not a theory of nature, but an excellent system of classification. His prophecy was never fulfilled, but his encouragement aroused a taste for study in me and prevented my mind from being wholly paralyzed by camp life. To me, he was as a messenger from heaven. Without him, I should perhaps have become, if not the hamstringer of Roche Mauprat, at all events the savage of Varennes again. His teachings revived in me the consciousness of intellectual life. He enlarged my ideas and also ennobled my instincts. For, though his marvelous integrity and his modest disposition prevented him from throwing himself into philosophical discussions, he had an innate love of justice, and he judged all questions of sentiment and morality with unerring wisdom. He acquired an ascendancy over me which the abbey had never been able to acquire, owing to the attitude of mutual distrust in which we had been placed from the beginning. He revealed to me the wonders of a large part of the physical world, but what he taught me of chiefest value was to learn to know myself and to ponder over my own impressions. I succeeded in controlling my impulses up to a certain point. I could never subdue my pride and violent temper. A man cannot change the essence of his nature, but he can guide his divers faculties towards a right path. He can almost succeed in turning his faults to account. And this, indeed, is the great secret and the great problem of education. The conversations with my friend Arthur led me into such a train of thought that from my recollections of Edmee's conduct, I came to deduce logically the motives which must have inspired it. I found her noble and generous, especially in those matters which, owing to my distorted vision and false judgment, had caused me most pain. I did not love her the more for this. That would have been impossible. But I succeeded in understanding why I loved her with an unconquerable love in spite of all she had made me suffer. This sacred fire burned in my soul without growing dim for one instant during the whole 6 years of our separation. In spite of the rich vitality which pulsed through my veins, in spite of the promptings of an external nature full of voluptuousness, in spite of the bad examples and numerous opportunities which tempted mortal weakness in the freedom of a roving military life, I call God to witness that I preserved my robe of innocence undefiled and that I never felt the kiss of a woman. Arthur, whose calmer organization was less susceptible to temptation, and who, moreover, was almost entirely engrossed in intellectual labor, did not always practice the same austerity. Nay, he frequently advised me not to run the risk of an exceptional life, contrary to the demands of nature. When I confided to him that a master passion removed all weaknesses from my path and made a fall impossible, he ceased to reason against what he called my fanaticism. This was a word very much in vogue and applied indiscriminately to almost everything. I observed, indeed, that he had a more profound esteem for me. I may even say a sort of respect which did not express itself in words, but which was revealed by 1,000 little signs of compliance and deference. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 14, Part 2. One day, when he was speaking of the great power exercised by gentleness of manners in alliance with a resolute will, citing both good and bad examples from the history of men, especially the gentleness of the apostles and the hypocrisy of the priests of all religions, it came into my mind to ask him if, with my headstrong nature and hasty temper, I should ever be able to exercise any influence on my fellows. When I used this last word, I was, of course, thinking only of Edmee. Arthur replied that the influence which I exercised would be other than that of studied gentleness. Your influence, he said, will be due to your natural goodness of heart. Warmth of soul, ardor, and perseverance in affection, these are what are needed in family life, and these qualities make our defects loved even by those who have to suffer from them most. We should endeavor, therefore, to master ourselves out of love for those who love us, but to propose to oneself a system of moderation in the most intimate concerns of love and friendship would, in my opinion, be a childish task, a work of egotism which would kill all affection, in ourselves first, and soon afterwards in the others. I was speaking of studied moderation only in the exercise of authority over the masses. Now, should your ambition ever— You believe, then, I said, without listening to the last part of his speech, that such as I am, I might make a woman happy and force her to love me in spite of all my faults and the harm they cause? Oh, lovelorn brain, he exclaimed, how difficult it is to distract your thoughts. Well, if you wish to know, Bernard, I will tell you what I think of your love affair. The person you love so ardently loves you, unless she is incapable of love or quite bereft of judgment. I assured him that she was as much above all other women as the lion is above the squirrel, the cedar above the hyssop, and, with the help of metaphors, I succeeded in convincing him. Then he persuaded me to tell him a few details, in order, as he said, that he might judge of my position with regard to Edmee. I opened my heart without reserve, and told him my history from beginning to end. At this time, we were on the outskirts of a beautiful forest in the last rays of the setting sun. The park at Saint-Sever, with its fine lordly oaks, which had never known the insult of an axe, came into my thoughts as I gazed on these trees of the wilds, exempt from all human care, towering out above our heads in their might and primitive grace. The glowing horizon reminded me of the evening visits to Patience's hut, and Edmee sitting under the golden vine leaves, and the notes of the merry parrots brought back to me the warbling of the beautiful exotic birds she used to keep in her room. I wept as I thought of the land of my birth so far away, of the broad ocean between us which had swallowed so many pilgrims in the hour of their return to their native shores. I also thought of the prospects of fortune, of the dangers of war, and for the first time I felt the fear of death. For Arthur, pressing my hand in his, assured me that I was loved, and that in each act of harshness or distrust he found but a new proof of affection. My boy, he said, cannot you see that if she did not want to marry you, she would have found 100 ways of ridding herself of your pretensions forever? And if she had not felt an inexhaustible affection for you, would she have taken so much trouble and imposed so many sacrifices upon herself to raise you from the abject condition in which she found you and make you worthy of her? Well, you are always dreaming of the mighty deeds of the knight-errants of old. Cannot you see that you are a noble knight, condemned by your lady to rude trials for having failed in the laws of gallantry, for having demanded in an imperious tone the love which ought to be sued for on bended knee? He then entered into a detailed examination of my misdeeds, and found that the chastisement was severe but just. Afterwards, he discussed the probabilities of the future, and very sensibly advised me to submit until she thought right to pardon me. But, I said, is there no shame in a man ripened, as I am now, by reflection, and roughly tried by war, submitting like a child to the caprices of a woman? No, replied Arthur, there is no shame in that, and the conduct of this woman is not dictated by caprice. One can win nothing but honor in repairing any evil one has done, and how few men are capable of it. It is only just that offended modesty should claim its rights and its natural independence. You have behaved like Albion. Do not be astonished that Edmee behaves like Philadelphia. She will not yield, except on condition of a glorious peace, and she is right. He wished to know how she had treated me during the 2 years we had been in America. I showed him the few short letters I had received from her. He was struck by the good sense and perfect integrity which seemed manifested in their lofty tone and manly precision. In them, Edmee had made me no promise, nor had she even encouraged me by holding out any direct hopes, but she had displayed a lively desire for my return, and had spoken of the happiness we should all enjoy when, as we sat around the fire, I should while away the evenings at the chateau with accounts of my wonderful adventures, and she had not hesitated to tell me that, together with her father, I was the one object of her solicitude in life. Yet, in spite of this never-failing tenderness, a terrible suspicion harassed me. In these short letters from my cousin, as in those from her father, and in the long, florid, and affectionate epistles from the Abbé Aubert, they never gave me any news of the events which might be, and ought to be, taking place in the family. Each spoke of his or her own self, and never mentioned the others, or at most they only spoke of the Chevalier's attacks of the gout. It was as though an agreement had been made between the three that none should talk about the occupations and state of mind of the other two. "Shed light and ease my mind on this matter if you can," I said to Arthur. "There are moments when I fancy that Edmee must be married, and that they have agreed not to inform me until I return. And what is to prevent this, in fact? Is it probable that she likes me enough to live a life of solitude out of love for me, when this very love, in obedience to the dictation of a cold reason and an austere conscience, can resign itself to seeing my absence indefinitely prolonged with the war? I have duties to perform here, no doubt. Honor demands that I should defend my flag until the day of the triumph or the irreparable defeat of the cause I serve. But I feel that Edmee is dearer to me than these empty honors, and that to see her but 1 hour sooner, I would leave my name to the ridicule or the curses of the world." "This last thought," replied Arthur with a smile, "is suggested to you by the violence of your passion, but you would not act as you say, even if the opportunity occurred. When we are grappling with a single one of our faculties, we fancy the others annihilated. But let some extraneous shock arouse them, and we realize that our soul draws its life from several sources at the same time. You are not insensible to fame, Bernard, and if Edmee invited you to abandon it, you would perceive that it was dearer to you than you thought. You have ardent Republican convictions, and Edmee herself was the first to inspire you with them. What, then, would you think of her? And, indeed, what sort of woman would she be if she said to you today, 'There is something more important than the religion I preached to you and the gods I revealed, something more august and more sacred, and that is my own good pleasure'? Bernard, your love is full of contradictory desires. Inconsistency, moreover, is the mark of all human loves. Men imagine that a woman can have no separate existence of her own, and that she must always be wrapped up in them, and yet the only woman they love deeply is she whose character seems to raise her above the weakness and indolence of her sex. You see how all the settlers in this country dispose of the beauty of their slaves, but they have no love for them, however beautiful they may be. And if by chance they become genuinely attached to one of them, their first care is to set her free. Until then, they do not think that they are dealing with a human being. A spirit of independence, the conception of virtue, a love of duty, all these privileges of lofty souls are essential, therefore, in the woman who is to be one's companion through life. And the more your mistress gives proof of strength and patience, the more you cherish her, in spite of what you may have to suffer. You must learn, then, to distinguish love from desire. Desire wishes to break through the very impediments by which it is attracted, and it dies amid the ruins of the virtue it has vanquished. Love wishes to live, and in order to do that, it would fain see the object of its worship long defended by that wall of adamant whose strength and splendor mean true worth and true beauty. In this way would Arthur explain to me the mysterious springs of my passion, and throw the light of his wisdom upon the stormy abyss of my soul. Sometimes he used to add, "If heaven had granted me the woman I have now, and then dreamed of, I think I should have succeeded in making a noble and generous passion of my love. But science has asked for too much of my time. I have not had leisure to look for my ideal, and if perchance it has crossed my path, I have not been able either to study it or recognize it. You have been fortunate, Bernard, but then you do not sound the deeps of natural history. One man cannot have everything." As to my suspicions about Edmee's marriage, he rejected them with contempt as morbid fancies. To him, indeed, Edmee's silence showed an admirable delicacy of feeling and conduct. "A vain person," he said, "would take care to let you know all the sacrifices she had made on your account, and would enumerate the titles and qualities of the suitors she had refused. Edmee, however, has too noble a soul, too serious a mind, to enter into these futile details. She looks upon your covenant as inviolable, and does not imitate those weak consciences which are always talking of their victories, and making a merit of doing that in which true strength finds no difficulty. She is so faithful by nature that she never imagines that anyone can suspect her of being otherwise." These talks poured healing balm on my wounds. When at last France openly declared herself an ally of America, I received a piece of news from the Abbé that entirely set my mind at ease on one point. He wrote to me that I should probably meet an old friend again in the New World. The Count de la Marche had been given command of a regiment and was setting out for the United States. "And between ourselves," added the Abbé, "it is quite time that he made a position for himself. This young man, though modest and steady, has always been weak enough to yield to the prejudices of noble birth. He has been ashamed of his poverty, and has tried to hide it as one hides a leprosy. The result is that his efforts to prevent others from seeing the progress of his ruin have now ruined him completely. Society attributes the rupture between Edmee and him to these reverses of fortune, and people even go so far as to say that he was but little in love with her person, and very much with her dowry. I cannot bring myself to credit him with contemptible views, and I can only think that he is suffering those mortifications which arise from a false estimate of the value of the good things of this world. If you happen to meet him, Edmee wishes you to show him some friendship, and to let him know how great an interest she has always taken in him. Your excellent cousin's conduct in this matter, as in all others, has been full of kindness and dignity." End of Chapter 14, Part 2.
Chapter 15 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joanna Hui. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 15. On the eve of Monsieur de la Marche's departure, and after the Abbé's letter had been sent, a little incident had happened in Varennes which, when I heard of it in America, caused me considerable surprise and pleasure. Moreover, it is linked in a remarkable manner with the most important events of my life, as you will see later. Although rather seriously wounded in the unfortunate affair of Savannah, I was actively engaged in Virginia under General Greene in collecting the remains of the army commanded by Gates, whom I considered a much greater hero than his more fortunate rival, Washington. We had just learnt of the landing of Monsieur de Ternay's squadron, and the depression which had fallen on us at this period of reverses and distress was beginning to vanish before the prospect of reinforcements. These, as a fact, were less considerable than we had expected. I was strolling through the woods with Arthur, a short distance from the camp, and we were taking advantage of this short respite to have a talk about other matters than Cornwallis and the infamous Arnold. Long saddened by the sight of the woes of the American nation, by the fear of seeing injustice and cupidity triumphing over the cause of the people, we were seeking relief in a measure of gaiety. When I had an hour's leisure, I used to escape from my stern toils to the oasis of my own thoughts in the family at Saint Sever. At such a time, I was wont to tell my kind friend Arthur some of the comic incidents of my entry into life after leaving Rocher Mauprat. At one time, I would give him a description of the costume in which I first appeared. At another, I would describe Mademoiselle Leblanc's contempt and loathing for my person, and her recommendation to her friend Saint Jean never to approach within arm's length of me. As I thought of these amusing individuals, the face of the solemn Hidalgo Marcas somehow arose in my memory, and I began to give a faithful and detailed picture of the dress and bearing and conversation of this enigmatic personage. Not that Marcase was actually as comic as he appeared to be in my imagination, but at 20 a man is only a boy, especially when he is a soldier and has just escaped great dangers, and so is filled with careless pride at the conquest of his own life. Arthur would laugh right heartily as he listened to me, declaring that he would give his whole collection of specimens for such a curious animal as I had just described. The pleasure he derived from my childish chatter increased my vivacity, and I do not know whether I should have been able to resist the temptation to exaggerate my uncle's peculiarities, when suddenly at a turn in our path we found ourselves in the presence of a tall man, poorly dressed and terribly haggard, who was walking towards us with a serious, pensive expression, and carrying in his hand a long, naked sword, the point of which was peacefully lowered to the ground. This individual bore such a strong resemblance to the one I had just described to Arthur, struck by the parallel, burst into uncontrollable laughter, and moving aside to make way for Marcase's double, threw himself upon the grass in a convulsive fit of coughing. For myself, I was far from laughing, for nothing that has a supernatural air about it fails to produce a vivid impression even on the man most accustomed to dangers. With staring eyes and outstretched arms, we drew near to each other, myself and he, not the shade of Marcase, but the venerable person himself, in flesh and blood, of the Hidalgo mole-catcher. Petrified with astonishment when I saw what I had taken for his ghost slowly carry his hand to the corner of his hat and raise it without bending the fraction of an inch, I started back a yard or two, and this movement, which Arthur thought was a joke on my part, only increased his merriment. The weasel hunter was by no means disconcerted. Perhaps in his judicial gravity he was thinking that this was the usual way to greet people on the other side of the ocean. But Arthur's laughter almost proved infectious when Marcase said to me with incomparable gravity, "Monsieur Bernard, I have the honor of searching for you for a long time." "For a long time, in truth, my good Marcase," I replied as I shook my old friend's hand with delight. "But tell me, by what strange power I have been lucky enough to draw you hither. In the old days you passed for a sorcerer. Is it possible that I have become one too without knowing it?" "I will explain all that, my dear General," answered Marcase, who was apparently dazzled by my captain's uniform. "If you will allow me to accompany you, I will tell you many things. Many things." On hearing Marcase repeat his words in a low voice, as if furnishing an echo for himself, a habit of which only a minute before I was in the act of imitating, Arthur burst out laughing again. Marcase turned towards him, and after surveying him intently, bowed with imperturbable gravity. Arthur, suddenly recovering his serious mood, rose and with comic dignity bowed and returned almost to the ground. We returned to the camp together. On the way, Marcase told me his story in that brief style of his, which, as it forced his hearer to ask 1,000 wearisome questions, far from simplifying his narrative, made it extraordinarily complicated. It afforded Arthur great amusement, but as you would not derive the same pleasure from listening to an exact reproduction of this interminable dialogue, I will limit myself to telling you how Marcase had come to leave his country and his friends in order to give the American cause the help of his sword. Monsieur de la Marche happened to be setting out for America at the very time when Marcase came back to his castle in Berry for a week, to make his annual round among the beams and joists in the barns. The inmates of the chateau, in their excitement at the Count's departure, indulged in wonderful commentaries on that far country, so full of dangers and marvels, from which, according to the village wiseacres, no man ever returned without a vast fortune, and so many gold and silver ingots that he needed 10 ships to carry them all. Now, under his icy exterior, Don Marcase, like some Hyperborean volcano, concealed a glowing imagination, a passionate love of the marvelous, accustomed to live in a state of equilibrium on narrow beams in evidently loftier regions than other men, and not insensible to the glory of astounding the bystanders every day by the calm daring of his acrobatic movements. He let himself be fired by these pictures of El Dorado, and his dreams were the more extravagant because, as usual, he unbosomed himself to no one. Monsieur de la Marche, therefore, was very much surprised when, on the eve of his departure, Marcase presented himself, and proposed to accompany him to America as his valet. In vain did Monsieur de la Marche remind him that he was very old to abandon his calling and run the risks of a new kind of life. Marcase displayed so much firmness that in the end he gained his point. Various reasons led Monsieur de la Marche to consent to this strange request. He had resolved to take with him a servant older still than the weasel hunter, a man who was accompanying him only with great reluctance. But this man enjoyed his entire confidence, a favor which Monsieur de la Marche was very slow to grant, since he was only able to keep up the outward show of a man of quality, and wished to be served faithfully, and with economy and prudence. He knew, however, that Marcase was scrupulously honest, and even singularly unselfish, for there was something of Don Quixote in the man's soul as well as in his appearance. He had found in some ruins a sort of treasure trove, that is to say, an earthenware jar containing a sum of about 10,000 francs in old gold and silver coins. And not only had he handed it over to the owner of the ruins, whom he might easily have deceived, but further he had refused to accept any reward, declaring emphatically in his abbreviated jargon, honesty would die selling itself. Marcase's economy, his discretion, his punctuality, seemed likely to make him a valuable man, if he could be trained to put these qualities at the service of others. The one thing to be feared was that he might not be able to accustom himself to his loss of independence. However, Monsieur de la Marche thought that before Monsieur de Ternay's squadron sailed, he would have time to test his new squire sufficiently. On his side, Marcase felt many regrets at taking leave of his friends and home, for if he had friends everywhere, and everywhere a native place, as he said, in allusion to his wandering life, he still had a very marked preference for Varennes, and of all his castles, for he was accustomed to call every place he stopped at his, the chateau of Saint-Sever was the only one which he arrived at with pleasure and left with regret. One day, when he had missed his footing on the roof and had rather a serious fall, Edmee, then still a child, had won his heart by the tears she had shed over this accident, and the artless attentions she had shown him. And ever since Patience had come to dwell on the edge of the park, Marcasse had felt still more attracted towards Saint Sever, for in Patience Marcasse had found his Orestes. Marcasse did not always understand Patience, but Patience was the only man who thoroughly understood Marcasse, and who knew how much chivalrous honesty and noble courage lay hidden beneath that odd exterior. Humbly bowing to the hermit's intellectual superiority, the weasel hunter would stop respectfully whenever the poetic frenzy took possession of Patience and made his words unintelligible. At such a time, Marcasse would refrain from questions and ill-timed remarks with touching gentleness, would lower his eyes, and nodding his head from time to time as if he understood and approved, would, at least, afford his friend the innocent pleasure of being listened to without contradiction. Marcasse, however, had understood enough to make him embrace republican ideas and share in those romantic hopes of universal leveling and a return to the golden age, which had been so ardently fostered by old Patience. Having frequently heard his friends say that these doctrines were to be cultivated with prudence, a precept, however, to which Patience gave but little heed himself, the hidalgo, inclined to reticence both by habit and inclination, never spoke of his philosophy, but he proved himself a more efficacious propagandist by carrying about from castle to cottage, and from house to farm, those little cheap editions of La Science du Bonhomme Richard, and other small treatises on popular patriotism, which, according to the Jesuits, a secret society of Voltairean philosophers, devoted to the diabolical practice of Freemasonry, circulated gratis among the lower classes. Thus, in Marques's sudden resolution, there was as much revolutionary enthusiasm as love of adventure. For a long time, the dormouse and the polecat had seemed to him over-feeble enemies for his restless valor, even as the granary floor seemed to afford too narrow a field. Every day he read the papers of the previous day in the servants' hall of the houses he visited, and it appeared to him that this war in America, which was hailed as the awakening of the spirit of justice and liberty in the New World, ought to produce a revolution in France. It is true he had a very literal notion of the way in which ideals were to cross the seas and take possession of the minds of our continent. In his dreams, he used to see an army of victorious Americans disembarking from numberless ships and bringing the olive branch of peace and the horn of plenty to the French nation. In these same dreams, he beheld himself at the head of a legion of heroes returning to Varennes as a warrior, a legislator, a rival of Washington, suppressing abuses, cutting down enormous fortunes, assigning to each proletarian a suitable share, and, in the midst of his far-reaching and vigorous measures, protecting the good and fair-dealing nobles, and assuring an honorable existence to them. Needless to say, the distress inseparable from all great political crises never entered into Marques's mind, and not a single drop of blood sullied the romantic picture which Patience had unrolled before his eyes. From these sublime hopes to the role of valet to Monsieur de la Marche was a far cry, but Marcasse could reach his goal by no other way. The ranks of the army corps destined for America had long been filled, and it was only in the character of a passenger attached to the expedition that he could take his place on one of the merchant ships that followed the expedition. He had questioned the abbé on these points without revealing his plans. His departure quite staggered all the inhabitants of Varennes. No sooner had he set foot on the shores of the States Then he felt an irresistible inclination to take his big hat and his big sword and go off all alone through the woods, as he had been accustomed to do in his own country. His conscience, however, prevented him from quitting his master after having pledged himself to serve him. He had calculated that fortune would help him, and fortune did. The war proved much more bloody and vigorous than had been expected, and Monsieur de la Marche feared, though wrongly, that he might be impeded by the poor health of his gaunt squire. Having a suspicion, too, of the man's desire for liberty, he offered him a sum of money and some letters of recommendation to enable him to join the American troops as a volunteer. Marcosse, knowing the state of his master's fortune, refused the money and only accepted the letters, and then set off with as light a step as the nimblest weasels that he had ever killed. His intention was to make for Philadelphia, but through a chance occurrence, which I need not relate, he learnt that I was in the South, and rightly calculating that he would obtain both advice and help from me, he had set out to find me, alone, on foot, through unknown countries almost uninhabited, and often full of danger of all kinds. His clothes alone had suffered. His yellow face had not changed its tint, and he was no more surprised at his latest exploit than if he had merely covered the distance from Saint-Sever to Gazeau Tower. The only fresh habit that I noticed in him was that he would turn round from time to time and look behind him, as if he felt inclined to call someone. Then immediately after he would smile and sigh almost at the same instant. I could not resist a desire to ask him the cause of his uneasiness. "Alas," he replied, "habit can't get rid of a poor dog, good dog, always saying, 'Here, Blaireau, Blaireau, here.'" "I understand," I said. "Blaireau is dead, and you cannot accustom yourself to the idea that you will never see him at your heels again." "Dead!" he exclaimed with an expression of horror. "No, thank God. Friend Patience, great friend, Blaireau quite well off, but sad like his master alone." "If Blaireau is with Patience," said Arthur, "he is well off, as you say, for Patience wants nothing. Patience will love him, because he loves his master, and you are certain to see your good friend and faithful dog again." Marcosse turned his eyes upon the individual who seemed to be so well acquainted with his life, but, feeling sure that he had never seen him before, he acted as he was wont to do when he did not understand. He raised his hat and bowed respectfully. On my immediate recommendation, Marcosse was enrolled in my company, and a little while afterward was made a sergeant. The worthy man went through the whole campaign with me, and went through it bravely. And in 1782, when I rejoined Rochambeau's army to fight under the French flag, he followed me, as he was anxious to share my lot until the end. In the early days I looked upon him rather as an amusement than a companion, but his excellent conduct and calm fearlessness soon won for him the esteem of all, and I had reason to be proud of my protégé. Arthur also conceived a great friendship for him, and when off duty he accompanied us in all our walks, carrying the naturalist's box and running the snakes through with his sword. But when I tried to make him speak of my cousin, he by no means satisfied me. Whether he did not understand how eager I felt to learn all the details of the life she was leading far away from me, or whether in this matter he was obeying one of those inviolable laws which governed his conscience, I could never obtain from him any clear solutions of the doubts which harassed me. Quite early he told me that there was no question of her marriage with anyone, but accustomed though I was to his vague manner of expressing himself, I imagined he seemed embarrassed in making this assertion, and had the air of a man who had sworn to keep a secret. Honor forbade me to insist to such an extent as to let him see my hopes, and so there always remained between us a painful point which I tried to avoid touching upon, but to which, in spite of myself, I was continually returning. As long as Arthur was near me, I retained my reason and interpreted Edmee's letter in the most loyal way, but when I was unfortunate enough to be separated from him, my sufferings revived, and my stay in America became more irksome to me every day. Our separation took place when I left the American army to fight under the command of the French general. Arthur was an American, and, moreover, he was only waiting for the end of the war to retire from the service and settle in Boston with Dr. Cooper, who loved him as his son, and who had undertaken to get him appointed principal librarian to the library of the Philadelphia Society. This was all the reward Arthur desired for his labors. The events which filled my last years in America belong to history. It was with a truly personal delight that I hailed the peace which proclaimed the United States a free nation. I had begun to chafe at my long absence from France. My passion had been growing ever greater, and left no room for the intoxication of military glory. Before my departure, I went to take leave of Arthur. Then I sailed with the worthy Marquise, divided between sorrow at parting from my only friend and joy at the prospect of once more seeing my only love. The squadron to which my ship belonged experienced many vicissitudes during the passage, and several times I gave up all hope of ever kneeling before Edmee under the great oaks of Saint Sever. At last, after a final storm off the coast of France, I set foot on the shores of Brittany and fell into the arms of my poor sergeant, who had borne our common misfortunes, if not with greater physical courage, at least with a calmer spirit, and we mingled our tears. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ginny Rosario. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 16. We set out from Brest without sending any letter to announce our coming. When we arrived near Varennes, we alighted from the post-chaise, and, ordering the driver to proceed by the longest road to Saint Sever, took a short-cut through the woods. As soon as I saw the trees in the park raising their venerable heads above the copses like a solemn phalanx of druids in the middle of a prostrate multitude, my heart began to beat so violently that I was forced to stop. "Well," said Marquise, turning round with an almost stern expression, as if he would have reproached me for my weakness. But a moment later I saw that his own face, too, was betraying unexpected emotion. A plaintive whining and a bushy tail brushing against his legs had made him start. He uttered a loud cry on seeing Blaireau. The poor animal had scented his master from afar, and had rushed forward with all the speed of his first youth to roll at his feet. For a moment we thought he was going to die there, for he remained motionless and convulsed, as it were, under Marquis's caressing hand. Then suddenly he sprang up, as if struck with an idea worthy of a man, and set off with the speed of lightning in the direction of Patience's hut. "Yes, go and tell my friend, good dog," exclaimed Marquise. "A better friend than you would be more than man." He turned towards me, and I saw 2 big tears trickling down the cheeks of the impassive hidalgo. We hastened our steps till we reached the hut. It had undergone striking improvements. A pretty rustic garden, enclosed by a quickset hedge with a bank of stones behind, extended round the little house. The approach to this was no longer a rough little path, but a handsome walk on either side of which splendid vegetables stretched out in regular rows, like an army in marching order. The van was composed of a battalion of cabbages. Carrots and lettuces formed the main body, and along the hedge some modest sorrel brought up the rear. Beautiful apple trees, already well grown, spread their verdant shade above these plants, while pear trees, alternately standards and espaliers, with borders of thyme and sage, kissing the feet of sunflowers and gillyflowers, convicted patience of a strange return to ideas of social order, and even to a taste for luxuries. The change was so remarkable that I thought I should no longer find patience in the cottage. A strange feeling of uneasiness began to come over me. My fear almost turned into certainty when I saw 2 young men from the village occupied in trimming the espaliers. Our passage had lasted more than 4 months, and it must have been quite 6 months since we had had any news of the hermit. Marcasse, however, seemed to feel no fear. Blaireau had told him plainly that Patience was alive, and the footmarks of the little dog, freshly printed in the sand of the walk, showed the direction in which he had gone. Notwithstanding, I was so afraid of seeing a cloud come over the joy of this day that I did not dare to question the gardeners about Patience. Silently I followed the hidalgo, whose eyes grew full of tears as they gazed upon this new Eden, and whose prudent mouth let no sound escape save the word change, which he repeated several times. At last I grew impatient. The walk seemed interminable, though very short in reality, and I began to run, my heart beating wildly. Perhaps Edmee, I said to myself, is here. However, she was not there, and I could only hear the voice of the hermit saying, "Now then, what is the matter? Has the poor dog gone mad? Down, Blaireau! You would never have worried your master in this way. This is what comes of being too kind." "Blaireau is not mad," I exclaimed as I entered. "Have you grown deaf to the approach of a friend, Master Patience?" Patience, who was in the act of counting a pile of money, let it fall on the table and came towards me with the old cordiality. I embraced him heartily. He was surprised and touched at my joy. Then he examined me from head to foot, and seemed to be wondering at the change in my appearance, when Marcasse arrived at the door. Then a sublime expression came over Patience's face, and, lifting his strong arms to heaven, he exclaimed, "The words of the canticle! Now let me depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen him I yearn for." The hidalgo said nothing. He raised his hat as usual. Then, sitting down, he turned pale and shut his eyes. His dog jumped up on his knees and displayed his affection by attempts at little cries which changed into a series of sneezes. You remember that he was born dumb. Trembling with old age and delight, he stretched out his pointed nose towards the long nose of his master, but his master did not respond with the customary "Down, Blaireau!" Marcasse had fainted. This loving soul, no more able than Blaireau to express itself in words, had sunk beneath the weight of his own happiness. Patience ran and fetched him a large mug of wine of the district, in its 2nd year, that is to say, the oldest and best possible. He made him swallow a few drops. Its strength revived him. The hidalgo excused his weakness on the score of fatigue and the heat. He would not or could not assign it to its real sense. There are souls who die out, after burning with unsurpassable moral beauty and grandeur, without ever having found a way, and even without ever having felt the need of revealing themselves to others. When Patience, who was as demonstrative as his friend was the contrary, had recovered from his first transports, he turned to me and said, "Now, my young officer, I see that you have no wish to remain here long. Let us make haste, then, to the place you are burning to reach. There is someone who will be much surprised and much delighted. You may take my word." We entered the park, and while crossing it, Patience explained the change which had come over his habitation and his life. "For myself," he said to me, "you see that I have not changed. The same appearance, the same ways, and if I offered you some wine just now, that does not prevent me from drinking water myself. But I have money, and land, and workmen, yes, I have. Well, all this is in spite of myself, as you will see. Some 3 years ago, Mademoiselle Edmee spoke of the difficulty she had in bestowing alms so as to do real good. The abbé was as unskilful as herself. People would impose on them every day and use their money for bad ends, whereas proud and hard-working day laborers might be in a state of real distress without any one being able to discover the fact. She was afraid that if she inquired into their wants, they might take it as an insult, and when worthless fellows appealed to her, she preferred being their dupe to erring against charity. In this manner she used to give away a great deal of money and do very little good. I then made her understand how money was the thing that was the least necessary to the necessitous. I explained that men were really unfortunate, not when they were unable to dress better than their fellows, or go to the tavern on Sundays, or display at high mass a spotlessly white stocking with a red garter above the knee, or talk about my mare, my cow, my vine, my barn, etc., but rather when they were afflicted with poor health and a bad season, when they could not protect themselves against the cold and heat and sickness, against the pangs of hunger and thirst. I told her then not to judge of the strength and health of peasants by myself, but to go in person and inquire into their illnesses and their wants. "These folk are not philosophers," I said. "They have their little vanities. They are fond of finery, spend the little they earn on cutting a figure, and have not foresight enough to deprive themselves of a passing pleasure in order to lay by something against a day of real need. In short, they do not know how to use their money. They tell you they are in debt, and, though that may be true, it is not true that they will use the money you give them to pay what they owe. They take no thought of the morrow. They will agree to as high a rate of interest as may be asked, and with your money they will buy a hemp field or a set of furniture so as to astonish their neighbors and make them jealous. Meanwhile, their debts go on increasing year by year, and in the end they have to sell their hemp field and their furniture, because the creditor, who is always one of themselves, calls for repayment, or for more interest than they can furnish. Everything goes. The principal takes all their capital, just as the interest has taken all their income. Then you grow old and can work no longer. Your children abandon you because you have brought them up badly, and because they have the same passions and the same vanities as yourself. All you can do is to take a wallet and go from door to beg your bread, because you are used to bread and would die if you had to live on roots like the sorcerer Patience, that outcast of nature, whom everybody hates and despises because he has not become a beggar. The beggar, moreover, is hardly worse off than the day laborer. Probably he is better off. He is no longer troubled with pride. Whether estimable or foolish, he has no longer to suffer. The folks in his part of the country are good to him. There is not a beggar that wants for a bed or supper as he goes his round. The peasants load him with bits of bread, to such an extent that he has enough to feed both poultry and pigs in the little hovel where he has left a child and an old mother to look after his animals. Every week he returns there and spends 2 or 3 days doing nothing except counting the pennies that have been given him. These poor coins often serve to satisfy the superfluous wants which idleness breeds. A peasant rarely takes snuff. Many beggars cannot do without it. They ask for it more eagerly than for bread. So the beggar is no more to be pitied than the laborer, but he is corrupt and debauched when he is not a scoundrel and a brute, which, in truth, is seldom enough. This, then, is what ought to be done, I said to Edmee, and the abbé tells me that this is also the idea of your philosophers. You, who are always ready to help the unfortunate, should give without consulting the special fancies of the man who asks, but only after ascertaining his real wants. Edmee objected that it would be impossible for her to obtain the necessary information, that she would have to give her whole time to it, and neglect the chevalier, who was growing old and can no longer read anything without his daughter's eyes and head. The abbé was too fond of improving his mind from the writings of the wise to have time for anything else. That is what comes of all this study of virtue, I said to her. It makes a man forget to be virtuous. You are quite right, answered Edmee, but what is to be done? I promised to think it over, and this is how I went to work. Instead of taking my walks as usual in the direction of the woods, I paid a visit every day to the small holdings. It cost me a great effort. I liked to be alone, and everywhere I had shunned my fellow men, for so many years that I had lost touch with them. However, this was a duty, and I did it. I went to various houses, and by way of conversation, first of all over hedges, and then inside the houses themselves, I made inquiries as to those points which I wanted to learn. At first they gave me a welcome, such as they would give to a lost dog in time of drought, and, with a vexation I could scarce conceal, I noticed the hatred and distrust on all their faces. Though I had not cared to live among other men, I still had an affection for them. I knew that they were unfortunate rather than vicious. I had spent all my time in lamenting their woes and railing against those that caused them. And when, for the first time, I saw a possibility of doing something for some of them, these very men shut their doors the very moment they caught sight of me in the distance, and their children, those pretty children that I love so much, would hide themselves in ditches so as to escape the fever which, it was said, I could give with a glance. However, as Edmee's friendship for me was well known, they did not dare to repulse me openly, and I succeeded in getting the information we wanted. Whenever I told her of any distress, she at once supplied a remedy. One house was full of cracks, and while the daughter was wearing an apron of cotton cloth at 4 francs an ell, the rain was falling on the grandmother's bed and the little children's cradles. The roof and walls were repaired. We supplied the materials and paid the workmen, but no more money for gaudy aprons. In another case, an old woman had been reduced to beggary because she had listened too well to her heart and given all she had to her children, who had turned her out of doors, or made her life so unbearable that she preferred to be a tramp. We took up the old woman's cause and threatened that we would bring the matter before the courts at our own expense. Thus, we obtained for her a pension, to which we added when it was not sufficient. We induced several old persons who were in a similar position to combine and live together under the same roof. We chose one as head and gave him a little capital, and as he was an industrious and methodical man, he turned it to such profit that his children came and made their peace with him and asked to be allowed to help in his establishment. We did many other things besides. I need not give you details, as you will see them yourself. I say we because though I did not wish to be concerned in anything beyond what I had already done, I was gradually drawn on and obliged to do more and more, to concern myself with many things, and finally with everything. In short, it is I who make the investigations, superintend the works, and conduct all negotiations. Mademoiselle Edmee wished me to keep a sum of money by me, so that I might dispose of it without consulting her first. This I have never allowed myself to do, and, moreover, she has never once opposed any of my ideas. But all this, you know, has meant much work and many worries. Ever since the people realized that I was a little Turgot, they have groveled before me, and that has pained me not a little. And so I have various friends that I don't care for, and various enemies that I could well do without. The sham poor owe me a grudge because I do not let myself be duped by them, and there are perverse and worthless people who think one is always doing too much for others, and never enough for them. With all this bustle and all these bickerings, I can no longer take my walk during the night, and my sleep during the day. I am now Monsieur Patience, and no longer the sorcerer of Gazeau Tower. But alas, I am a hermit no more, and, believe me, I would wish with all my heart that I could have been born selfish, so that I might throw off my harness and return to my savage life and my liberty. When Patience had given us this account of his work, we complimented him on it, but we ventured to express a doubt about his pretended self-sacrifice. This magnificent garden seemed to indicate a compromise with those superfluous necessities, the use of which by others he had always deplored. "That?" he said, waving his arm in the direction of his enclosure. "That does not concern me. They made it against my wishes, but as they were worthy folk and my refusal would have grieved them, I was obliged to allow it. You must know that, If I have stirred ingratitude in many hearts, I have also made a few happy ones grateful. So 2 or 3 families to whom I had done some service tried all possible means to give me pleasure in return, and, as I refused everything, they thought they would give me a surprise. Once I had to pay a visit to Berthano for several days, on some confidential business which had been entrusted to me. For people have come to imagine me a very clever man, so easy is it to pass from one extreme to another. On my return, I found this garden, marked out, planted, and enclosed as you see it. In vain did I get angry, and explain that I did not want to work, that I was too old, and that the pleasure of eating a little more fruit was not worth the trouble that this garden was going to cost me. They finished it without heeding what I said, and declared that I need not trouble in the least, because they would undertake to cultivate it for me. And, indeed, for the last 2 years the good folk have not failed to come, now one and now another, and give such time in each season as was necessary to keep it in perfect order. Besides, though, I have altered nothing in my own ways of living. The produce of this garden has been very useful during the winter. I was able to feed several poor people with my vegetables, while my fruit has served to win the affection of the little children, who no longer cry out, "Wolf!" when they see me, but have grown bold enough to come and kiss the sorcerer. Other people have forced me to accept presents of wine, and now and then of white bread and cheeses of cow's milk. All these things, however, only enable me to be polite to the village elders when they come and report the deserving cases of the place, so that I may make them known at the castle. These honours have not turned my head, as you see. Nay, more, I may say that when I have done about all that I have to do, I shall leave the cares of greatness behind me, and return to my philosopher's life, perhaps to Gezo Tower, who knows? We were now at the end of our walk. As I set foot on the steps of the chateau, I was suddenly filled with a feeling of devoutness. I clasped my hands and called upon heaven in a sort of terror. A vague, indefinable fear arose in me. I imagined all manner of things that might hinder my happiness. I hesitated to cross the threshold of the house. Then I rushed forward. A mist came over my eyes. A buzzing filled my ears. I met Saint Jean, who, not recognizing me, gave a loud cry and threw himself in my path to prevent me from entering without being announced. I pushed him aside, and he sank down, astounded, on one of the hall chairs, while I hastened to the door of the drawing-room. But just as I was about to throw it open, I was seized with a new fear and checked myself. Then I opened it so timidly that Edmee, who was occupied at some embroidery on a frame, did not raise her eyes, thinking that in this slight noise she recognized the respectful Saint Jean. The chevalier was asleep and did not wake. This old man, tall and thin like all the Mauprats, was sitting with his head sunk on his breast, and his pale wrinkled face, which seemed already wrapped in the torpor of the grave, resembled one of those angular heads in carved oak which adorned the back of his big armchair. His feet were stretched out in front of a fire of dried vine branches. Although the sun was warm, and a bright ray was falling on his white head and making it shine like silver. And how could I describe to you my feelings on beholding Edmee? She was bending over her tapestry and glancing from time to time at her father to notice his slightest movements. But what patience and resignation were revealed in her whole attitude! Edmee was not fond of needlework. Her mind was too vigorous to attach much importance to the effect of one shade by the side of another shade, and to the regularity of one stitch laid against another stitch. Besides, the blood flowed swiftly in her veins, and when her mind was not absorbed in intellectual work, she needed exercise in the open air. But ever since her father, a prey to the infirmities of old age, had been almost unable to leave his armchair, she had refused to leave him for a single moment, and, since she could not always be reading and working her mind, she had felt the necessity of taking up some of those feminine occupations which, as she said, are the amusements of captivity. She had conquered her nature, then, in truly heroic fashion, in one of those secret struggles which often take place under our eyes without our suspecting the issue involved. She had done more than subdue her nature. She had even changed the circulation of her blood. I found her thinner, and her complexion had lost that first freshness of youth which, like the bloom that the breath of morning spreads over fruit, disappears at the slightest shock from without, although it may have been respected by the heat of the sun. Yet in this premature paleness and in this somewhat unhealthy thinness there seemed to be an indefinable charm. Her eyes, more sunken, but inscrutable as ever, showed less pride and more melancholy than of old. Her mouth had become more mobile, and her smile was more delicate and less contemptuous. When she spoke to me, I seemed to behold two persons in her, the old and the new, and I found that, so far from having lost her beauty, she had attained ideal perfection. Still, I remember several persons at that time used to declare that she had changed very much, which with them meant that she had greatly deteriorated. Beauty, however, is like a temple in which the profane see naught but the external magnificence. The divine mystery of the artist's thought reveals itself only to profound sympathy, and the inspiration in each detail of the sublime work remains unseen by the eyes of the vulgar. One of your modern authors, I fancy, has said this in other words, and much better. As for myself, at no moment in her life did I find Edmee less beautiful than at any other. Even in the hours of suffering, when beauty in its material sense seems obliterated, hers but assumed a divine form in my eyes, and in her face I beheld the splendor of a new moral beauty. However, I am but indifferently endowed with artistic feeling, and had I been a painter, I could not have created more than a single type, that which filled my whole soul, for in the course of my long life only one woman has seemed to me really beautiful, and that woman was Edmee. For a few seconds I stood looking at her, so touchingly pale, sad yet calm, a living image of filial piety, of power in thrall to affection. Then I rushed forward and fell at her feet without being able to say a word. She uttered no cry, no exclamation of surprise, but took my head in her 2 arms and held it for some time pressed to her bosom. In this strong pressure, in this silent joy, I recognized the blood of my race. I felt the touch of a sister. The good chevalier, who had waked with a start, stared at us in astonishment, his body bent forward and his elbow resting on his knee. Then he said, Well, what is the meaning of this?" He could not see my face, hidden as it was in Edmee's breast. She pushed me towards him, and the old man clasped me in his feeble arms with a burst of generous affection that gave him back for a moment the vigor of youth. I leave you to imagine the questions with which I was overwhelmed, and the attentions that were lavished on me. Edmee was a veritable mother to me. Her unaffected kindness and confidence savored so much of heaven that throughout the day I could not think of her otherwise than if I had really been her son. I was very much touched at the pleasure they took in preparing a big surprise for the abbey. I saw in this a sure proof of the delight he would feel at my return. They made me hide under Edmee's frame and covered me with the large green cloth that was generally thrown over her work. The abbé sat down quite close to me, and I gave a shout and seized him by the legs. This was a little practical joke that I used to play on him in the old days, when, throwing aside the frame and sending the balls of wool rolling over the floor, I came out from my hiding place. The expression of terror and delight on his face was most quaint. But I will spare you all these family scenes to which my memory goes back too readily. End of chapter 16. While I hasten to the door of the drawing room.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 17, Part 1. An immense change had taken place in me during the course of 6 years. I had become a man very much like other men. My instincts had managed to bring themselves into harmony with my affections, my intuitions with my reason. This social education had been carried on quite naturally. All I had to do was to accept the lessons of experience and the counsels of friendship. I was far from being a learned man, but I had developed a power of acquiring solid learning very rapidly. My notions of things in general were as clear as could be obtained at that time. Since then, I know that real progress has been made in human knowledge. I have watched it from afar, and have never thought of denying it. And as I notice that not all men of my age show themselves as reasonable, it pleases me to think that I was put on a fairly right road early in life, since I have never stopped in the blind alley of errors and prejudices. The progress I had made intellectually seemed to satisfy Edmee. "I am not astonished at it," she said. "I could see it in your letters, but I rejoice at it with a mother's pride." My good uncle was no longer strong enough to engage in the old stormy discussions, and I really think that if he had retained his strength, he would have been somewhat grieved to find that I was no longer the indefatigable opponent who had formerly irritated him so persistently. He even made a few attempts of contradiction to test me, but at this time I should have considered it a crime to have gratified him. He showed a little temper at this, and seemed to think that I treated him too much as an old man. To console him, I turned the conversation to the history of the past, to the years through which he himself had lived, and questioned him on many points wherein his experience served him better than my knowledge. In this way, I obtained many healthy notions for the guidance of my own conduct, and at the same time I fully satisfied his legitimate amour propre. He now conceived a friendship for me from genuine sympathy, just as formerly he had adopted me from natural generosity and family pride. He did not disguise from me that his great desire, before falling into the sleep that knows no waking, was to see me married to Edmee. And when I told him that this was the one thought of my life, the one wish of my soul, he said, I know, everything depends on her, and I think she can no longer have any reasons for hesitation. At all events," he added, after a moment's silence, and with a touch of peevishness, "I cannot see any that she could allege at present." From these words, the first he had ever uttered on the subject which most interested me, I concluded that he himself had long been favorable to my suit, and that the obstacle, if one still existed, lay with Edmee. My uncle's last remark implied a doubt which I dared not try to clear up, and which caused me great uneasiness. Edmee's sensitive pride inspired me with such awe. Her unspeakable goodness filled me with such respect that I dared not ask her point-blank to decide my fate. I made up my mind to act as if I entertained no other hope than that she would always let me be her brother and friend. An event which long remained inexplicable afforded some distraction to my thoughts for a few days. At first I had refused to go and take possession of Mauprat. "You really must," my uncle had said. "Go and see the improvements I have made in your property, the lands which have been brought under cultivation, the cattle that I have put on each of your métayer farms. Now is the time for you to see how your affairs stand, and show your tenants that you take an interest in their work. Otherwise, on my death, everything will go from bad to worse, and you will be obliged to let it, which may bring you in a larger income perhaps, but will diminish the value of the property. I am too old now to go and manage your estate. For the last 2 years, I have been unable to leave off this miserable dressing gown. The Abbey does not understand anything about it. Edmee has an excellent head, but she cannot bring herself to go to that place. She says she would be too much afraid, which is mere childishness. I know that I ought to display more courage, I replied. And yet, uncle, what you are asking me to do is for me the most difficult thing in the world. I have not set foot on that accursed soil since the day I left it, bearing Edmee away from her captors. It is as if you were driving me out of heaven to send me on a visit to hell. The chevalier shrugged his shoulders. The abbé implored me to bring myself to do as he wished, as the reluctance I showed was a veritable disappointment to my uncle. I consented, and with the determination to conquer myself, I took leave of Edmee for 2 days. The abbé wanted to accompany me, to drive away the gloomy thoughts which would no doubt besiege me. But I had scruples about taking him from Edmee even for this short time. I knew how necessary he was to her. Tied as she was to the chevalier's armchair, her life was so serious, so retired, that the least change was acutely felt. Each year had increased her isolation, and it had become almost complete since the chevalier's failing health had driven from his table those happy children of wine, songs, and witticisms. He had been a great sportsman, and St. Hubert's Day, which fell on his birthday, had formerly brought all the nobility of the province to his house. Year after year, the courtyards had resounded with the howls of the pack. Year after year, the stables had held their 2 long rows of spirited horses in their glistening stalls. Year after year, the sound of the horn had echoed through the great woods around, or sent out its blast under the windows of the big hall at each toast of the brilliant company. But those glorious days had long disappeared. The chevalier had given up hunting, and the hope of obtaining his daughter's hand no longer brought round his armchair young men, who were bored by his old age, his attacks of gout, and the stories which he would repeat in the evening without remembering that he had already told them in the morning. Edmee's obstinate refusals and the dismissal of Monsieur de la Marche had caused great astonishment and given rise to many conjectures among the curious. One young man, who was in love with her, and had been rejected like the rest, was impelled by a stupid and cowardly conceit to avenge himself on the only woman of his own class who, according to him, had dared to repulse him. Having discovered that Edmee had been carried off by the hamstringers, he spread a report that she had spent a night of wild debauch at Mauprat. At best, he only deigned to concede that she had yielded only to violence. Edmee commanded too much respect and esteem to be accused of having shown complaisance to the brigands, but she soon passed for having been a victim of their brutality. Marked with an indelible stain, she was no longer sought in marriage by anyone. My absence only served to confirm this opinion. I had saved her from death, it was said, but not from shame, and it was impossible for me to make her my wife. I was in love with her, and had fled lest I should yield to the temptation to marry her. All this seemed so probable that it would have been difficult to make the public accept the true version. They were the less ready to accept it from the fact that Edmee had been unwilling to put an end to the evil reports by giving her hand to a man she could not love. Such, then, were the causes of her isolation. It was not until later that I fully understood them, but I could see the austerity of the chevalier's home, and Edmee's melancholy calm, and I was afraid to drop even a dry leaf in the sleeping waters. Thus, I begged the abbé to remain with them until my return. I took no one with me except my faithful sergeant Marcasse. Edmee had declared that he must not leave me, and had arranged that henceforth he was to share Patience's elegant hut and administrative life. I arrived at Mauprat one foggy evening in the early days of autumn. The sun was hidden, and all nature was wrapped in silence and mist. The plains were deserted. The air alone seemed alive with the noise of great flocks of birds of passage. Cranes were drawing their gigantic triangles across the sky, and storks at an immeasurable height were filling the clouds with mournful cries, which fell upon the saddened country like the dirge of parting summer. For the first time in the year, I felt a chilliness in the air. I think that all men are filled with an involuntary sadness at the approach of the inclement season. In the first hoarfrost, there is something which bids man remember the approaching dissolution of his own being. My companion and I had traversed woods and heaths without saying a single word. We had made a long detour to avoid Gazo Tower, which I felt I could not bear to look upon again. The sun was sinking in shrouds of gray when we passed the portcullis at Mauprat. This portcullis was broken. The drawbridge was never raised, and the only things that crossed it now were peaceful flocks and their careless shepherds. The fosses were half filled, and the bluish osiers were already spreading out their flexible branches over the shallow waters. Nettles were growing at the foot of the crumbling towers, and the traces of the fire seemed still fresh upon the walls. The farm buildings had all been repaired, and the court, full of cattle and poultry and sheepdogs and agricultural implements, contrasted strangely with the gloomy enclosure in which I still seemed to see the red flames of the besiegers shooting up, and the black blood of the Mauprats flowing. I was received with the quiet and somewhat chilly hospitality of the peasants of Berry. They did not lay themselves out to please me, but they let me want for nothing. Quarters were found for me in the only one of the old wings which had not been damaged in the siege, or subsequently abandoned to the ravages of time. The massive architecture of the body of the building dated from the 10th century. The door was smaller than the windows, and the windows themselves gave so little light that we had to take candles to find our way, although the sun had hardly set. The building had been restored provisionally to serve as an occasional lodging for the new seigneur or his stewards. My uncle Hubert had often been there to see to my interests so long as his strength had allowed him, and they showed me to the room which he had reserved for himself, and which had therefore been known as the master's room. The best things that had been saved from the old furniture had been placed there, and, as it was cold and damp, in spite of all the troubles they had taken to make it habitable, the tenant's servant preceded me with a firebrand in one hand and a faggot in the other. Blinded by the smoke which he scattered round me in clouds, and deceived by the new entrance which they had made in another part of the courtyard, and by certain corridors which they had walled up to save the trouble of looking after them, I reached the room without recognizing anything. Indeed, I could not have said in what part of the old buildings I was. To such an extent had the new appearance of the courtyard upset my recollections, and so little had my mind in its gloom and agitation been impressed by surrounding objects. While the servant was lighting the fire, I threw myself into a chair, and burying my head in my hands, fell into a melancholy train of thought. My position, however, was not without a certain charm, for the past naturally appears in an embellished or softened form to the minds of young men, those presumptuous masters of the future, when, by dint of blowing the brand, the servant had filled the room with dense smoke. She went off to fetch some embers and left me alone. Marcasse had remained in the stable to attend to our horses. Blaireau had followed me. Lying down by the hearth, he glanced at me from time to time with a dissatisfied air, as if to ask me the reason of such wretched lodging and such a poor fire. Suddenly, as I cast my eyes round the room, old memories seemed to awaken in me. The fire, after making the green wood hiss, sent a flame up the chimney, and the whole room was illumined with a bright, though unsteady light, which gave all the objects a weird, ambiguous appearance. Blaireau rose, turned his back to the fire, and sat down between my legs, as if he thought that something strange and unexpected was going to happen. I then realized that this place was none other than my grandfather Tristan's bedroom, afterward occupied for several years by his eldest son, the detestable John, my cruelest oppressor, the most crafty and cowardly of the hamstringers. I was filled with a sense of terror and disgust on recognizing the furniture, even the very bed with twisted posts on which my grandfather had given up his blackened soul to God, amid all the torments of a lingering death agony. The armchair which I was sitting in was the one in which John the Crooked, as he was pleased to call himself in his facetious days, used to sit and think out his villainies, or issue his odious orders. At this moment I thought I saw the ghosts of all the Mauprats passing before me, with their bloody hands and their eyes dulled with wine. I got up and was about to yield to the horror I felt by taking to flight, when suddenly I saw a figure rise up in front of me, so distinct, so recognizable, so different in its vivid reality from the chimeras that had just besieged me, that I fell back in my chair, all bathed in a cold sweat. Standing by the bed was John Mauprat. He had just got out, for he was holding the half-open curtain in his hand. He seemed to me the same as formerly, only he was still thinner and paler and more hideous. His head was shaved, and his body wrapped in a dark winding sheet. He gave me a hellish glance. A smile full of hate and contempt played on his thin, shriveled lips. He stood motionless with his gleaming eyes fixed on me, and seemed as if about to speak. In that instant, I was convinced that what I was looking on was a living being, a man of flesh and blood. It seems incredible, therefore, that I should have felt paralyzed by such childish fear. But it would be idle for me to deny it, nor have I ever yet been able to find an explanation. I was riveted to the ground with fear. The man's glance petrified me. I could not utter a sound. Blaireau rushed at him. Then he waved the folds of his funeral garment like a shroud all foul with the dampness of the tomb, and I fainted. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 17, Part 2. When I recovered consciousness, Marcasse was by my side, anxiously endeavoring to lift me. I was lying on the ground, rigid as a corpse. It was with great difficulty that I collected my thoughts, but as soon as I could stand upright, I seized Marcasse and hurriedly dragged him out of the accursed room. I had several narrow escapes of falling as I hastened down the winding stairs, and it was only on breathing the evening air in the courtyard and smelling the healthy odor of the stables that I recovered the use of my reason. I did not hesitate to look upon what had just happened as an hallucination. I had given proof of my courage in war in the presence of my worthy sergeant. I did not blush, therefore, to confess the truth to him. I answered his questions frankly, and I described my horrible vision with such minute details that he, too, was impressed with the reality of it, and, as he walked about with me in the courtyard, kept repeating with a thoughtful air, "Singular, singular, astonishing." "No, it is not astonishing," I said when I felt that I had quite recovered. "I experienced a most painful sensation on my way here. For several days I had struggled to overcome my aversion to seeing Roche Mauprat again. Last night I had a nightmare, and I felt so exhausted and depressed this morning that, if I had not been afraid of offending my uncle, I should have postponed this disagreeable visit. As we entered the place, I felt a chill come over me. There seemed to be a weight on my chest, and I could not breathe. Probably, too, the pungent smoke that filled the room disturbed my brain. Again, after all the hardships and dangers of our terrible voyage, from which we hardly recovered, either of us, is it astonishing that my nerves gave way at the first painful emotion? "Tell me," replied Marcasse, who was still pondering the matter. "Did you notice Blaireau at the moment? What did Blaireau do?" "I thought I saw Blaireau rush at the phantom at the moment when it disappeared, but I suppose I dreamt that, like the rest." Said the sergeant. "When I entered, Blaireau was wildly excited. He kept coming to you, sniffing, whining in his way, running to the bed, scratching the wall, coming to me, running to you. Strange, that. Astonishing, Captain, astonishing, that." After a silence of a few moments, "Devil don't return," he exclaimed, shaking his head. "Dead never return. Besides, why dead John? Not dead. Still 2 Mauprats. Who knows? We're the devil. Dead don't return. And my master, mad? Never. Ill? No." After this colloquy, the sergeant went and fetched a light, drew his faithful sword from the scabbard, whistled Blaireau, and bravely seized the rope which served as a balustrade for the staircase, requesting me to remain below. Great as was my repugnance to entering the room again, I did not hesitate to follow Marcasse, in spite of his recommendation. Our first care was to examine the bed. But while we had been talking in the courtyard, the servant had brought clean sheets, had made the bed, and was now smoothing the blankets. "Who has been sleeping there?" asked Marcasse, with his usual caution. "Nobody," she replied, "except Monsieur le Chevalier or Monsieur le Abbé Aubert, in the days when they used to come." "But yesterday, or today, I mean," said Marcasse. "Oh, yesterday and today, nobody, sir, for it is quite 2 years since Monsieur le Chevalier came here, and as for Monsieur le Abbé, he never sleeps here. Now that he comes alone, he arrives in the morning, has lunch with us, and goes back in the evening." "But the bed was disarranged," said Marcasse, looking at her attentively. "Oh, well, that may be, sir," she replied. "I do not know how they left it the last time someone slept here. I did not pay any attention to that, as I put on the sheets. All I know is that Monsieur Bernard's cloak was lying on the top." "My cloak!" I exclaimed. "It was left in the stable." "And mine too," said Marcasse. "I have just folded both together and put them on the corn bin." "You must have had 2 then," replied the servant, "for I am sure I took one off the bed. It was a black cloak, not new." Mine, as a fact, was lined with red and trimmed with gold lace. Marcasse's was light gray. It could not, therefore, have been one of our cloaks brought up for a moment by the man and then taken back to the stable. "But what did you do with it?" said the sergeant. "My word, sir," replied the fat girl, "I put it there, over the armchair. You must have taken it while I went to get a candle. I can't see it now." We searched the room thoroughly. The cloak was not to be found. We pretended that we needed it, not denying that it was ours. The servant unmade the bed in our presence, and then went and asked the man what he had done with it. Nothing could be found either in the bed or in the room. The man had not been upstairs. All the farm folk were in a state of excitement, fearing that someone might be accused of theft. We inquired if a stranger had not come to Roche Mauprat, and if he was not still there. When we ascertained that these good people had neither housed nor seen anyone, we reassured them about the lost cloak by saying that Marcasse had accidentally folded it with the 2 others. Then we shut ourselves in the room in order to explore it at our ease, for it was now almost evident that what I had seen was by no means a ghost, but John Mauprat himself, or a man very like him, whom I had mistaken for John. Marquez, having aroused Blaireau by voice and gesture, watched all his movements. "Set your mind at rest," he said with pride. "The old dog has not forgotten his old trade. If there is a hole as big as your hand, have no fear. Now, old dog, have no fear." Blaireau, indeed, after sniffing everywhere, persisted in scratching the wall where I had seen the apparition. He would start back every time his pointed nose came to a certain spot in the wainscoting. Then, wagging his bushy tail with a satisfied air, he would return to his master as if to tell him to concentrate his attention on this spot. The sergeant then began to examine the wall and the woodwork. He tried to insinuate his sword into some crack. There was no sign of an opening. Still, a door might have been there, for the flowers, carved on the woodwork, would hide a skillfully constructed sliding panel. The essential thing was to find the spring that made this panel work. But that was impossible in spite of all the efforts we made for 2 long hours. In vain did we try to shake the panel. It gave forth the same sound as the others. They were all sonorous, showing that the wainscot was not in immediate contact with the masonry. Still, there might be a gap of only a few inches between them. At last Marquez, perspiring profusely, stopped and said to me, "This is very stupid. If we searched all night, we should not find a spring if there is none. And however hard we hammered, we could not break in the door if there happened to be big iron bars behind it, as I have sometimes seen in other old country houses." "The axe might help us find a passage," I said, "if there is one. But why? Simply because your dog scratches the wall? Persist in believing that John Mauprat, or the man who resembles him, could not have come in and gone out by the door." "Come in, if you like," replied Marquez. "But gone out? No, on my honor. For as the servant came down, I was on the staircase brushing my boots. As soon as I heard something fall here, I rushed up quickly 3 stairs at a time, and found that it was you, like a corpse, stretched out on the floor, very ill. No one inside nor outside, on my honor." "In that case, then, I must have dreamt of my fiend of an uncle, and the servant must have dreamt of the black cloak, for it is pretty certain that there is no secret door here, and even if there were one, and all the Mauprats, living and dead, knew the secret of it, what were that to us? Do we belong to the police that we should hunt out these wretched creatures? And if by chance we found them hidden somewhere, should we not help them to escape rather than hand them over to justice? We are armed. We need not be afraid that they will assassinate us tonight. And if they amuse themselves by frightening us, my word, woe betide them. I have no eye for either relatives or friends when I am startled in my sleep. So come, let us attack the omelet that these good people, my tenants, are preparing for us. For if we continue knocking and scratching the walls, they will think we are mad." Marquez yielded from a sense of duty rather than from conviction. He seemed to attach great importance to the discovery of this mystery, and to be far from easy in his mind. He was unwilling to let me remain alone in the haunted room, and pretended that I might fall ill again and have a fit. "Oh, this time," I said, "I shall not play the coward. The cloak has cured me of my fear of ghosts, and I should not advise anyone to meddle with me." The hidalgo was obliged to leave me alone. I loaded my pistols and put them on the table within reach of my hand. But these precautions were a pure waste of time. Nothing disturbed the silence of the room, and the heavy red silk curtains, with their coat of arms at the corners in tarnished silver, were not stirred by the slightest breath. Marquez returned and, delighted at finding me as cheerful as he had left me, began preparing our supper with as much care as if we had come to roast Mauprat for the sole purpose of making a good meal. He made jokes about the capon, which was still singing on the spit, and about the wine, which was so like a brush in the throat. His good humor increased when the tenant appeared, bringing a few bottles of excellent Madeira, which had been left with him by the chevalier, who liked to drink a glass or two before setting foot in the stirrup. In return, we invited the worthy man to sup with us, as the least tedious way of discussing business matters. Good, he said, it will be like old times, when the peasants used to eat at the tables of seigneurs of Mauprat. You are doing the same, Monsieur Bernard. You are quite right. Yes, sir, I replied very coldly. Only I behave thus with those who owe me money, not those to whom I owe it. This reply and the word sir frightened him so much that he was at great pains to excuse himself from sitting down to table. However, I insisted, as I wished to give him the measure of my character at once. I treated him as a man I was raising to my own level, not as one to whom I wished to descend. I forced him to be cleanly in his jokes, but allowed him to be free and facetious within the limits of decent mirth. He was a frank, jovial man. I questioned him minutely to discover if he was not in league with the phantom who was in the habit of leaving his cloak upon the bed. This, however, seemed far from probable. The man evidently had such an aversion for the hamstringers that, had not a regard for my relationship held him back, he would have been only too glad to have given them such a dressing in my presence as they deserved. But I could not allow him any license on this point, so I requested him to give me an account of my property, which he did with intelligence, accuracy, and honesty. As he withdrew, I noticed that the Madeira had had considerable effect on him. He seemed to have no control over his legs, which kept catching in the furniture, and yet he had been in sufficient possession of his faculties to reason correctly. I have always observed that wine acts much more powerfully on the muscles of peasants than on their nerves, that they rarely lose their heads, and that, on the contrary, stimulants produce in them a bliss unknown to us. The pleasure they derive from drunkenness is quite different from ours, and very superior to our febrile exultation. When Marcas and I found ourselves alone, though we were not drunk, we realized that the wine had filled us with gaiety and light-heartedness, which we should not have felt at Mauprat, even without the adventure of the ghost. Accustomed as we were to speak our thoughts freely, we confessed mutually, and agreed that we were much better prepared than before supper to receive all the bogies of Varennes. This word bogey reminded me of the adventure which had brought me into far from friendly contact with patients at the age of 13. Marcas knew about it already, but he knew very little of my character at that time, and I amused myself by telling him of my wild rush across the fields after being thrashed by the sorcerer. This makes me think, I concluded by saying, that I have an imagination which easily gets overexcited, and that I am not above fear of the supernatural. Thus the apparition just now. No matter, said Marcas, looking at the priming of my pistols, and putting them on the table by my bed. Do not forget that all the hamstringers are not dead, that, if John is in this world, he will do harm until he is under the ground and trebly locked in hell. The wine was loosening the hidalgo's tongue. On those rare occasions when he allowed himself to depart from his usual sobriety, he was not wanting in wit. He was unwilling to leave me, and made a bed for himself by the side of mine. My nerves were excited by the incidents of the day, and I allowed myself, therefore, to speak of Edmee, not in such a way as to deserve the shadow of a reproach from her if she had heard my words, but more freely than I might have spoken with a man who was as yet my inferior and not my friend, as he became later. I could not say exactly how much I confessed to him of my sorrows and hopes and anxieties, but those confidences had a disastrous effect, as you will soon see. We fell asleep while we were talking, with Blaireau at his master's feet, the Hidalgo's sword across his knees near the dog, the light between us, my pistols ready to hand, my hunting knife under my pillow, and the bolts shot. Nothing disturbed our repose. When the sun awakened us, the cocks were crowing merrily in the courtyard, and the laborers were cracking their rustic jokes as they yoked the oxen under our windows. All the same, there is something at the bottom of it. Such was Marcass's first remark as he opened his eyes and took up the conversation where he had dropped it the night before. "Did you see or hear anything during the night?" I asked. "Nothing at all," he replied. "All the same, Blaireau has been disturbed in his sleep, for my sword has fallen down, and then we found no explanation of what happened here." "Let who will explain it," I answered. "I shall certainly not trouble myself." "Wrong, wrong, you are wrong." "That may be, my good sergeant, but I do not like this room at all, and it seems to me so ugly by daylight that I feel that I must get away from it and breathe some pure air. Well, I will go with you, but I shall return. I do not want to leave this to chance. I know what John Mauprat is capable of. You don't. I do not wish to know, and if there is any danger here for myself or my friends, I do not wish you to return." Marcasse shook his head and said nothing. We went round the farm once more before departing. Marcasse was very much struck with a certain incident to which I should have paid but little attention. The farmer wished to introduce me to his wife, but she could not be persuaded to see me, and went and hid herself in the hemp field. I attributed this to the shyness of youth. "Fine youth, my word," said Marcasse. "Youth like mine, 50 years old and more. There is something beneath it. Something beneath, I tell you." "What the devil can there be?" She was very friendly with John Mauprat in her day. She found his crooked legs to her liking. I know about it. Yes, I know many other things too. Many things. You may take my word. You shall tell me them the next time we come, and that will not be so soon, for my affairs are going on much better than if I interfered with them, and I should not like to get into the habit of drinking Madeira to prevent myself from being frightened at my own shadow. And now, Marcasse, I must ask you as a favor not to tell anyone what has happened. Everybody has not your respect for your captain." "The man who does not respect my captain is an idiot," answered the Hidalgo, in a tone of authority. "But if you order me, I will say nothing." He kept his word. I would not on any account have had Edmee's mind disturbed by this stupid tale. However, I could not prevent Marcasse from carrying out his design. Early the following morning he disappeared, and I learnt from Patience that he had returned to Rochemauprat under the pretense of having forgotten something. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Chapter 18 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 18. While Marcasse was devoting himself to serious investigations, I was spending days of delight and agony in Edmee's presence. Her behavior, so constant and devoted, and yet in many respects so reserved, threw me into continual alternations of joy and grief. One day, while I was taking a walk, the Chevalier had a long conversation with her. I happened to return when the discussion had reached its most animated stage. As soon as I appeared, my uncle said to me, "Here, Bernard, come and tell Edmee that you love her, that you will make her happy, that you have got rid of your old faults. Do something to get yourself accepted, but things cannot go on as they are. Our position with our neighbors is unbearable, and before I go down to the grave, I should like to see my daughter's honor cleared from stain, and to feel sure that some stupid caprice of hers will not cast her into a convent, when she ought to be filling that position in society to which she is entitled, and which I have worked all my life to win for her. Come, Bernard, at her feet, lad. Have the wit to say something that will persuade her. Otherwise I shall think, God forgive me, that it is you that do not love her and do not honestly wish to marry her." "I? Great heavens!" I exclaimed. "Not wish to marry her, when for 7 years I have had no other thought, when that is the one wish of my heart, and the only happiness my mind can conceive." Then I poured forth all the thoughts that the sincerest passion could suggest. She listened to me in silence, and without withdrawing her hands, which I covered with kisses. But there was a serious expression in her eyes, and the tone of her voice made me tremble when, after reflecting a few moments, she said, "Father, you should not doubt my word. I have promised to marry Bernard. I promised him, and I promised you. It is certain, therefore, that I shall marry him." Then she added, after a fresh pause, and in a still severe tone, "But if, Father, you believe that you are on the brink of the grave, what sort of heart do you suppose I can have, that you bid me think only of myself, and put on my wedding dress in the hour of mourning for you? If, on the contrary, you are, as I believe, still full of vigor, in spite of your sufferings, and destined to enjoy the love of your family for many a long year yet, why do you urge me so imperiously to cut short the time I have requested? Is not the question important enough to demand my most serious reflection? A contract which is to bind me for the rest of my life, and on which depends, I do not say my happiness, for that I would gladly sacrifice to your least wish, but the peace of my conscience and the dignity of my conduct, since no woman can be sufficiently sure of herself to answer for her future which has been fettered against her will. Does not such a contract bid me weigh all its risks and all of its advantages for several years at least?" "Good God," said the Chevalier, "have you not been weighing all this for the last 7 years? You ought to have arrived at some conclusion about your cousin by now. If you are willing to marry him, marry him. But if not, for God's sake say so, and let another man come forward." "Father," replied Edmee somewhat coldly, "I shall marry none but him." "None but him is all very well," said the Chevalier, tapping the logs with the tongs, "but that does not necessarily mean that you will marry him." "Yes, I will marry him, Father," answered Edmee. "I could have wished to be free a few months more, but since you are displeased at all these delays, I am ready to obey your orders, as you know." "Parbleu! That is a pretty way of consenting," exclaimed my uncle, "and no doubt most gratifying to your cousin. By Jove, Bernard, I have lived many years in this world, but I must own that I can't understand these women yet, and it is very probable that I shall die without ever having understood them." "Uncle," I said, "I can quite understand my cousin's aversion for me. It is only what I deserve. I have done all I could to atone for my errors. But is it altogether in her power to forget a past which has doubtless caused her too much pain? However, if she does not forgive me, I will imitate her severity. I will not forgive myself. Abandoning all hope in this world, I will tear myself away from her and you, and chasten myself with a punishment worse than death. That's it. Go on. There's an end of everything, said the Chevalier, throwing the tongs into the fire. That is just what you have been aiming at, I suppose, Edmee. I had moved a few steps towards the door. I was suffering intensely. Edmee ran after me, took me by the arm, and brought me back towards her father. It is cruel and most ungrateful of you to say that, she said. Does it show a modest spirit and generous heart to forget a friendship, a devotion, I may even venture to say a fidelity of 7 years, because I asked to prove you for a few months more? And even if my affection for you should never be as deep as yours for me, is what I have hitherto shown you of so little account that you despise it and reject it, because you are vexed at not inspiring me with precisely as much as you think you are entitled to? You know at this rate a woman would have no right to feel affection. However, tell me, is it your wish to punish me for having been a mother to you by leaving me altogether, or to make some return only on condition that I become your slave? No, Edmee, no, I replied with my heart breaking and my eyes full of tears as I raised her hand to my lips. I feel that you have done far more for me than I deserved. I feel that it would be idle to think of tearing myself from your presence. But can you account it a crime in me to suffer by your side? In any case, it is so involuntary, so inevitable a crime, that it must needs escape all your reproaches and all my own remorse. But let us talk of this no more. It is all I can do. Grant me your friendship still. I shall hope to show myself always worthy of you in the future. Come, kiss each other, said the Chevalier, much affected, and never separate. Bernard, however capricious Edmee may seem, never abandon her, if you would deserve the blessing of your foster father. Though you should never be her husband, always be a brother to her. Remember, my lad, that she will soon be alone in the world, and that I shall die in sorrow if I do not carry with me to the grave a conviction that a support and a defender still remains to her. Remember, too, that it is on your account, on account of a vow, which her inclination perhaps would reject, but which her conscience respects, that she is thus forsaken and slandered. The Chevalier burst into tears, and in a moment all the sorrows of the unfortunate family were revealed to me. Enough, enough, I cried, falling at their feet. All this is too cruel. I should be the meanest wretch on earth if I had need to be reminded of my misdeeds and my duties. Let me weep at your knees. Let me atone for the wrong I have done you by eternal grief, by eternal renunciation. Why not have driven me away when I did the wrong? Why not, uncle, have blown out my brains with your pistol, as if I had been a wild beast? What have I done to be spared? I who repaid your kindness with the ruin of your honor. No, no, I can see that Edmee ought not to marry me. That would be accepting the shame of the insult I have drawn upon her. All I ask is to be allowed to remain here. I will never see her face, if she makes this a condition. But I will lie at her door like a faithful dog, and tear to pieces the first man who dares to present himself otherwise than on his knees. And if some day an honest man, more fortunate than myself, shows himself worthy of her love, far from opposing him, I will entrust to him the dear and sacred task of protecting and vindicating her. I will be but a friend, a brother to her, and when I see that they are happy together, I will go far away from them and die in peace. My sobs choked me. The Chevalier pressed his daughter and myself to his heart, and we mingled our tears, swearing to him that we would never leave each other, either during his life or after his death. Still, do not give up all hope of marrying her, whispered the Chevalier to me a few moments later, when we were somewhat calmer. She has strange whims, but nothing will persuade me to believe that she does not love you. She does not want to explain matters yet. Woman's will is God's will, and Edmee's will is my will," I replied. A few days after this scene, which brought the calmness of death into my soul in place of the tumult of life, I was strolling in the park with the abbé. "I must tell you," he said, "of an adventure which befell me yesterday. There is a touch of romance in it. I had been for a walk in the woods of Brigands, and had made my way to the spring of Fougères. It was as warm, you remember, as in the middle of summer, and our beautiful plants in their autumn red seemed more beautiful than ever as they stretched their delicate tracery over the stream. The trees have very little foliage left, but the carpet of dried leaves one walks upon gives forth a sound which to me is full of charm. The satiny trunks of the birches and young oaks are covered with moss and creepers of all shades of brown, and tender green, and red and fawn, which spread out into delicate stars and rosettes, and maps of all countries, wherein the imagination can behold new worlds in miniature. I kept gazing lovingly on these marvels of grace and delicacy, these arabesques in which infinite varieties combined with unfailing regularity, and as I remembered with pleasure that you are not, like the vulgar, blind to these adorable coquetries of nature, I gathered a few with the greatest care, even bringing away the bark of the tree on which they had taken root, in order not to destroy the perfection of their designs. I made a little collection, which I left at Patience's as I passed. We will go and see them if you like. But, on our way, I must tell you what happened to me as I approached the spring. I was walking upon the wet stones with my head down, guided by the slight noise of the clear little jet of water which burst from the heart of the mossy rock. I was about to sit down on the stone which forms a natural seat at the side of it, when I saw that the place was already occupied by a good friar whose pale, haggard face was half hidden by his cowl of coarse cloth. He seemed much frightened at my arrival. I did my best to reassure him by declaring that my intention was not to disturb him, but merely to put my lips to the little bark channel which the woodcutters have fixed to the rock to enable one to drink more easily. "O holy priest," he said to me in the humblest tone, "why are you not the prophet whose rod could smite the founts of grace? And why cannot my soul, like this rock, give forth a stream of tears?" Struck by the manner in which this monk expressed himself, by his sad air, by his thoughtful attitude in this poetic spot, which has often made me dream of the meeting of the Savior and the woman of Samaria, I allowed myself to be drawn into a more intimate conversation. I learned from the monk that he was a Trappist and that he was making a penitential tour. "Ask neither my name nor whence I come," he said. "I belong to an illustrious family who would blush to know that I am still alive. Besides, on entering the Trappist order, we abjure all pride in the past. We make ourselves like newborn children. We become dead to the world that we may live again in Jesus Christ. But of this be sure, you behold in me one of the most striking examples of the miraculous power of grace, and if I could make known to you the tale of my religious life, of my terrors, my remorse, and my expiations, you would certainly be touched by it. But of what avail the indulgence and compassion of man, if the pity of God will not deign to absolve me? You know," continued the abbé, "that I do not like monks, that I distrust their humility and abhor their lives of inaction. But this man spoke in so sad and kindly a manner. He was so filled with the sense of his duty, he seemed so ill, so emaciated by asceticism, so truly penitent, that he won my heart. In his looks and in his talk were bright flashes which betrayed a powerful intellect, indefatigable energy, and indomitable perseverance. We spent 2 whole hours together, and I was so moved by what he said that on leaving him, I expressed a wish to see him again before he left this neighborhood. He had found a lodging for the night at the Goulets' farm, and I tried in vain to persuade him to accompany me to the chateau. He told me that he had a companion he could not leave. "But, since you are so sympathetic," he said, "I shall esteem it a pleasure to meet you here tomorrow towards sunset. Perhaps I may even venture to ask a favor of you. You can be of service to me in an important matter, which I have to arrange in this neighborhood. More than this I cannot tell you at the present moment." I assured him that he could reckon on me, and that I should only be too happy to oblige a man such as himself. "And the result is, I suppose, that you are waiting impatiently for the hour of your appointment," I said to the abbé. "I am," he replied, "and my new acquaintance has so many attractions for me that, if I were not afraid of abusing the confidence he has placed in me, I should take Edmee to the spring of Fourvière." "I fancy," I replied, "that Edmee has something better to do than to listen to the declamations of your monk, who perhaps, after all, is only a knave, like so many others to whom you have given money blindly. You will forgive me, I know, Abbé, but you are not a good physiognomist, and you are rather apt to form a good or bad opinion of people for no reason except that your own romantic nature happens to feel kindly or timidly disposed towards them." The abbé smiled and pretended that I said this because I bore him a grudge. He again asserted his belief in the Trappist piety, and then went back to botany. We passed some time at Patience's, examining the collection of plants, and as my one desire was to escape from my own thoughts, I left the hut with the abbé and accompanied him as far as the wood where he was to meet the monk. In proportion as we drew near to the place, the abbé seemed to lose more and more of his eagerness of the previous evening, and even expressed a fear that he had gone too far. This hesitation, following so quickly upon enthusiasm, was very characteristic of the abbé's mobile, loving, timid nature, with its strange union of the most contrary impulses, and I again began to rally him with all the freedom of friendship. "Come then," he said, "I should like to be satisfied about this. You must see him. You can study his face for a few minutes, and then leave us together, since I have promised to listen to his secrets." As I had nothing better to do, I followed the abbé, but as soon as we reached a spot overlooking the shady rocks whence the water issues, I stopped and examined the monk through the branches of a clump of ash trees. Seated immediately beneath us by the side of the spring, he had his eyes turning inquiringly on the angle of the path by which he expected the abbé to arrive. But he did not think of looking at the place where we were, and we could examine him at our ease without being seen by him. No sooner had I caught sight of him than, with a bitter laugh, I took the abbé by the arm, drew him back a short distance, and, not without considerable agitation, said to him, "My dear abbé, in bygone years did you never catch sight of the face of my uncle, John de Mauprat?" "Never, as far as I know," replied the abbé, quite amazed. "But what are you driving at?" "Only this, my friend. You have made a pretty find here. This good and venerable Trappist, in whom you see so much grace and candor, and contrition, and intelligence, is none other than John de Mauprat, the hamstringer." "You must be mad," cried the abbé, starting back. "John de Mauprat died a long time ago." "John Mauprat is not dead, nor perhaps Anthony Mauprat either, and my surprise is less than yours only because I have already met one of these two ghosts. That he has become a monk and is repenting for his sins is very possible, but alas, it is by no means impossible that he has disguised himself in order to carry out some evil design, and I advise you to be on your guard." The abbé was so frightened that he no longer wanted to keep his appointment. I suggested that it would be well to learn what the old sinner was aiming at. But as I knew the abbé's weak character, and I feared that my Uncle John would manage to win his heart by his lying confessions and wheedle him into some false step, I made up my mind to hide in a thicket whence I could see and hear everything. But things did not happen as I had expected. The Trappist, instead of playing the politician, immediately made known his real name to the abbé. He declared that he was full of contrition, and that, as his conscience would not allow him to make the monk's habit a refuge from punishment, he had really been a Trappist for several years. He was about to put himself into the hands of justice, that he might atone in a striking way for the crimes with which he was polluted. This man, endowed as he was with conspicuous abilities, had acquired a mystic eloquence in the cloister. He spoke with so much grace and persuasiveness that I was fascinated no less than the abbé. It was in vain that the latter attempted to combat a resolution which appeared to him insane. John Mauprat showed the most unflinching devotion to his religious ideas. He declared that, having committed the crimes of the old barbarous paganism, he could not ransom his soul save by a public expiation worthy of the early Christians. It is possible, he said, to be a coward with God as well as with man, and in the silence of my vigils I hear a terrible voice answering to my tears. Miserable craven, it is the fear of man that has thrown you upon the bosom of God, and if you had not feared temporal death, you would never have thought of life eternal. Then I realized that what I most dread is not God's wrath, but the rope and the hangman that await me among my fellows. Well, it is time to end this sense of secret shame. Not until the day when men crush me beneath their abuse and punishment shall I feel absolved and restored in the sight of heaven. Then only shall I account myself worthy to say to Jesus, my Savior, "Give ear to me, innocent victim, thou who heardest the penitent thief. Give ear to a sullied but contrite victim, who has shared in the glory of thy martyrdom and been ransomed by thy blood." If you persist in your enthusiastic designs, said the abbé, after unsuccessfully bringing forward all possible objections, you must at least let me know in what way you thought I could be of service to you. "I cannot act in this matter," replied the Trappist, "without the consent of a young man who will soon be the last of the Mauprats. For the Chevalier has not many days to wait before he will receive the heavenly reward due to his virtues. And as for myself, I cannot avoid the punishment I am about to seek, except by falling back into the endless night of the cloister. I speak of Bernard Mauprat. I will not call him my nephew, for if he heard me, he would blush to think that he bore this shameful title. I heard of his return from America, and this news decided me to undertake the journey at the painful end of which you now behold me." It seemed to me that while he was saying this, he kept casting side glances toward the clump of trees where I was, as if he had guessed my presence there. Perhaps the movement of some branches had betrayed me. "May I ask," said the abbé, "what you now have in common with this young man? Are you not afraid that, embittered by the harsh treatment formerly lavished on him at Rochemauprat, he may refuse to see you?" "I am certain that he will refuse, for I know the hatred that he still has for me," said the Trappist, once more looking towards the spot where I was. "But I hope that you will persuade him to grant me an interview, for you are a good and generous man, Monsieur l'Abbé. You promise to oblige me, and besides, you are young Mauprat's friend, and you will be able to make him understand that his interests are at stake in the honor of his name." "How so?" answered the abbé. "No doubt he will be far from pleased to see you appear before the courts to answer for crimes which have since been effaced in the gloom of the cloister. He will certainly wish you to forego this public expiation. How can you hope that he will consent?" "I have hope, because God is good and great, because his grace is mighty, because it will touch the heart of him who shall deign to hear the prayer of the soul, which is truly penitent and deeply convinced, because my eternal salvation is in the hands of this young man, and he cannot wish to avenge himself on me beyond the grave. Moreover, I must die at peace with those I have injured. I must fall at the feet of Bernard Mauprat and obtain his forgiveness of my sins. My tears will move him, or, if his unrelenting soul despises them, I shall at least have fulfilled an imperious duty. Seeing that he was speaking with a firm conviction that he was being heard by me, I was filled with disgust. I thought I could detect the deceit and cowardice that lay beneath this vile hypocrisy. I moved away and waited for the abbé some distance off. He soon rejoined me. The interview had ended by a mutual promise to meet again soon. The abbé had undertaken to convey the Trappist's words to me, while the latter had threatened, in the most honeyed tone in the world, to come and see me if I refused his request. The abbé and I agreed to consult together, without informing the Chevalier or Edmee, that we might not disquiet them unnecessarily. The Trappist had gone to stay at Le Châtre, at the Carmelite convent. This had thoroughly aroused the abbé's suspicions, in spite of his first enthusiasm at the penitence of the sinner. The Carmelites had persecuted him in his youth, and in the end the prior had driven him to secularize himself. The prior was still alive, old but implacable, infirm and withdrawn from the world, but strong in his hatred and his passion for intrigue. The abbé could not hear his name without shuddering, and he begged me to act prudently in this affair. Although John Mauprat, he said, is under the bane of the law, and you are at the summit of honor and prosperity, do not despise the weakness of your enemy. Who knows what cunning and hatred may do? They can usurp the place of the just and cast him out on the dung-heap. They can fasten their crimes on others and sully the robe of innocence with their vileness. Maybe you have not finished with the Mauprats. The poor abbé did not know that there was so much truth in his words. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 19. After thoroughly reflecting on the Trappist's probable intentions, I decided that I ought to grant him the interview he had requested. In any case, John Mauprat could not hope to impose upon me, and I wished to do all in my power to prevent him from pestering my great-uncle's last days with his intrigues. Accordingly, the very next day I betook myself to the town, where I arrived towards the end of vespers. I rang, not without emotion, at the door of the Carmelites. The retreat chosen by the Trappist was of those innumerable mendicant societies which France supported at that time. Though its rules were ostensibly most austere, this monastery was rich and devoted to pleasure. In that age of skepticism, the small number of the monks was entirely out of proportion to the wealth of the establishment which had been founded for them, and the friars who roamed about the vast monasteries in the most remote parts of the provinces led the easiest and idlest lives they had ever known, in the lap of luxury, and entirely freed from the control of opinion, which always loses its power when man isolates himself. But this isolation, the mother of the amiable vices, as they used to phrase it, was dear only to the more ignorant. The leaders were a prey to the painful dreams of an ambition which had been nurtured in obscurity and embittered by inaction. To do something even in the most limited sphere, and with the help of the feeblest machinery, to do something at all costs. Such was the one fixed idea of the priors and abbeys. The prior of the Carmelites, whom I was about to see, was the personification of this restless impotence. Bound to his great armchair by the gout, he offered a strange contrast to the venerable Chevalier, pale and unable to move like himself, but noble and patriarchal in his affliction. The prior was short, stout, and very petulant. The upper part of his body was all activity. He would turn his head rapidly from side to side. He would brandish his arms while giving orders. He was sparing of words, and his muffled voice seemed to lend a mysterious meaning to the most trivial things. In short, one half of his person seemed to be incessantly striving to drag along the other, like the bewitched man in the Arabian Nights, whose robe hid a body that was marble up to the waist. He received me with exaggerated attention, got angry because they did not bring me a chair quickly enough, stretched out his fat, flabby hand to draw this chair quite close to his own, and made a sign to a tall, bearded satyr, whom he called the brother treasurer, to go out. Then, after overwhelming me with questions about my journey and my return and my health and my family, while his keen, restless little eyes were darting glances at me from under eyelids swollen and heavy from intemperance, he came to the point. "I know, my dear child," he said, "what brings you here. You wish to pay your respects to your holy relative, to the Trappist, that model of faith and holiness whom God has sent to us to serve as an example to the world, and reveal to all the miraculous power of grace." "Prior," I answered, "I am not a good enough Christian to judge of the miracle you mention. Let devout souls give thanks to heaven for it. For myself, I have come here because Monsieur Jean de Mauprat desires to inform me, as he has said, of plans which concern myself, and to which I am ready to listen, if you will allow me to go and see him." "I did not want him to see you before myself, young man," exclaimed the prior, with an affectation of frankness, at the same time seizing my hands in his, at the touch of which I could not repress a feeling of disgust. "I have a favor to ask of you in the name of charity, in the name of the blood which flows in your veins." I withdrew one of my hands, and the prior, noticing my expression of displeasure, immediately changed his tone with admirable skill. "You are a man of the world, I know. You have a grudge against him who once was Jean de Mauprat, and who today is the humble brother Jean Nepomucene. But if the precepts of our divine Master, Jesus Christ, cannot persuade you to pity, there are considerations of public propriety and of family pride, which must make you share my fears and assist my efforts. You know the pious but rash resolution which Brother John has formed. You ought to assist me in dissuading him from it, and you will do so, I make no doubt." "Possibly, sir," I replied very coldly. "But might I ask to what my family is indebted for the interest you are good enough to take in its affairs?" "To that spirit of charity which animates all the followers of Christ," answered the monk with very well-assumed dignity. Fortified with this pretext, on the strength of which the clergy have always taken upon themselves to meddle in all family secrets, it was not difficult for him to put an end to my questions, and, though he could not destroy the suspicions which I felt at heart, he succeeded in proving to my ears that I ought to be grateful to him for the care which he had taken of the honor of my name. I wanted to find out what he was driving at. It was as I had foreseen. My Uncle John claimed from me his share in the fief of Roche Mauprat, and the prior was deputed to make me understand that I had to choose between paying a considerable sum of money, for he spoke of the interest accruing through the 7 years of possession, besides a seventh part of the whole estate, and the insane step he intended taking, the scandal of which could not fail to hasten the Chevalier's death and cause me, perhaps, strange personal embarrassments. All this was hinted with consummate skill, under the cover of the most Christian solicitude for my own welfare, the most fervent admiration for the Trappist's zeal, and the most sincere anxiety about the results of this firm resolve. Finally, it was made evident that John Mauprat was not coming to ask me for the means of existence, but that I should have to humbly beseech him to accept the half of my possessions, if I wished to prevent him from dragging my name and probably my person to the felon's dock. I tried a final objection. If, I said, this resolve of Brother Nepomucene, as you call him, is as fixed as you say, if the only one care he has in the world is for his own salvation, will you explain to me how the attractions of temporal wealth can possibly turn him from it? There seems to be a contradiction in this which I fail to understand. The prior was somewhat embarrassed by the piercing glance I turned on him, but he immediately started on one of those exhibitions of simplicity which are the supreme resource of rogues. "Mon Dieu, my dear son," he exclaimed, "you do not know, then, the immense consolation a pious soul can derive from the possession of worldly wealth. Just as perishable riches must be despised when they represent vain pleasures, even so must they be resolutely defended by the upright man when they afford him the means of doing good. I will not hide from you that if I were the holy Trappist, I would not yield my rights to anyone. I would found a religious society for the propagation of the faith and the distribution of alms with the wealth which, in the hands of a brilliant young nobleman like yourself, is only squandered on horses and dogs. The Church teaches us that by great sacrifices and rich offerings we may cleanse our souls of the blackest sins. Brother Nepomucene, a prey to holy fear, believes that a public expiation is necessary for his salvation. Like a devout martyr, he wishes to satisfy the implacable justice of men with blood. But how much sweeter for you, and safer at the same time, to see him raise some holy altar to the glory of God, and hide in the blessed peace of the cloister the baleful luster of the name he has already abjured. He is so much swayed by the spirit of his order, he has conceived such a love for self-denial, for humility and poverty, that it will need all my efforts and much help from on high to make him agree to this change of expiations. It is you, then, Prior, who from sheer goodness of heart are undertaking to alter this fatal resolution? I admire your zeal, and I thank you for it, but I do not think there will be any need of all these negotiations. Monsieur Jean de Mauprat claims his share of the inheritance. Nothing can be more just. Even should the law refuse all civil rights to a man who owed his safety only to flight, a point which I will pass over, my relative may rest assured that there would never be the least dispute between us on this ground, if I were the absolute possessor of any fortune whatever. But you are doubtless aware that I owe the enjoyment of this fortune only to the kindness of my great-uncle, the Chevalier Hubert du Mauprat, that he had enough to do to pay the debts of the family, which amounted to more than the total value of the estate, that I can alienate nothing without his permission, and that, in reality, I am merely the depositary of a fortune which I have not yet accepted. The prior stared at me in astonishment, as if dazed by an unexpected blow. Then he smiled with a crafty expression and said, Very good. It appears that I have been mistaken, and that I must apply to Monsieur Hubert de Mauprat. I will do so, for I make no doubt that he will be very grateful to me for saving his family from a scandal which may have very good results for one of his relatives in the next world, but which, for a certainty, will have very bad ones for another relation in the present world. I understand, sir, I replied. This is a threat. I will answer in the same strain. If Monsieur Jean de Mauprat ventures to importune my uncle and cousin, it is with me that he will have to deal, and it will not be before the courts that I shall summon him to answer for certain outrages which I have by no means forgotten. Tell him that I shall grant no pardon to the Trappist penitent unless he remains faithful to the role he has adopted. If Monsieur Jean de Mauprat is without resources and he asks my help, I may, out of the income I receive, furnish him with the means of living humbly and decently, according to the spirit of the vows he has taken. But if ecclesiastical ambition has taken possession of his mind, and he thinks, by stupid, childish threats, to intimidate my uncle to such an extent that he will be able to extort from him the wherewithal to satisfy his new taste, let him undeceive himself. Tell him so from me. The old man's peace of mind and his daughter's future have only myself as guardian, and I shall manage to guard them, though it be at the risk of my life and my honor. And yet honor and life are of some importance at your age, replied the abbé, visibly irritated, but feigning a suaver manner than ever. Who knows into what folly religious fervor may lead the Trappist? For, between ourselves be it said, my child, you see, I am a man of moderation. I knew the world in my youth, and I do not approve of these violent resolves, which are more often dictated by pride than piety. For instance, I have consented to temper the austerity of our rules. My friars look well fed, and they wear shirts. Rest assured, my good sir, I am far from approving of your uncle's design, and I shall do all that is possible to hinder it. Yet, if he still persists, how will my efforts profit you? He has obtained his superior's permission, and may, after all, yield to his fatal inspiration. You may be seriously compromised by an affair of this kind, for, although reports say that you are a worthy young gentleman, though you have abjured the errors of the past, and though, perhaps, your soul has always hated iniquity, you have certainly been involved in many misdeeds, which human laws condemn and punish. Who can tell into what involuntary revelations Brother Nepomucene may find himself drawn if he sets in motion the machinery of criminal proceedings? Can he set it in motion against himself, without at the same time setting it in motion against you? Believe me, I wish for peace. I am a kindly man. Yes, a very kindly man, Father, I answered in a tone of irony. I see that perfectly. But do not let this matter cause you needless anxiety, for there is one very clear argument which must reassure both of us. If a veritable religious impulse urges Brother John the Trappist to make a public reparation, it will be easy to make him understand that he ought to hesitate before he drags another than himself into the abyss. The Spirit of Christ forbids him to do this. But if the truth is, as I presume, that Monsieur Jean de Mauprat has not the least wish to hand himself over to justice, his threats are but little calculated to terrify me, and I shall take steps to prevent them from making more stir than is desirable. So that is the only answer I am to give him? Asked the prior, darting a vindictive glance at me. Yes, sir, I replied, unless he would prefer to come here and receive the answer from my own mouth. I came with the determination to conquer the disgust which his presence arouses in me, and I am astonished that, after expressing so much eagerness to see me, he should remain in the background when I arrive. Sir, answered the prior, with ridiculous majesty, my duty is to see that the peace of our Lord reigns in this holy place. I must, therefore, set myself against any interview which might lead to violent explanations. You are much too easily frightened, sir, I replied. There is nothing to arouse passion in this matter. However, as it was not I who called for these explanations, and as I came here out of pure compliance, I most willingly refrain from pushing them further, and I thank you for having been good enough to act as intermediary. With that, I made a profound bow and retired. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 20. I gave an account of this interview to the abbé, who was waiting for me at Patience's. He was entirely of my own opinion. He thought, like myself, that the prior, so far from endeavoring to turn the Trappist from his pretended designs, was trying with all his power to frighten me, in the hope that I should be brought to make considerable sacrifices of money. In his eyes, it was clear that this old man, faithful to the monkish spirit, wished to put into the hands of a clerical Mauprat the fruit of the labors and thrift of a lay Mauprat. That is the indelible mark of the Catholic clergy, he said. They cannot live without waging war on the families around them, and being ever on the watch for opportunities to spoil them. They look upon this wealth as their property, and upon all ways of recovering it as lawful. It is not as easy as you think to protect one's self against this smooth-faced brigandage. Monks have stubborn appetites and ingenious minds. Act with caution and be prepared for anything. You can never induce a Trappist to show fight. Under the shelter of his hood, with head bowed and hands crossed, he will accept the cruelest outrages, and, knowing quite well that you will not assassinate him, he will hardly fear you. Again, you do not know what justice can become in man's hands, and how a criminal trial is conducted, and decided when one of the parties will not stick at any kind of bribery and intimidation. The Church is powerful, the law grandiloquent. The words honesty and integrity have for centuries been ringing against the hardened walls of courts of justice, but that has not prevented judges from being false or verdicts from being iniquitous. Have a care, have a care. The Trappist may start the cowled pack on his own track and throw them off by disappearing at the right point and leading them on yours. Remember that you have wounded many an amour propre by disappointing the pretensions of the dowry hunters. One of the most incensed of them, and at the same time one of the most malicious, is a near relative of a magistrate who is all-powerful in the province. De la Marche has given up the gown for the sword, but among his old colleagues he may have left someone who would like to do you an ill turn. I am sorry you were not able to join him in America and get on good terms with him. Do not shrug your shoulders. You may kill a dozen of them, and things will go from bad to worse. They will avenge themselves, not on your life, perhaps, for they know that you hold that cheap, but on your honor, and your great-uncle will die of grief. In short, my dear Abbé, I said, interrupting him, you have a habit of seeing everything black at the first glance, when you do not happen to see the sun in the middle of the night. Now let me tell you some things which ought to drive out these gloomy presentiments. I know John Mauprat of old. He is a signal impostor, and, moreover, the rankest of cowards. He will sink into the earth at the sight of me, and as soon as I speak, I will make him confess that he is neither Trappist nor monk nor saint. All this is a mere sharper's trick. In the old days, I have heard him making plans which prevent me from being astonished at his impudence now, so I have but little fear of him. There you are wrong, replied the abbé. You should always fear a coward, because he strikes from behind while you are expecting him in front. If John Mauprat were not a Trappist, if the papers he showed me were lies, the prior of the Carmelites is too shrewd and cautious to have let himself be deceived. Never would he have espoused the cause of a layman, and never would he mistake a layman for one of his own cloth. However, we must make inquiries. I will write to the superior of the Trappist monastery at once, but I am certain he will confirm what I know already. It is even possible that John Mauprat is a genuine devotee. Nothing becomes such a character better than certain shades of the Catholic spirit. The Inquisition is the soul of the Church, and the Inquisition should smile on John Mauprat. I firmly believe that he would give himself up to the sword of justice solely for the pleasure of compassing your ruin with his own, and that the desire to found a monastery with your money is a sudden inspiration, the honor of which belongs entirely to the prior of the Carmelites. That is hardly probable, my dear abbé, I said. Besides, where can these discussions lead us? Let us act. Let us keep the Chevalier in sight, so that the unclean beast may not come and poison the calm of his last days. Write to the Trappist superior. I will offer the creature a pension, and when he comes, let us carefully watch his slightest movements. My sergeant, Marcasse, is an admirable bloodhound. Let us put him on the track, and if he can manage to tell us in vulgar speech what he has seen and heard, we shall soon know everything that is happening in the province. Chatting thus, we arrived at the chateau towards the close of day. As I entered the silent building, I was seized with a fond, childish uneasiness, such as may come upon a mother when she leaves her babe a moment. The eternal security which nothing had ever disturbed within the bounds of the old sacred walls, the decrepitude of the servants, the way in which the doors always stood open, so that beggars would sometimes enter the drawing-room without meeting anyone, and without giving umbrage. The whole atmosphere of peace and trust and isolation formed a strange contrast to the thoughts of strife, and the cares with which John's return and the prior's threats had filled my mind for some hours. I quickened my pace, and, seized with an involuntary trembling, I crossed the billiard room. At that moment I thought I saw a dark shadow pass under the windows of the ground floor, glide through the jasmines, and disappear in the twilight. I threw open the door of the drawing-room and stood still. There was not a sound, not a movement. I was going to look for Edmee in her father's room, when I thought I saw something white moving near the chimney corner, where the Chevalier always sat. "Edmee, is that you?" I exclaimed. No one answered. My brow was covered with a cold sweat and my knees were trembling. Ashamed of this strange weakness, I rushed towards the hearth, repeating Edmee's name in agonized tones. "Have you come at last, Bernard?" she replied in a trembling voice. I seized her in my arms. She was kneeling beside her father's armchair and pressing to her lips the old man's icy hands. "Great God!" I cried, when by the dim light in the room I could distinguish the Chevalier's livid face. "Is our father dead?" "Perhaps," she said in a stifled voice, Perhaps he has only fainted, please God. But a light, for heaven's sake. Ring the bell. He has only been in this state for a moment. I rang in all haste. The abbé now came in, and fortunately we succeeded in bringing my uncle back to life. But when he opened his eyes, his mind seemed to be struggling against the impressions of a fearful dream. Has he gone? Has the vile phantom gone? He repeated several times. Oh, there, Saint-Jean. My pistols. Now, my men. Throw the fellow out of the window. I began to suspect the truth. What has happened? I said to Edmee in a low tone. Who has been here in my absence? If I told you, answered Edmee, you would hardly believe it. You would think my father and I were mad. But I will tell you everything presently. Let us attend to him. With her soft words and loving attentions, she succeeded in calming the old man. We carried him to his room, and he fell into a quiet sleep. When Edmee had gently withdrawn her hand from his and lowered the wadded curtain over his head, she joined the abbé and myself, and told us that a quarter of an hour before we returned, a mendicant friar had entered the drawing-room, where, as usual, she was embroidering near her father, who had fallen asleep. Feeling no surprise at an incident which frequently happened, she had risen to get her purse from the mantelpiece, at the same time addressing a few words to the monk. But just as she was turning round to offer him an alms, the chevalier had awakened with a start, and eyeing the monk from head to foot, had cried in a tone half of anger and half of fear, "What the devil are you doing here in that garb?" Thereupon Edmee had looked at the monk's face and had recognized. "A man you would never dream of," she said, "the frightful John Mauprat. I had only seen him a single hour in my life, but that repulsive face has never left my memory, and I have never had the slightest attack of fever without seeing it again. I could not repress a cry. "Do not be afraid," he said with a hideous smile. "I come here not as an enemy, but as a supplicant." And he went down on his knees so near my father that, not knowing what he might do, I rushed between them and hastily pushed back the armchair to the wall. Then the monk, speaking in a mournful tone which was rendered still more terrifying by the approach of night, began to pour out some lamentable rigmarole of a confession, and ended by asking pardon for his crimes, and declaring that he was already covered by the black veil which parricides wear when they go to the scaffold. "This wretched creature has gone mad," said my father, pulling the bell rope. "But Saint-Jean is deaf, and he did not come. So we had to sit in unspeakable agony and listen to the strange talk of the man who calls himself a Trappist, and declares that he had come to give himself up to justice in expiation of his transgressions. Before doing so, he wished to implore my father's forgiveness and his last blessing. While saying this, he was moving forward on his knees and speaking with an intense passion. In the sound of this voice, uttering words of extravagant humility, there seemed to be an insult and a menace. As he continued moving nearer to my father, and as the idea of the foul caresses which he apparently wished to lavish on him filled me with disgust, I ordered him in a somewhat imperious tone to rise and speak becomingly. My father angrily ordered him to say no more and depart, and as at this moment he cried, "No, you must let me clasp your knees." I pushed him back to prevent him from touching my father. I shudder to think that my glove has touched that unclean gown. He turned towards me, and, though he still feigned penitence and humility, I could see rage gleaming in his eyes. My father made a violent effort to get up, and in fact he got up, as if by a miracle, but the next instant he fell back fainting in his chair. Then steps were heard in the billiard room, and the monk rushed out by the glass door with the speed of lightning. It was then that you found me half dead and frozen, with terror, at the feet of my prostrate father. The abominable coward has lost no time, you see, Abby, I cried. His aim was to frighten the Chevalier and Edmee, and he has succeeded. But he reckoned without me, and I swear that, though he should have to be treated in the Mauprat fashion, if he ever dares to come here again. That is enough, Bernard, said Edmee. You make me shudder. Speak seriously, and tell me what all this means. When I had informed her of what had happened to the abbey and myself, she blamed us for not warning her. Had I known, she said, what to expect, I should not have been frightened, and I could have taken care never to be left alone in the house with my father and Saint-Jean, who is hardly more active. Now, however, I am no longer afraid. I shall be on my guard. But the best thing, Bernard dear, is to avoid all contact with this loathsome man, and to make him as liberal an allowance as possible to get rid of him. The abbey is right. He may prove formidable. He knows that our kinship with him must always prevent us from summoning the law to protect us against his persecutions. And though he cannot injure us as seriously as he flatters himself, he can at least cause us 1,000 annoyances, which I am reluctant to face. Throw him gold and let him take himself off. But do not leave me again, Bernard. You see, you have become absolutely necessary to me. Brood no more over the wrong you pretend to have done me. I pressed her hand in mine, and vowed never to leave her, though she herself should order me, until this Trappist had freed the country from his presence. The abbé undertook the negotiations with the monastery. He went into the town the following day, carrying from me a special message to the Trappist that I would throw him out at the window if he ever took it into his head to appear as Saint-Sever again. At the same time, I proposed to supply him with money, even liberally, on condition that he would immediately withdraw to his convent or to any other secular or religious retreat he might choose, and that he would never again set foot in Bury. The prior received the abbey with all the signs of profound contempt and holy aversion for his state of heresy. Far from attempting to wheedle him like myself, he told him that he wished to have nothing to do with this business, that he washed his hands of it, and that he would confine himself to conveying the decisions on both sides, and affording a refuge to Brother Nepomucene, partly out of Christian charity, and partly to edify his monks by the example of a truly devout man. According to him, Brother Nepomucene would be the second of that name placed in the front rank of the heavenly host by virtue of the canons of the Church. The next day, the abbé was summoned to the convent by a special messenger, and had an interview with the Trappist. To his great surprise, he found that the enemy had changed his tactics. He indignantly refused help of any sort, declaring that his vow of poverty and humility would not allow it, and he strongly blamed his dear host, the prior, for daring to suggest, without his consent, an exchange of things eternal for things temporal. On other matters he refused to explain his views, and took refuge in ambiguous and bombastic replies. God would inspire him, he said, and at the approaching festival of the Virgin, at the august and sublime hour of Holy Communion, he expected to hear the voice of Jesus speaking to his heart and announcing the line of conduct he ought to follow. The abbé was afraid of betraying uneasiness if he insisted on probing this Christian mystery, so he returned with this answer, which was least of all calculated to reassure me. He did not appear again either at the castle or in the neighborhood, and kept himself so closely shut up in the convent that few people ever saw his face. However, it soon became known, and the prior was most active in spreading the news, that John Mauprat had been converted to the most zealous and exemplary piety, and was now staying at the Carmelite convent for a term, as a penitent from La Trappe. Every day they reported some fresh virtuous trait, some new act of austerity of this holy personage. Devotees, with a thirst for the marvelous, came to see him, and brought him 1,000 little presents, which he obstinately refused. At times he would hide so well that people said he had returned to his monastery, but just as we were congratulating ourselves on getting rid of him, we would hear that he had recently inflicted some terrible mortifications on himself in sackcloth and ashes, or else that he had gone barefooted on a pilgrimage into some of the wildest and most desolate parts of Varennes. People went so far as to say that he could work miracles. If the prior had not been cured of his gout, that was because, in a spirit of true penitence, he did not wish to be cured. This state of uncertainty lasted almost 2 months. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 21. These days, passed in Edmee's presence, were for me days of delight, yet of suffering. To see her at all hours, without fear of being indiscreet, since she herself would summon me to her side, to read to her, talk with her on all subjects, share the loving attention she bestowed on her father, enter into half her life, exactly as if we had been brother and sister. This was great happiness, no doubt, but it was a dangerous happiness, and again the volcano kindled in my breast. A few confused words, a few troubled glances betrayed me. Edmee was by no means blind, but she was impenetrable. Her dark and searching eyes fixed on me as on her father, with the solicitude of an absorbing affection, would at times suddenly grow cold, just as the violence of my passion was ready to break out. Her countenance would then express nothing but patient curiosity and an unswerving resolve to read to the bottom of my soul without letting me see even the surface of her own. My sufferings, though acute, were dear to me at first. It pleased me to think that I was secretly offering them to Edmee as an expiation of my past faults. I hoped that she would perceive this and be satisfied with me. She saw it and said nothing. My agony grew more intense, but still some days passed before I lost all power to hide it. I say days, because whoever has loved a woman and has been much alone with her, yet always kept in check by her severity, must have found days like centuries. How full life seemed, and yet how consuming. What languor and unrest! What tenderness and rage! It was as though the hours were years, and at this very day, if I did not bring in dates to rectify the error of my memory, I could easily persuade myself that these 2 months filled half my life. Perhaps, too, I should like to persuade myself of this, in order to find some excuse for the foolish and culpable conduct into which I fell in spite of all the good resolutions which I had but lately formed. The relapse was so sudden and complete that I should still blush at the thought, if I had not cruelly atoned for it, as you will soon see. After a night of agony, I wrote her an insane letter, which came nigh to producing terrible consequences for me. It was somewhat as follows. You do not love me, Edmee. You will never love me. I know this. I ask for nothing. I hope for nothing. I would only remain near you and consecrate my life to your service and defense. To be useful to you, I will do all that my strength will allow. But I shall suffer, and, however I try to hide it, you will see it. And perhaps you will attribute to wrong causes the sadness I may not be able to suppress with uniform heroism. You pained me deeply yesterday, when you advised me to go out a little to distract my thoughts. To distract my thoughts from you, Edmee? What bitter mockery! Do not be cruel, sister, for then you become my haughty betrothed of evil days again. And in spite of myself, I again become the brigand whom you used to hate. Ah, if you knew how unhappy I am! In me there are two men who are incessantly waging a war to the death. It is to be hoped that the brigand will fall. But he defends himself step by step, and he cries aloud because he feels himself covered with wounds and mortally stricken. If you knew, Edmee, if you only knew what struggles, what conflicts rend my bosom, what tears of blood my heart distills, and what passions often rage in that part of my nature which the rebel angels rule. There are nights when I suffer so much that in the delirium of my dreams I seem to be plunging a dagger into your heart, and thus, by some somber magic, to be forcing you to love me as I love you. When I awake in a cold sweat, bewildered, beside myself, I feel tempted to go and kill you, so as to destroy the cause of my anguish. If I refrain from this, it is because I fear that I should love you dead, with as much passion and tenacity as if you were alive. I am afraid of being restrained, governed, swayed by your image as I am by your person. Then again, a man cannot destroy the being he loves and fears, for when she has ceased to exist on earth, she still exists in himself. It is the lover's soul which serves as a coffin for his mistress, and which forever preserves her burning remains, that it may feed on them without ever consuming them. But, great heaven, what is this tumult in my thoughts? You see, Edmee, to what an extent my mind is sick. Take pity on me, then. Bear with me. Let me be sad. Never doubt my devotion. I am often mad, but I worship you always. A word, a look from you will always recall me to a sense of duty, and this duty will be sweet when you deign to remind me of it. As I write to you, Edmee, the sky is full of clouds that are darker and heavier than lead. The thunder is rumbling, and doleful ghosts of purgatory seem to be floating in the glare of the lightning. The weight of the storm lies on my soul. My bewildered mind quivers like the flashes which leap from the firmament. It seems as if my whole being were about to burst like the tempest. Ah, could I but lift up to you a voice like unto its voice! Had I the power to lay bare the agonies and passions which rend me within. Often, when a storm has been sweeping over the great oaks above, you have told me that you enjoy gazing upon the fury of the one and the resistance of the other. This, you say, is a battle of mighty forces, and in the din in the air you fancy you can detect the curses of the north wind and the mournful cries of the venerable branches. Which suffers the more, Edmee? The tree which resists, or the wind which exhausts itself in the attack? Is it not always the wind that yields and falls? And then the sky, grieved at the defeat of her noble son, sheds a flood of tears upon the earth. You love these wild images, Edmee, and whenever you behold strength vanquished by resistance, you smile cruelly, and there is a look in your inscrutable eyes that seems to insult my misery. Well, you have cast me to the ground, and, though shattered, I still suffer. Yes, learn this, since you wished to know it. Since you are merciless enough to question me into feigned compassion, I suffer, and I no longer try to remove the foot which the proud conqueror has placed on my broken heart. The rest of this letter, which was very long, very rambling and absurd from beginning to end, was in the same strain. It was not the first time that I had written to Edmee, though I lived under the same roof and never left her except during the hours of rest. My passion possessed me to such a degree that I was irresistibly drawn to encroach upon my sleep in order to write to her. I could never feel that I had talked enough about her, that I had sufficiently renewed my promises of submission, a submission in which I was constantly failing. The present letter, however, was more daring and more passionate than any of the others. Perhaps, in some mysterious way, it was written under the influence of the storm which was rending the heavens, while I, bent over my table, with moist brow and dry, burning hand, drew this frenzied picture of my sufferings. A great calm, akin to despair, seemed to come over me as I threw myself upon my bed, after going down to the drawing-room and slipping my letter into Edmee's work-basket. Day was breaking, and the horizon showed heavy with the dark wings of the storm, which was flying to other regions. The trees, laden with rain, were tossing under the breeze, which was still blowing freshly. Profoundly sad, but blindly resigned to my suffering, I fell asleep with a sense of relief, as if I had made a sacrifice of my life and hopes. Apparently, Edmee did not find my letter, for she gave me no answer. She generally replied verbally, and these letters of mine were a means of drawing from her those professions of sisterly friendship with which I had perforce to be satisfied, and which, at least, poured soothing balm into my wound. I ought to have known that this time my letter must either lead to a decisive explanation or be passed over in silence. I suspected the abbé of having taken it and thrown it into the fire. I accused Edmee of scorn and cruelty. Nevertheless, I held my tongue. The next day the weather was quite settled again. My uncle went for a drive, and during the course of it told us that he should not like to die without having had one last great fox hunt. He was passionately devoted to this sport, and his health had so far improved that he again began to show a slight inclination for pleasure and exercise. Seated in a very light, narrow berline, drawn by strong mules, so that he might move rapidly over the sandy paths in our woods, he had already followed one or two little hunts which we had arranged for his amusement. Since the Trappist's visit, the Chevalier had entered, as it were, upon a fresh term of life, endowed with strength and pertinacity, like all his race. It seemed as if he had been decaying for want of excitement, but the slightest demand on his energy immediately set his stagnant blood in motion. As he was very much pleased with this idea of a hunt, Edmee undertook to organize, with my help, a general battue, and to join in the sport herself. One of the greatest delights of the good old man was to see her on horseback, as she boldly pranced around his carriage and offered him all the flowering sprigs which he plucked from the bushes she passed. It was arranged that I should ride with her, and that the abbé should accompany the Chevalier in the carriage. All the gamekeepers, foresters, huntsmen, and even poachers of Varennes were invited to this family function. A splendid meal was prepared with many goose pies and much local wine. Marcasse, whom I had made my manager at Mauprat, and who had a considerable knowledge of the art of fox hunting, spent 2 whole days in stopping up the earths. A few young farmers in the neighborhood, interested in the battue and able to give useful advice, graciously offered to join the party. And last of all, Patience, in spite of his aversion for the destruction of innocent animals, consented to follow the hunt as a spectator. On the appointed day, which opened warm and cloudless on our happy plans and my own implacable destiny, some 50 individuals met with horns, horses, and hounds. At the end, we were to play havoc with the rabbits, of which there were too many on the estate. It would be easy to destroy them wholesale by falling back upon that part of the forest which had not been beaten during the hunt. Each man, therefore, armed himself with a carbine, and my uncle also took one, to shoot from his carriage, which he could still do with much skill. Edmee was mounted on a very spirited Limousin mare, which she amused herself by exciting and quieting with a touching coquetry to please her old father. For the first 2 hours she hardly left the carriage at all, and the Chevalier, now full of new life, gazed on her with smiles and tears of love. Just as in the daily rotation of our globe, ere passing into night, we take leave of the radiant orb which is going to reign over another hemisphere. Even so, did the old man find some consolation for his death in the thought that the youth and vigor and beauty of his daughter were surviving him for another generation. When the hunt was in full swing, Edmee, who certainly inherited some of the martial spirit of the family, and the calmness of whose soul could not always restrain the impetuosity of her blood, yielded to her father's repeated signs. For his great desire now was to see her gallop, and went after the field, which was already a little distance ahead. Follow her, cried the Chevalier, who had no sooner seen her galloping off than his fond paternal vanity had given place to uneasiness. I did not need to be told twice, and digging my spurs into my horse's flanks, I rejoined Edmee in a cross path which he had taken to come up with the hunt. I shuddered as I saw her bending like a reed under the branches, while her horse, which she was still urging on, carried her between the trees with the rapidity of lightning. "For God's sake, Edmee," I cried, "do not ride so fast. You will be killed." "Let me have a gallop," she said gaily. "My father has allowed me. You must not interfere. I shall rap you on the knuckles if you try to stop my horse." "At least let me follow you then," I said, keeping close to her. "Your father wished it, and I shall at least be there to kill myself if anything happens to you." Why I was filled with these gloomy forebodings I do not know, for I had often seen Edmee galloping through the woods. I was in a peculiar state. The heat of noon seemed mounting to my brain, and my nerves were strangely excited. I had eaten no breakfast, as I had felt somewhat out of sorts in the morning, and, to sustain myself, had swallowed several cups of coffee mixed with rum. At first, I experienced a horrible sense of fear. Then, after a few minutes, the fear gave way to an inexpressible feeling of love and delight. The excitement of the gallop became so intense that I imagined my only object was to pursue Edmee, to see her flying before me, as light as her own black mare, whose feet were speeding noiselessly over the moss. One might have taken her for a fairy who had suddenly appeared in this lonely spot to disturb the mind of man and lure him away to her treacherous haunts. I forgot the hunt and everything else. I saw nothing but Edmee. Then a mist fell upon my eyes, and I could see her no more. Still, I galloped on. I was in a state of silent frenzy when she suddenly stopped. "What are we doing?" she said. "I cannot hear the hunt any longer, and here is the river in front. We have come too far to the left." "No, no, Edmee," I answered, without knowing in the least what I was saying. "Another gallop, and we shall be there." "How red you are," she said. "But how shall we cross the river?" "Since there is a road, there must be a ford," I replied. Come on, come on." I was filled with an insane desire to go on galloping. I believed my idea was to plunge deeper and deeper into the forest with her. But this idea was wrapped in a haze, and when I tried to pierce it, I was conscious of nothing but a wild throbbing of my breast and temples. Edmee made a gesture of impatience. "These woods are accursed," she said. "I am always losing my way in them." No doubt she was thinking of that fatal day when she had been carried far from another hunt and brought to Mauprat. I thought of it too, and the ideas that came into my mind produced a sort of dizziness. I followed her mechanically towards the river. Suddenly I realized that she was on the other bank. I was filled with rage on seeing that her horse was cleverer and braver than my own. Before I could get the animal to take the ford, which was rather a nasty one, Edmee was a long way ahead of me again. I dug my spurs into its sides till the blood streamed from them. At last, after being nearly thrown several times, I reached the other bank and, blind with rage, started in pursuit of Edmee. I overtook her, and seizing the mare's bridle, I exclaimed, "Stop, Edmee, I say. You shall not go any farther." At the same time, I shook the rein so violently that her horse reared. She lost her balance and, to avoid falling, jumped lightly to the ground between our two animals, at the risk of being hurt. I was on the ground almost as soon as herself. I at once pushed the horses away. Edmee's, which was very quiet, stopped and began to browse. Mine bolted out of sight. All this was the affair of an instant. I had caught Edmee in my arms. She freed herself and said in a sharp tone, "You are very brutal, Bernard, and I hate these ways of yours. What is the matter with you?" Perplexed and confused, I told her that I thought her mare was bolting, and that I was afraid some accident might happen to her if she allowed herself to be carried away by the excitement of the ride. "And to save me," she replied, "you make me fall, at the risk of killing me. Really? That was most considerate of you." "Let me help you to mount again," I said, and without waiting for her permission, I took her in my arms and lifted her off the ground. "You know very well that I do not mount in this way," she exclaimed, now quite irritated. "Leave me alone. I don't want your help." But I was no longer in a state to obey her. I was losing my head. My arms were tightening around her waist, and it was in vain that I endeavored to take them away. My lips touched her bosom in spite of myself. She grew pale with anger. "Oh, how unfortunate I am," I said with my eyes full of tears. "How unfortunate I am to be always offending you, and to be hated more and more in proportion as my love for you grows greater." Edmee was of an imperious and violent nature. Her character, hardened by trials, had every year developed greater strength. She was no longer the trembling girl making a parade of courage, but in reality more ingenuous than bold, whom I had clasped in my arms at Mauprat. She was now a proud, fearless woman, who would have let herself be killed rather than give the slightest countenance to an audacious hope. Besides, she was now the woman who knows that she is passionately loved and is conscious of her power. She repulsed me, therefore, with scorn, and as I followed her distractedly, she raised her whip and threatened to leave a mark of ignominy on my face if I dared to touch even her stirrup. I fell on my knees and begged her not to leave me thus without forgiving me. She was already in her saddle, and, as she looked round for the way back, she exclaimed, "That was the one thing wanting, to behold this hateful spot again. Do you see where we are?" I looked in my turn, and saw that we were on the edge of the forest, quite close to the shady little pond at Gazeau. A few yards from us, through the trees which had grown denser since Patience left, I perceived the door of the tower, opening like a big black mouth behind the green foliage. I was seized with a fresh dizziness. A terrible struggle was taking place between two instincts. Who shall explain the mysterious workings of man's brain when his soul is grappling with the senses, and one part of his being is striving to strangle the other? In an organization like mine, such a conflict, believe me, was bound to be terrible. And do not imagine that the will makes but a feeble resistance and nature's carried away by passion. It is idiotic to say to a man who lies spent with such struggles, "You ought to have conquered yourself." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 22. How shall I describe to you what I felt at the unexpected sight of Gazo Tower? I had seen it but twice in my life. Each time I had taken part in a painfully stirring scene there. Yet these scenes were as naught beside the one awaiting me on this third encounter. There must be a curse on certain places. I fancied I could still see the blood of the two Mauprats sprinkled on the shattered door. Their life of crime and their tragic end made me shudder at the violent instincts which I felt in myself. I was filled with the horror of my own feelings, and I understood why Edmee did not love me. But, as if yonder deplorable blood had power to stir a fatal sympathy, I felt the wild strength of my passion increasing in proportion as my will made greater efforts to subdue it. I had trampled down all other passions. Scarcely a trace of them remained in me. I was sober, if not gentle and patient. I was at least capable of affection and sympathy. I had a profound sense of the laws of honor, and the highest respect for the dignity of others. Love, however, was still the most formidable of my enemies, for it was inseparably connected with all that I had acquired of morality and delicacy. It was the tie that bound the old man to the new, an indissoluble tie, which made it almost impossible for me to find the golden mean between reason and passion. Standing before Edmee, who was about to leave me behind and on foot, furious at seeing her escape me for the last time, since after the insult I had just offered her, she would doubtless never run the risk of being alone with me again. I gazed on her with a terrible expression. I was livid. My fists were clenched. I had but to resolve, and the slightest exertion of my strength would have snatched her from her horse, thrown her to the ground, and left her at the mercy of my desires. I had but to let my old savage instincts reign for a second, and I could have slaked, extinguished the fires which had been consuming me for 7 years. Never did Edmee know the danger her honor ran in that minute of agony, and never have I ceased to feel remorse for it. But God alone shall be my judge, for I triumphed, and this was the last evil thought of my life. In this thought, moreover, lay the whole of my crime. The rest was the work of fate. Filled with fear, I suddenly turned my back on her and, wringing my hands in despair, hastened away by the path which had brought me thither. I cared little where I went. I only knew that I had to tear myself away from perilous temptations. It was a broiling day. The odor of the woods seemed intoxicating. The mere sight of them was stirring up the instincts of my old savage life. I had to flee or fall. With an imperious gesture, Edmee ordered me to depart from her presence. The idea that any danger could possibly threaten her, except from myself, naturally did not come into my head or her own. I plunged into the forest. I had not gone more than 30 paces when I heard the report of a gun from the spot where I had left Edmee. I stopped, petrified with horror. Why, I know not, for in the middle of a battue, the report of a gun was by no means extraordinary. But my soul was so sorrowful that it seemed ready to find fresh woe in everything. I was about to retrace my steps and rejoin Edmee, at the risk of offending her still more, when I thought I heard the moaning of a human being in the direction of Gazo Tower. I rushed forward, and then fell upon my knees, as if stunned by emotion. It took me some minutes to recover. My brain seemed full of doleful sights and sounds. I could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality. Though the sun was shining brightly, I began to grope my way among the trees. All of a sudden I found myself face to face with the abbé. He was anxiously looking for Edmee. The chevalier had driven to a certain spot to watch the field pass, and not seeing his daughter, had been filled with apprehension. The abbé had plunged into the forest at once, and soon finding the tracks of our horses, had come to see what had happened to us. He had heard the gun, but had thought nothing of it. Seeing me pale and apparently dazed, with my hair disarranged, and without either horse or gun, I had let mine fall on the spot where I had half fainted, and had not thought of picking it up. He was as terrified as myself, nor did he know any more than I for what reason. "Edmee," he said to me, "where is Edmee?" I made a rambling reply. He was so alarmed at seeing me in such a state that he felt secretly convinced I had committed some crime, as he subsequently confessed to me. "Wretched boy," he said, shaking me vigorously by the arm to bring me to my senses. "Be calm. Collect your thoughts, I implore you." I did not understand a word, but I led him towards the fatal spot, and there, a sight never to be forgotten, Edmee was lying on the ground rigid and bathed in blood. Her mare was quietly grazing a few yards away. Patience was standing by her side with his arms crossed on his breast, his face livid, and his heart so full that he was unable to answer a word to the abbé's cries and sobs. For myself, I could not understand what was taking place. I fancy that my brain, already bewildered by my previous emotions, must have been completely paralyzed. I sat down on the ground by Edmee's side. She had been shot in the breast in 2 places. I gazed on her lifeless eyes in a state of absolute stupor. "Take away that creature," said Patience to the abbé, casting a look of contempt on me. "His perverse nature is what it always was." "Edmee, Edmee," cried the abbé, throwing himself upon the grass and endeavoring to stanch the blood with his handkerchief. "Dead, dead," said Patience, "and there is the murderer. She said so as she gave up her pure soul to God, and Patience will avenge her. It is very hard, but it must be so. It is God's will, since I alone was here to learn the truth." "Horrible, horrible," exclaimed the abbé. I heard the sound of this last word, and with a smile I repeated it like an echo. Some huntsman now appeared. Edmee was carried away. I believe that I caught sight of her father walking without help. However, I should not dare to affirm that this was not a mere extravagant vision, for I had no definite consciousness of anything, and these awful moments have left in my mind nothing but vague memories, as of a dream. Had I not been assured that the chevalier got out of the carriage without any help, walked about, and acted with as much presence of mind as a young man, on the following day he fell into a state of absolute dotage and insensibility, and never rose from his armchair again. But what happened to myself? I do not know. When I recovered my reason, I found that I was in another part of the forest near a little waterfall, to the murmur of which I was listening mechanically with a sort of vague delight. Blaireau was asleep at my feet, while his master, leaning against a tree, was watching me attentively. The setting sun was sending shafts of ruddy gold between the slender stems of the young ash trees. The wildflowers seemed to be smiling at me, and birds were warbling sweet melodies. It was one of the most beautiful days of the year. "What a gorgeous evening," I said to Marcasse. "This spot is as beautiful as an American forest. Well, old friend, "What are you doing there? You ought to have awakened me sooner. I have had such hideous dreams." Marquez came and knelt down beside me. 2 streams of tears were running down his withered, sallow cheeks. On his face, usually so impassive, there was an ineffable expression of pity and sorrow and affection. "Poor master," he said. "Delirium. Head bad, that's all. Great misfortune. But fidelity not changed. Always with you. If need be, ready to die with you." His tears and words filled me with sadness, but this was owing to an instinctive sympathy enhanced by the weak state of my nerves, for I did not remember a thing. I threw myself into his arms and wept like himself. He pressed me to his bosom, as a father might his son. I was fully conscious that some frightful misfortune had overtaken me, but I was afraid to learn what it was, and nothing in the world would have induced me to ask him. He took me by the arm and led me through the forest. I let myself be taken like a child. Then a fresh sense of weariness came over me. He was obliged to let me sit down again for half an hour. At last he lifted me up and succeeded in leading me to Mauprat, where we arrived very late. I do not know what happened to me during the night. Marquez told me subsequently that I had been very delirious. He took upon himself to send to the nearest village for a barber, who bled me early in the morning, and a few minutes later I recovered my reason. But what a frightful service they seemed to have done me. Dead, dead, dead. This was the only word I could utter. I did nothing but groan and toss about on my bed. I wanted to get up and run to Saint Sever. My poor sergeant would throw himself at my feet or plant himself in front of the door to prevent me, to keep me back. He would tell me various things which I did not in the least understand. However, his manifest solicitude for me and my own feeling of exhaustion made me yield, though I could not explain his conduct. In one of these struggles my vein opened again, and I returned to bed before Marquez noticed it. Gradually I sank into a deep swoon, and I was almost dead when, seeing my blue lips and purple cheeks, he took it into his head to lift up the bedclothes, and found me lying in a pool of blood. However, this was the most fortunate thing that could have happened to me. For several days I remained in a state of prostration in which there was but little difference between my waking and sleeping hours. Thanks to this, I understood nothing, and therefore did not suffer. One morning, having managed to make me take a little nourishment, and noticing that with my strength my melancholy and anxiety were returning, Marquez announced, with a simple, genuine delight, that Edmee was not dead, and that they did not despair of saving her. These words fell upon me like a thunderbolt, for I was still under the impression that this frightful adventure was a delusion of my delirium. I began to shout and to brandish my arms in a terrible manner. Marquez fell on his knees by my bed and implored me to be calm, and a score of times he repeated the following words, which to me were like the meaningless words one hears in a dream. "You did not do it on purpose. I know well enough. No, you did not do it on purpose. It was an accident, a gun going off in your hand by chance." "Come now, what do you mean?" I exclaimed impatiently. "What gun? What accident? What have I to do with it?" "Don't you know then, sir, how she was hit?" I passed my hands over my brow as if to bring back to my mind the energy of life, and as I had no clear recollection of the mysterious event which had unhinged it, I thought that I was mad, and remained silent and dismayed, fearful lest any word should escape to betray the loss of my faculties. At last, little by little, I collected my thoughts. I asked for some wine, as I felt weak, and no sooner had I drunk a few drops than all the scenes of the fatal day unrolled themselves before me as if by magic. I even remembered the words that I had heard patients utter immediately after the event. It was as if they had been graven in that part of the memory which preserves the sound of words, even when the other part which treasures up their sense is asleep. For one more moment I was uncertain. I wondered if my gun could have gone off in my hands just as I was leaving Edmee. I distinctly remembered firing it at a peewit an hour before, for Edmee had wanted to examine the bird's plumage. Further, when I heard the shot which had hit her, my gun was in my hands, and I had not thrown it down until a few seconds later, so it could not have been this weapon which had gone off on falling. Besides, even granting a fatality which was incredible, I was much too far from Edmee at that moment to have shot her. Finally, I had not a single bullet on me throughout the day, and it was impossible for my gun to have been loaded, unknown to myself, since I had not unslung it after killing the peewit. Quite convinced, therefore, that I was not the cause of the hideous accident, it remained to me to find an explanation of this crushing catastrophe. To me it was perfectly simple. Some booby with a gun, I thought, must have caught sight of Edmee's horse through the branches and mistaken it for a wild beast, and I did not dream of accusing anyone of a deliberate attempt at murder. I discovered, however, that I was accused myself. I drew the truth from Marquez. He informed me that the Chevalier and all the people who took part in the hunt had attributed the misfortune to a pure accident, their opinion being that, to my great sorrow, my gun had gone off when my horse threw me, for it was believed that I had been thrown. This was practically the view they all took. In the few words that Edmee had been able to utter, she seemed to confirm the supposition. Only one person accused me, and that was Patience. But he had accused me before, none but his two friends, Marquez and the Abbé Aubert, and then only after pledging them to secrecy. There is no need, added Marquez, for me to tell you that the Abbé maintains an absolute silence and refuses to believe that you are guilty. As for myself, I swear to you that I shall never. Stop, I said. Do not tell me even that. It would imply that someone in the world might actually believe it. But Edmee said something extraordinary to Patience, just as she was dying, for she is dead. It is useless for you to try to deceive me. She is dead, and I shall never see her again. She is not dead, cried Marquez, and his solemn oaths convinced me, for I knew that he would have tried in vain to lie. His simple soul would have risen in revolt against his charitable intentions. As for Edmee's words, he frankly refused to repeat them, from which I gathered that their testimony seemed overwhelming. Thereupon I dragged myself out of bed, and stubbornly resisted all Marquez's efforts to keep me back. I had the farmer's horse saddled and started off at a gallop. I staggered into the drawing-room without meeting anyone except Saint-Jean, who uttered a cry of terror on seeing me, and rushed off without answering my questions. The drawing-room was empty. Edmee's embroidery frame, buried under the green cloth which her hand, perchance, would never lift again, seemed to me like a bier under its pall. My uncle's big armchair was no longer in the chimney corner. My portrait, which I had had painted in Philadelphia and had sent over during the American War, had been taken down from the wall. These were signs of death and malediction. I left this room with all haste and went upstairs with the courage of innocence, but with despair in my soul. I walked straight to Edmee's room, knocked, and entered at once. Mademoiselle Leblanc was coming towards the door. She gave a loud scream and ran away, hiding her face in her hands as if she had seen a wild beast. Who, then, could have been spreading hideous reports about me? Had the Abbé been disloyal enough to do so? I learned later that Edmee, though generous and unshaken in her lucid moments, had openly accused me in her delirium. I approached her bed and, half delirious myself, forgetting that my sudden appearance might be a death blow to her. I pulled the curtains aside with an eager hand and gazed on her. Never have I seen more marvelous beauty. Her big dark eyes had grown half as large again. They were shining with an extraordinary brilliancy, though without any expression, like diamonds. Her drawn, colorless cheeks and her lips, as white as her cheeks, gave her the appearance of a beautiful marble head. She looked at me fixedly, with as little emotion as if she had been looking at a picture or a piece of furniture. Then, turning her face slightly towards the wall, she said, with a mysterious smile, "This is the flower they call Edmea sylvestris." I fell upon my knees. I took her hand. I covered it with kisses. I broke into sobs. But she gave no heed. Her hand remained in mine, icy and still, like a piece of alabaster. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. June 14th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 23. The abbé came in and greeted me in a cold and sombre manner. Then he made a sign to me, and drawing me away from the bed, said, "You must be mad. Return at once, and if you are wise, you will remain away. It is the only thing left for you to do." "And since when," I cried, flying into a passion, "have you had the right to drive me out of the bosom of my family?" "Alas, you no longer have a family," he answered with an accent of sorrow that somewhat disarmed me. "What were once father and daughter are now naught but two phantoms, whose souls are already dead and whose bodies soon will be. Show some respect for the last days of those who loved you." "And how can I show my respect and grief by quitting them?" I replied, quite crushed. "On this point," said the abbé, "I neither wish nor ought to say anything, for you know that your presence here is an act of rashness and profanation. Go away. When they are no more, and the day cannot be far distant, if you have any claims to this house, you may return, and you will certainly not find me here to contest them or affirm them. Meanwhile, as I have no knowledge of these claims, I believe I may take it upon myself to see that some respect is paid to the last hours of these two holy people." "Wretched man," I said, "I do not know what prevents me from tearing you to pieces. What abominable impulses urges you to be everlastingly turning the dagger in my breast? Are you afraid I may survive this blow? Cannot you see that 3 coffins will be taken out together from this house? Do you imagine that I have come here for aught but a farewell look and a farewell blessing?" "You might say a farewell pardon," replied the abbé in a bitter tone, with a gesture of merciless condemnation. "What I say is that you are mad," I cried, "and that if you were not a priest, this hand of mine should crush the life of you for daring to speak to me in this way." "I have but little fear of you, sir," he rejoined. "To take my life would be doing me a great service. But I am sorry that your threats and anger should lend weight to the charges under which you lie. If I saw that you were moved to penitence, I would weep with you. But your assurance fills me with loathing. Hitherto I had seen in you nothing worse than a raging lunatic. Today I seem to see a scoundrel. Begone, sir." I fell into an armchair, choking with rage and anguish. For a moment I hoped that I was about to die. Edmee was dying by my side, and before me was a judge so firmly convinced of my guilt that his usual gentle, timid nature had become harsh and pitiless. The imminent loss of her I loved was hurrying me to a longing for death. Yet the horrible charge hanging over me began to rouse my energies. I did not believe that such an accusation could stand for a single instant against the voice of truth. I imagined that one word from me, one look, would be sufficient to make it fall to the ground. But I felt so dazed, so deeply wounded, that this means of defense was denied me. The more grievously the disgrace of such a suspicion weighed upon my mind, the more clearly I realized that it is almost impossible for a man to defend himself successfully when his only weapon is the pride of slandered innocence. I sat there overwhelmed, unable to utter a word. It seemed as if a dome of lead were weighing on my skull. Suddenly the door opened, and Mademoiselle Leblanc approached me stiffly. In a tone full of hatred, she informed me that someone outside wished to speak to me. I went out mechanically and found Patience waiting with his arms folded, in his most dignified attitude, and with an expression on his face which would have compelled both respect and fear if I had been guilty. "Monsieur de Mauprat," he said, "I must request you grant me a private interview. Will you kindly follow me to my cottage?" "Yes, I will," I replied. "I am ready to endure any humiliation, if only I can learn what is wanted of me, and why you are all pleased to insult the most unfortunate of men. Lead the way, Patience, and go quickly. I am eager to return here." Patience walked in front of me with an impassive air. When we arrived at his little dwelling, we found my poor sergeant, who had just arrived likewise. Not finding any horse on which he could follow me, and not wishing to quit me, he had come on foot, and so quickly that he was bathed in perspiration. Nevertheless, the moment he saw us, he sprang up full of life from the bench on which he had thrown himself under the bower of vine branches, and came to meet us. "Patience!" he cried in a dramatic style which would have made me smile had it been possible for me to display a glimmer of mirth at such a moment. "Old fool! Slanderer at your age! Fie, sir! Ruined by good fortune! You are, yes." Patience, impassive as ever, shrugged his shoulders and said to his friend, "Marcos, you do not know what you are saying. Go and rest a while at the bottom of the orchard. This matter does not concern you. I want to speak to your master alone. I wish you to go," he added, taking him by the arm, and there was a touch of authority in his manner, to which the sergeant, in spite of his ticklish pride, yielded from instinct and habit. As soon as we were alone, Patience proceeded to the point. He began by a series of questions, to which I resolved to submit, so that I might the more quickly obtain some light on the state of affairs around me. "Will you kindly inform me, monsieur," he said, "what you purpose doing now?" "I purpose remaining with my family," I answered, "as long as I have a family, and when this family is no more, what I shall do concerns no one." "But, sir," replied Patience, "if you were told that you could not remain under the same roof with them without causing the death of one or the other, would you persist in staying?" "If I were convinced that this was so," I rejoined, "I would not appear in their presence. I would remain at their door and await the last day of their life, or the first day of their renewed health, and again implore a love I have not yet ceased to deserve." "Ah, we have come to this," said Patience with a smile of contempt. "I should not have believed it. However, I'm very glad. It makes matters clearer." What do you mean? I cried. Speak, you wretch! Explain yourself. You are the only wretch here, he answered coldly, at the same time sitting down on the one stool in the cottage, while I remained standing before him. I wanted to draw an explanation from him at all costs. I restrained my feelings. I even humbled myself so far as to say that I should be ready to accept advice, if he would consent to tell me the words that Edmee had uttered immediately after the event, and those which she had repeated in her hours of delirium. "That I will not," replied Patience sternly. "You are not worthy to hear any words from that mouth, and I shall certainly never repeat them to you. Why do you want to know them? Do you hope to hide anything from men hereafter? God saw you. For him there are no secrets. Leave this place. Stay at Rochemaupoix. Keep quiet there, and when your uncle is dead and your affairs are settled, leave this part of the country. If you take my advice, you will leave it this very day, and do not want to put the law on your track, unless your actions force me. But others besides myself, if they are not certain of the truth, have at least a suspicion of it. Before 2 days have passed, a chance word said in public, the indiscretion of some servant, may awaken the attention of justice, and from that point to the scaffold, when a man is guilty, is but a single step. I used to not hate you. I even had a liking for you. Take this advice, then, which you say you are ready to follow. Go away at once, or remain in hiding and ready for flight. I do not desire your ruin. Edmee would not desire it either. So, do you understand? You must be insane to think that I could listen to such advice. I hide myself or flee like a murderer? You can't dream of that. Come on, I defy the whole of you. I know not what fury and hatred are fretting you and uniting you all against me. I know not why you want to keep me from seeing my uncle and cousin, but I despise your follies. My place is here. I shall not quit it, except by order of my cousin or uncle, and this order, too, I must take from their own lips. I cannot allow sentence to be brought me by any outsider. So, thanks for your wisdom, Monsieur Patience. In this case, my own will suffice. I am your humble servant, sir. I was preparing to leave the cottage when he rushed in front of me, and for a moment I saw that he was ready to use force to detain me. In spite of his advanced age, in spite of my height and strength, he might still have been a match, perhaps more than a match for me in a struggle of this kind. Short, bent, broad shoulders, he was a Hercules. He stopped, however, just as he was about to lay hands on me, and seized with one of those fits of deep tenderness to which he was subject in his moments of greatest passion. He gazed at me with eyes of pity, and said in a gentle tone, "My poor boy, you whom I loved as a son, for I looked upon you as Edmee's brother, do not hasten your ruin. I beseech you in the name of her whom you have murdered and whom you still love. I can see it, but whom you may never behold again. Believe me, but yesterday your family was a proud vessel, whose helm was in your hands. Today is a drifting wreck, without sail or pilot, left to be handled by cabin boys, as friend Macaus said. Well, my poor mariner, do not persist in drowning yourself. I am throwing you a rope. Take it. A day more, and it may be too late. Remember that if the law gets hold of you, the man who is trying to save you today, tomorrow will be obliged to appear against you and condemn you. Do not compel me to do a thing the very thought of which brings tears to my eyes. Bernard, You have been loved, my lad. Even today you may live on the past." I burst into tears, and the sergeant, who returned at this moment, began to weep also. He implored me to go back to Mauprat, but I soon recovered, and thrusting them both away, said, "I know that both of you are excellent men, and both most generous, but you must have some love for me too, since though you believe me blackened with a hideous crime, you can still think of saving my life. But have no fears on my account, good friends. I am innocent of this crime, and my one wish is that the matter may be fully investigated, so that I may be acquitted. Yes, this is inevitable. I owe it to my family to live until my honor has been freed from stain. Then, if I am condemned to see my cousin die, as I have no one in the world to love but her, I will blow my brains out. Why, then, should I be downcast? I set little store by my life. May God make the last hours of her whom I shall certainly not survive painless and peaceful. That is all I ask of him." Patience shook his head with a gloomy, dissatisfied expression. He was so convinced of my crime that all my denials only served to alienate his pity. Mauprat still loved me, though he thought I was guilty. I had no one in the world to answer for my innocence except myself. "If you persist on returning to the chateau," exclaimed Patience, "you must swear before you leave that you will not enter your cousin's room or your uncle's without the abbé's permission." "What I swear is that I am innocent," I replied, "and that I will allow no man to saddle me with a crime. Back, both of you, let me pass. Patience, if you consider it your duty to denounce me, go and do so. All that I ask is that I may not be condemned without a hearing. I prefer the bar of justice to that of mere opinion." I rushed out of the cottage and returned to the chateau. However, not wishing to make a scandal before the servants, and knowing quite well that they could not hide Edmee's real condition from me, I went and shut myself up in the room I usually occupied. But in the evening, just as I was leaving it to get news of the two patients, Mademoiselle Leblanc again told me that someone wished to speak with me outside. I noticed that her face betrayed a sense of joy as well as fear. I concluded that they had come to arrest me, and I suspected, rightly as it transpired, that Mademoiselle Leblanc had denounced me. I went to the window and saw some of the mounted police in the courtyard. "Good," I said, "let my destiny take its course." But before quitting, perhaps forever, this house in which I was leaving my soul, I wished to see Edmee again for the last time. I walked straight to her room. Mademoiselle Leblanc tried to throw herself in front of the door. I pushed her aside so roughly that she fell and, I believe, hurt herself slightly. She immediately filled the house with her cries, and later in the trial made a great pother about what she was pleased to call an attempt to murder her. I at once entered Edmee's room. There I found the abbé and the doctor. I listened in silence to what the latter was saying. I learnt that the wounds in themselves were not mortal, that they would not even be very serious, had not a violent disturbance in the brain complicated the evil, and made him fear tetanus. This frightful word fell upon me like a death sentence. In America I had seen many men die of this terrible malady, the result of wounds received in the war. I approached the bed. The abbé was so alarmed that he did not think of preventing me. I took Edmee's hand, cold and lifeless as ever. I kissed it a last time, and without saying a single word to the others, I went and gave myself up to the police. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker, September 24, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 24. I was immediately thrown into prison at La Châtre. The public prosecutor for the district of Issoudun took in hand this case of the attempted murder of Mademoiselle de Mauprat, and obtained permission to have a monitory published on the morrow. He went to the village of Saint-Sever, and then to the farms in the neighborhood of the Curat woods, where the event had happened, and took the depositions of more than 30 witnesses. Then, 8 days after I had been arrested, the writ of arrest was issued. If my mind had been less distracted, or if someone had interested himself in me, this breach of the law and many others that occurred during the trial might have been adduced as powerful arguments in my favor. They would have at least shown that the proceedings were inspired by some secret hatred. In the whole course of the affair, an invisible hand directed everything with pitiless haste and severity. The first examination had produced but a single indictment against me. This came from Mademoiselle Leblanc. The men who had taken part in the hunt declared that they knew nothing, and had no reason to regard the occurrence as a deliberate attempt at murder. Mademoiselle Leblanc, however, who had an old grudge against me for certain jokes I had ventured to make at her expense, and who, moreover, had been suborned, as I learned afterwards, declared that Edmee, on recovering from her first swoon, at a time when she was quite calm and in full possession of her reason, had confided to her, under a pledge of secrecy, that she had been insulted, threatened, dragged from her horse, and finally shot by me. This wicked old maid, putting together the various revelations that Edmee had made in her delirium, had, cleverly enough, composed a connected narrative and added to it all the embellishments that hatred could suggest. Distorting the incoherent words and vague impressions of her mistress, she declared upon oath that Edmee had seen me point the barrel of my carbine at her, with the words, "As I swore, you shall die by my hand." Saint-Jean, who was examined the same day, declared that he knew nothing beyond what Mademoiselle Leblanc had told him that evening, and his deposition was very similar to hers. He was honest enough, but dull and narrow-minded. From love of exactness, he omitted no trifling detail which might be interpreted against me. He asserted that I had always been subject to pains in the head, during which I lost my senses, that several times previously, when my nerves were disordered, I had spoken of blood and murder to some individual whom I always fancied I could see, and, finally, that my temper was so violent that I was capable of throwing the first thing that came to hand at anyone's head, though, as a fact, I had never, to his knowledge, committed any excess of this kind. Such are the depositions that frequently decide life and death in criminal cases. Patience could not be found on the day of this inquiry. The abbé declared that his ideas on the occurrence were so vague that he would undergo all the penalties inflicted on recalcitrant witnesses rather than express his opinion before fuller investigations had been made. He requested the public prosecutor to give him time, promising on his honor that he would not resist the demands of justice, and representing that at the end of a few days, by inquiring into certain things, he would probably arrive at a conviction of some sort. In this event he undertook to speak plainly either for or against me. This delay was granted. Macasse simply said that if I had inflicted the wounds on Mademoiselle de Mauprat, about which he was beginning to feel very doubtful, I had at least inflicted them unintentionally. On this he was prepared to stake his honor and his life. Such was the result of the first inquiry. It was resumed at various times during the following days, and several false witnesses swore that they had seen me shoot Mademoiselle de Mauprat, after vainly endeavoring to make her yield to my wishes. One of the most baneful instruments of ancient criminal procedure was what was known as the monitory. This was a notice from the pulpit, given out by the bishop and repeated by all the vicars to their parishioners, ordering them to make inquiries about the crime in question, and to reveal all the facts which might come to their knowledge. This was merely a modified form of the inquisitorial principle which reigned more openly in other countries. In the majority of cases, the monitory, which had, as a fact, been instituted in order to encourage informers in the name of religion, was a marvel of ridiculous atrocity. It frequently set forth the crime and all the imaginary circumstances the plaintiffs were eager to prove. It was, in short, the publication of a ready-made case, which gave the first knave that came a chance of earning some money by making a lying deposition in favor of the highest bidder. The inevitable effect of the monitory, when it was drawn up with a bias, was to arouse public hatred against the accused. The devout especially, receiving their opinions ready-made from the clergy, pursued the victim without mercy. This is what happened in my own case, but here the clergy of the province were playing a further secret part, which almost decided my fate. The case was taken to the assizes at the court of Bourges, and proceedings began in a very few days. You can imagine the gloomy despair with which I was filled. Edmee's condition was growing more and more serious. Her mind was completely unhinged. I felt no anxiety as to the result of the trial. I never imagined it was possible to convict me of a crime I had not committed. But what were honor and life to me if Edmee were never to regain the power of recognizing my innocence? I looked upon her as already dead, as having cursed me dying, so I was inflexibly resolved to kill myself immediately after receiving my sentence, whatever it might be. Until then, I felt it was my duty to live, and to do what might be necessary for the triumph of truth. But I was plunged in such a state of stupor that I did not even think of ascertaining what was to be done. Had it not been for the cleverness and zeal of my counsel, and the sublime devotion of Marcos, my listlessness would have left me to the most terrible fate. Marcos spent all his time in expeditions on my behalf. In the evening he would come and throw himself on a bundle of straw at the foot of my truckle bed, and, after giving me news of Edmee and the Chevalier, whom he went to see every day, he would tell me the results of his proceedings. I used to grasp his hand affectionately, but I was generally so absorbed by the news he had just given me of Edmee that I never heard anything further. This prison at La Châtre had formerly been the stronghold of the Elevains of Lombard, the seigneurs of the province. Nothing was left of it but a formidable square tower at the top of a ravine, where the Indre forms a narrow winding valley rich with the most beautiful vegetation. The weather was magnificent. My room, situated at the top of the tower, received the rays of the rising sun, which cast the long, thin shadows of a triple row of poplars as far as the eye could see. Never did landscape more smiling, fresh, and pastoral offer itself to the eyes of a prisoner. But how could I find pleasure in it? Words of death and contumely came to me in every breeze that blew through the wallflowers growing in the crannies. Every rustic sound, every tune on the pipe that rose to my room seemed to contain an insult or to proclaim profound contempt for my sorrow. There was nothing, even to the bleating of the flocks, which did not appear to me an expression of neglect or indifference. For some time Marcos had had one fixed idea, namely, that Edmee had been shot by Jean Mauprat. It was possible, but as there was no evidence to support the conjecture, I at once ordered him not to make known his suspicions. It was not for me to clear myself at the expense of others. Although Jean Mauprat was capable of anything, it was possible that he had never thought of committing this crime, and, as I had not heard him spoken of for more than 6 weeks, it seemed to me that it would have been cowardly to accuse him. I clung to the belief that one of the men in the bateau had fired at Edmee by mistake, and that a feeling of fear and shame prevented him from confessing his misadventure. Marcos had the courage to go and see all those who had taken part in the hunt, and, with such eloquence as Heaven had granted him, implored them not to fear the penalty for unintentional murder, and not to allow an innocent man to be accused in their stead. All these efforts were fruitless. From none of the huntsmen did my poor friend obtain a reply which left him any nearer a solution of the mystery that surrounded us. On being transferred to Bourges, I was thrown into the castle which had belonged to the old Dukes of Berry. This was henceforth to be my prison. It was a great grief to me to be separated from my faithful sergeant. He would have been allowed to follow me, but he had a presentiment that he would soon be arrested at the suggestion of my enemies, for he persisted in believing that I was the victim of a plot, and thus be unable to serve me any more. He wished, therefore, to lose no time, and to continue his investigations as long as they should not have seized his person. 2 days after my removal to Bourges, Marcos produced a document which had been drawn up at his insistence by 2 notaries of La Châtre. It contained the depositions of 10 witnesses to the effect that for some days before the attempted assassination, a mendicant friar had been prowling about Varennes, that he had appeared in different places very close together, and notably that he had slept at Notre Dame de Poligny the night before the event. Marcos maintained that this monk was Jean Mauprat. 2 women declared that they had thought they recognized him either as Jean or Walter Mauprat, who closely resembled him. But Walter had been found drowned the day after the capture of the keep, and the whole town of La Châtre, on the day when Edmee was shot, had seen the Trappist engaged with the Carmelite prior from morning till night in conducting the procession and services for the pilgrimage of Vaudevant. These depositions, therefore, so far from being favourable to me, produced a very bad effect, and threw odium on my defence. The Trappist conclusively proved his alibi, and the prior of the Carmelites helped him to spread a report that I was a worthless villain. This was a time of triumph for Jean Mauprat. He proclaimed aloud that he had come to deliver himself up to his natural judges to suffer punishment for his crimes in the past, but no one could think of prosecuting such a holy man. The fanaticism that he inspired in our eminently devout province was such that no magistrate would have dared to brave public opinion by proceeding against him. In his own depositions, Marcos gave an account of the mysterious and inexplicable appearance of the Trappist at Rochemaupoix, the steps he had taken to obtain an interview with M. Hubert and his daughter, his insolence in entering and terrifying them in their drawing-room, and the efforts the Carmelite prior had made to obtain considerable sums of money from me on behalf of this individual. All these depositions were treated as fairy tales, for Marcos admitted that he had not seen the Trappist in any of the places mentioned, and neither the Chevalier nor his daughter was able to give evidence. It is true that my answers to the various questions put to me confirmed Marcos's statements, but as I declared in all sincerity that for some 2 months the Trappist had given me no cause for uneasiness or displeasure, and as I refused to attribute the murder to him, it seemed for some days as if he would be forever reinstated in the public opinion. My lack of animosity against him did not, however, diminish that which my judges showed against me. They made use of the arbitrary powers which magistrates had in bygone days, especially in remote parts of the provinces, and they paralyzed all my lawyer's efforts by a fierce haste. Several legal personages, whose names I will not mention, indulged even publicly in a strain of invective against me which ought to have excluded them from any court dealing with the question of human dignity and morality. They intrigued to induce me to confess, and almost went so far as to promise me a favorable verdict if I at least acknowledged that I had wounded Mademoiselle de Mauprat accidentally. The scorn with which I met these overtures alienated them altogether. A stranger to all intrigue, at a time when justice and truth could not triumph except for by intrigue, I was a victim of two redoubtable enemies, the Church and the law. The former I had offended in the person of the Carmelite prior, and the latter hated me because of the suitors whom Edmee had repulsed. The most spiteful was a man closely related to the chief magistrate. Nevertheless, a few honest men, to whom I was almost unknown, took an interest in my case on account of the efforts of others to make my name odious. One of them, a Monsieur E., who was not without influence, for he was the brother of the sheriff of the province, and acquainted with all the deputies, rendered me a service by the excellent suggestions he made for throwing light on this complicated affair. Patience, convinced as he was of my guilt, might have served my enemies without wishing to do so, but he would not. He had resumed his roaming life in the woods, and, though he did not hide, could never be found. Marcosse was very uneasy about his intentions, and could not understand his conduct at all. The police were furious to find that an old man was making a fool of them, and that without going beyond a radius of a few leagues. I fancy that the old fellow, with his habits and constitution, could have lived for years in Varennes without falling into their hands, and, moreover, without feeling that longing to surrender which a sense of ennui and the horror of solitude so frequently arouse even in great criminals. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker, July 1st, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 25. The day of the public trial came. I went to face it quite calmly. But the sight of the crowd filled me with a profound melancholy. No support, no sympathy for me there. It seemed to me that on such an occasion I might at least have looked for that show of respect to which the unfortunate and friendless are entitled. Yet on all the faces around I saw nothing but a brutal and insolent curiosity. Girls of the lower classes talked loudly of my looks and my youth. A large number of women belonging to the nobility or moneyed classes displayed their brilliant dresses in the galleries, as if they had come to some fete. A great many monks showed their shaven crowns in the middle of the populace, which they were inciting against me. From their crowded ranks I could frequently catch words brigand, ungodly, and wild beast. The men of fashion in the district were lolling on the seats of honor and discussing my passion in the language of the gutter. I saw and heard everything with that tranquillity which springs from a profound disgust of life. Even as a traveler who has come to the end of his journey may look with indifference and weariness on the eager bustle of those who are setting off for a more distant goal. The trial began with that emphatic solemnity which at all times has been associated with the exercise of judicial power. My examination was short, in spite of the innumerable questions that were asked me about my whole life. My answers singularly disappointed the expectations of public curiosity, and shortened the trial considerably. I confined myself to 3 principal replies, the substance of which I never changed. Firstly, to all questions concerning my childhood and education, I replied that I had not come into the defendant's dock to accuse others. Secondly, to those bearing on Edmee, the nature of my feelings for her and my relations with her, I replied that Mademoiselle de Mauprat's worth and reputation could not permit even the simplest question as to the nature of her relations with any man whatever, and that as to my feelings for her, I was accountable for them to no one. Thirdly, to those which were designed to make me confess my pretended crime. I replied that I was not even the unwilling author of the accident. In brief answers, I gave some details of the events immediately preceding it, but feeling that I owed it to Edmee as much as to myself to be silent about the tumultuous impulses that had stirred me, I explained the scene which had resulted in my quitting her as being due to a fall from my horse, and that I had been found some distance from her body was, I said, because I had deemed it advisable to run after my horse so that I might again escort her. Unfortunately, all this was not very clear, and naturally could not be. My horse had gone off in the direction opposite to that which I said, and the bewildered state in which I had been found before I knew of the accident was not sufficiently explained by a fall from my horse. They questioned me especially about the gallop I had had with my cousin through the wood, instead of following the hunt as we had intended. They would not believe that we had gone astray, guided altogether by chance. It was impossible, they said, to look upon chance as a reasonable being, armed with a gun, waiting for Edmee at Gazo Tower at an appointed time in order to shoot her the moment I turned my back for 5 minutes. They pretended that I must have taken her to this out-of-the-way spot, either by craft or force to outrage her, and that I had tried to kill her either from rage at not succeeding or from fear of being discovered and punished for my crime. Then all the witnesses for and against me were heard. It is true that among the former Macasse was the only one who could really be considered as a witness for the defense. The rest merely affirmed that a monk bearing a resemblance to the Mauprats had been roaming about Varennes at the period in question, and that he had even appeared to hide himself on the evening of the event. Since then he had not been seen. These depositions, which I had not solicited, and which I declared had not been taken at my request, caused me considerable astonishment, for among the witnesses who made them I saw some of the most honest folk in the country. However, they had no weight except in the eyes of Monsieur E. , the magistrate, who was really interested in discovering the truth. He interposed and asked me how it was that M. Jean Mauprat had not been summoned to confront these witnesses, seeing that he had taken the trouble to put in his affidavit to prove an alibi. This objection was received with a murmur of indignation. There were not a few people, however, who by no means looked upon Jean Mauprat as a saint, but they took no interest in myself and had merely come to the trial as to a play. The enthusiasm of the bigots reached a climax when the Trappist suddenly stood up in the crowd. Throwing back his cowl in a theatrical manner, he boldly approached the bar, declaring that he was a miserable sinner worthy of all scorn. But on this occasion, when it was the duty of everyone to strive for truth, he considered it incumbent on him to set an example of simple candor by voluntarily offering himself for any examination which might shed light on the judges' minds. These words were greeted with applause. The Trappist was admitted to the witness box and confronted with the witnesses, who all declared, without any hesitation, that the monk they had seen wore the same habit as this man, and that there was a family likeness, a sort of distant resemblance between the two, but that it was not the same person. On this point they had not the least doubt. The result of this incident was a fresh triumph for the Trappist. No one seemed to notice that, as the witnesses had displayed so much candor, it was difficult to believe that they had not really seen another Trappist. At this moment I remembered that, at the time of the abbé's first interview with Jean Mauprat, at the spring at Forges, The latter had let fall a few words about a friar of the same order who was traveling with him and had passed the night at the Goulets' farm. I thought it advisable to mention this fact to my counsel. He discussed it in a low voice with the abbé, who was sitting among the witnesses. The latter remembered the circumstance quite clearly, but was unable to add any further details. When it came to the abbé's turn to give evidence, he looked at me with an expression of agony. His eyes filled with tears, and he answered the formal questions with difficulty and in an almost inaudible voice. He made a great effort to master himself, and finally he gave his evidence in these words. I was driving in the woods when le Chevalier Hubert de Mauprat requested me to alight, and to see what had become of his daughter Edmee, who had been missing from the field long enough to cause him uneasiness. I ran for some distance, and when I was about 30 yards from Gazeau Tower, I found M. Bernard de Mauprat in a state of great agitation. I had just heard a gun fired. I noticed that he was no longer carrying his carbine. He had thrown it down, discharged, as has been proved, a few yards away. We both hastened to Mademoiselle de Mauprat, whom we found lying on the ground with 2 bullets in her. Another man had reached her before us and was standing near her at this moment. He alone can make known the words he heard from her lips. She was unconscious when I saw her. But you heard the exact words from this individual, said the president, for rumor has it that there is a close friendship between yourself and the learned peasant known as Patience. The abbé hesitated and asked if the laws of conscience were not in this case at variance with the laws of the land, and if the judges had a right to ask a man to reveal a secret entrusted to his honor, and to make him break his word. You have taken an oath here in the name of Christ to tell the truth, the whole truth, was the reply. It is for you to judge whether this oath is not more solemn than any you may have made previously. But if I had received this secret under the seal of the confessional, said the abbé, you certainly would not urge me to reveal it. I believe, Monsieur l'Abbé, said the president, that it is some time since you confessed anyone. At this unbecoming remark, I noticed an expression of mirth on John Mauprat's face, a fiendish mirth, which brought back to me the man as I knew him of old, convulsed with laughter at the sight of suffering and tears. The annoyance which the abbé felt at this personal attack gave him the courage which might otherwise have been wanting. He remained for a few moments with downcast eyes. They thought that he was humiliated, but as soon as he raised his head, they saw his eyes flashing with the malicious obstinacy of the priest. All things considered, he said in the most gentle tone, I think that my conscience bids me to keep this secret. I shall keep it. Albert, said the king's advocate angrily, you are apparently unaware of the penalties which the law inflicts on witnesses who behave as you are doing. I am aware of them, replied the abbé in a still milder tone. Doubtless, then, you do not intend to defy them. I will undergo them if necessary, rejoined the abbé, with an imperceptible smile of pride, and such a dignified bearing that all the women were touched. Women are excellent judges of things that are delicately beautiful. Very good, replied the public prosecutor. Do you intend to persist in this course of silence? Perhaps, replied the abbé. Will you tell us whether, during the days that followed this attempt to murder Mademoiselle de Mauprat, you were in a position to hear the words she uttered, either during her delirium or during her lucid intervals? I can give you no information on that point, answered the abbé. It would be against my inclinations, and moreover, in my eyes, an outrage on propriety to repeat words which, in the case of delirium, could prove absolutely nothing, and, if uttered in a lucid moment, could only have been the outpouring of a genuinely filial affection. "Very good," said the king's advocate, rising. "We shall call upon the court to deliberate on your refusal of evidence, taking this incident in connection with the main question." "And I," said the president, "in virtue of my discretionary power, do order that Aubert be meanwhile arrested and taken to prison." The abbé allowed himself to be led away with unaffected calmness. The spectators were filled with respect, and a profound silence reigned in court, in spite of the bitter efforts of the monks and curés, who continued to revile the heretic in an undertone. When the various witnesses had been heard, and I must say that those who had been suborned played their part very feebly in public, to crown all, Mademoiselle Leblanc appeared. I was surprised to find the old maid so bitter against me, and able to turn her hatred to such account. In truth, the weapons she could bring against me were only too powerful. In virtue of the right which domestics claim to listen at doors and overhear family secrets, this skilled misinterpreter and prolific liar had learnt and shaped to her own purposes most of the facts in my life which could be utilized for my ruin. She related how 7 years before I had arrived at the Château Saint-Sever with Mademoiselle de Mauprat, whom I had rescued from the roughness and wickedness of my uncles. "And let it be said," she added, turning toward Jean Mauprat with a polite bow, "without any reference to the holy man in this court, who was once a great sinner, and now a great saint, but at what a price!" She continued, facing the judges again. "Had this miserable bandit saved my dear mistress, he had dishonored her, gentlemen, and throughout the days that followed, the poor young lady had abandoned herself to grief and shame on account of the violence which had been done to her, for which nothing could bring consolation. Too proud to breathe her misfortune to a single soul, and too honest to deceive any man, she broke off her engagement to M. de la Marche, whom she loved passionately, and who returned her passion. She refused every offer of marriage that was made to her, and all from a sense of honor, for in reality she hated M. Bernard. At first she wanted to kill herself, indeed had one of her father's little hunting knives sharpened, and Marcos can tell you the same, if he chooses to remember. She would certainly have killed herself if I had not thrown this knife into the well belonging to the house. She had to think, too, of defending herself against the night attacks of her persecutor, and as long as she had this knife, she always used to put it under her pillow. Every night she would bolt the door of her room, and frequently I have seen her rush back, pale and ready to faint, quite out of breath, like a person who had just been pursued and had a great fright. When this gentleman began to receive some education and learn good manners, Mademoiselle, seeing that she could never have any other husband, since he was always talking of killing any man who dared to present himself, hoped he would get rid of his fierceness, and was most kind and good to him. She even nursed him during his illness. Not that she liked and esteemed him as much as M. Marcos was pleased to say in his version, but she was always afraid that in his delirium he might reveal, either to the servants or her father, the secret of the injury he had done her. This her modesty and pride made her most anxious to conceal, as all the ladies present will readily understand. When the family went to Paris for the winter of '77, M. Bernard became jealous and tyrannical, and threatened so frequently to kill M. de la Marche that Mademoiselle was obliged to send the latter away. After that she had some violent scenes with Bernard, and declared that she did not and would never love him. In his rage and grief, for it cannot be denied that he was enamored of her in his tigerish fashion. He went off to America, and during the 6 years he spent there, his letters seemed to show that he had much improved. By the time he returned, Mademoiselle had made up her mind to be an old maid, and had become quite calm again. And M. Bernard, too, seemed to have grown into a fairly good young gentleman. However, through seeing her every day, and everlastingly leaning over the back of her armchair, or winding her skeins of wool and whispering to her while her father was asleep, he fell so deeply in love again that he lost his head. I do not wish to be too hard on him, poor creature, and I fancy his right place is in the asylum rather than on the scaffold. He used to shout and groan all night long, and the letters he wrote her were so stupid that she used to smile as she read them, and then put them in her pocket without answering them. Here is one of the letters that I found upon her when I undressed her after the horrible deed. A bullet has gone through it, and it is stained with blood. But enough may still be read to show that Monsieur frequently intended to kill Mademoiselle. So saying, she put down on the table a sheet of paper, half burnt and half covered with blood, which sent a shudder through the spectators, genuine with some of them, mere affectation with many others. Before this letter was read, she finished her deposition, and ended it with some assertions which perplexed me considerably, for I could no longer distinguish the boundary between truth and perfidy. Ever since her accident, she said, Mademoiselle has been hovering between life and death. She will certainly never recover, whatever the doctors may declare. I venture to say that these gentlemen, who only see the patient at certain hours, do not understand her illness as well as I, who have never left her for a single night. They pretend that her wounds are going on well and that her head is deranged, whereas I say that her wounds are going on badly and that her head is better than they say. Mademoiselle very rarely talks irrationally, and if by chance she does, it is in the presence of these gentlemen, who confuse and frighten her. She then makes such efforts not to appear mad that she actually becomes so. But as soon as they leave her alone with me or Saint Jean or Monsieur l'Abbé, who could quite well have told you how things are if he had wished, she becomes calm again, and sweet and sensible as usual. She says that she could almost die of pain, although to the doctors she pretends that she is scarcely suffering at all. And then she speaks of her murderer with the generosity that becomes a Christian. 100 times a day she will say, May God pardon him in the next life as I pardon him in this. After all, a man must be very fond of a woman to kill her. I was wrong not to marry him. Perhaps he would have made me happy. I drove him to despair, and he has avenged himself on me. Dear Leblanc, take care never to betray the secret I have told you. A single indiscreet word might send him to the scaffold, and that would be the death of my father. The poor lady is far from imagining that things have come to this pass, that I have been summoned by the law and my religion to make known what I would rather conceal, and that instead of going out to get an apparatus for her shower baths, I have come here to confess the truth. The only thing that consoles me is that it will be easy to hide all this from M. le Chevalier, who has no more sense now than a babe just born. For myself, I have done my duty. May God be my judge. After speaking thus with perfect self-possession and great volubility, Mademoiselle Leblanc sat down again amid a murmur of approbation, and they proceeded to read the letter which had been found on Edmee. It was indeed the one I had written to her only a few days before the fatal day. They handed it to me. I could not help pressing my lips to the stains of Edmee's blood. Then, after glancing at the writing, I returned the letter and declared quite calmly that it was written by me. The reading of this letter was my coup de grace. Fate, who seems ingenious in injuring her victims, had obtained, and perhaps some famous hand had contributed to the mutilation, that the passages expressing my obedience and respect should be destroyed. Certain poetic touches, which might have furnished an explanation of, and an excuse for, my wild ramblings, were illegible. What showed plain to every eye, and carried conviction to every mind, were the lines that remained intact, the lines that bore witness to the violence of my passion and the vehemence of my frenzy. They were such phrases as these: "Sometimes I feel inclined to rise in the middle of the night and go and kill you. I should have done this 100 times if I had been sure that I should love you no more after your death. Be considerate, for there are 2 men in me, and sometimes the brigand of old lords it over the new man," etc. A smile of triumph played about my enemies' mouths. My supporters were demoralized, and even my poor sergeant looked at me in despair. The public had already condemned me. This incident afforded the king's advocate a fine chance of thundering forth a pompous address, in which he described me as an incurable blackguard, as an accursed branch of an accursed stock, as an example of the fatality of evil instincts. Then, after exerting himself to hold me up as an object of horror and fear, he endeavored, in order to give himself an air of impartiality and generosity, to arouse the compassion of the judges in my favor. He proceeded to show that I was not responsible for my actions, that my mind had been perverted in early childhood by foul sights and vile principles, and was not sound, nor ever could have been, whatever the origin and growth of my passions. At last, after going through a course of philosophy and rhetoric, to the great delight of the audience, he demanded that I should be condemned to privation of civil rights and imprisonment for life. Though my counsel was a man of spirit and intelligence, the letter had so taken him by surprise, the people in court were so unfavorably disposed towards me, and the judges, as they listened to him, so frequently showed signs of incredulity and impatience, an unseemly habit which appears to be the heritage of the magisterial benches of this country, that his defense was tame. All that he seemed justified in demanding with any vigor was a further inquiry. He complained that all the formalities had not been fulfilled, that sufficient light had not been thrown on certain points in the case, that it would be showing too much haste to give a verdict when several circumstances were still wrapped in mystery. He demanded that the doctors should be called to express an opinion as to the possibility of taking Mademoiselle de Mauprat's evidence. He pointed out that the most important, in fact the only important, testimony was that of Patience, and that Patience might appear any day and prove me innocent. Finally, he demanded that they should order a search to be made for the mendicant friar whose resemblance to the Mauprats had not yet been explained, and had been sworn to by trustworthy witnesses. In his opinion, it was essential to discover what had become of Antony Mauprat, and to call upon the Trappist for information on this point. He complained bitterly that they had deprived him of all means of defense by refusing any delay, and he had the courage to assert that some evil passions must be responsible for such blind haste as had marked the conduct of this trial. On this the president called him to order. Then the king's advocate replied triumphantly that all formalities had been fulfilled, that the court was sufficiently enlightened, that a search for the mendicant friar would be a piece of folly and in bad taste, since Jean Mauprat had proved his last brother's death, which had taken place several years before. The court retired to deliberate. At the end of half an hour, they came back with the verdict condemning me to death. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. July 2nd, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 26. Although the haste with which the trial had been conducted and the severity of the sentence were iniquitous, and filled those who were most bitter against me with amazement, I received the blow with supreme indifference. I no longer felt an interest in anything on earth. I commended my soul and the vindication of my memory to God. I said to myself that if Edmee died, I should find her again in a better world, that if she survived me and recovered her reason, she would one day succeed in discovering the truth, and that then I should live in her heart as a dear and tender memory. Irritable as I am, and always inclined to violence in the case of anything that is an obstacle or an offense to me, I am astonished at the philosophical resignation and the proud calm I have shown on the momentous occasions of my life, and above all on this one. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The case had lasted for 14 hours. A silence as of death reigned over the court, which was as full and as attentive as at the beginning, so fond are mortals of anything in the nature of a show. That offered by the criminal court at this moment was somewhat dismal. Those men in red robes, as pale and stern and implacable as the Council of Ten at Venice, those ghosts of women decked with flowers, who by the dim light of the tapers looked like mere reflections of life hovering in the galleries above the priests of death. The muskets of the guard glittering in the gloom in the back of the court. The heartbroken attitude of my poor sergeant, who had fallen at my feet, the silent but vast delight of the Trappist, still standing unwearied near the bar, the mournful note of some convent bell in the neighborhood beginning to ring for matins amid the silence of the assembly. Was not all this enough to touch the nerves of the wives of the farmers general, and to send a thrill through the brawny breasts of the tanners in the body of the court? Suddenly, just as the court was about to disperse, a figure like that of the traditional peasant of the Danube, squat, rugged, barefooted, with a long beard, disheveled hair, a broad, grave brow, and a stern, commanding glance, rose in the midst of the flickering reflections by which the hall was half lighted, and standing erect before the bar, said in a deep, striking voice, "I, Jean Le known as Patience, oppose this judgment as iniquitous in substance and illegal in form. I demand that it be revised, so that I may give my evidence, which is necessary, may be of sovereign importance, and should have been waited for." "If you had anything to say," cried the king's advocate in a passion, "why did you not present yourself when you were summoned? You are imposing on the court by pretending that you have important evidence to give." "And you," answered Patience more slowly and in an even deeper tone than before, "you are imposing on the public by pretending that I have not. You know well enough that I must have. Remember where you are, witness, and to whom you are speaking." I know too well, and I shall not say too much. I hereby declare that I have some important things to say, and that I should have said them at the right time if you had not done violence to the time. I wish to say them, and I shall, and believe me, it is better that I should make them known while it is still possible to revise these proceedings. It is even better for the judges than the prisoner, for the one comes to life again in honor as soon as the others die in infamy. Witness, said the irritated magistrate, the virulence and impertinence of your language will be prejudicial rather than advantageous to the prisoner. And who says that I am favorable to the prisoner? Said Patience in a voice of thunder. What do you know about me? What if it pleases me to change an illegal and worthless verdict into one which is legal and irrevocable? But how can you reconcile this desire to see the laws respected? Said the magistrate, genuinely moved by Patience's powerful personality, with your own breach of them in not appearing when summoned by the public prosecutor. I did not wish to appear. Severe penalties may be inflicted on those whose wishes are not in harmony with the laws of the land. Possibly. Have you come here today with the intention of submitting to them? I have come to see that you respect them. I warn you that if you do not change your tone, I shall have you taken off to prison. And I warn you that if you love justice and serve God, you will listen to me and suspend the execution of this sentence. It is not for him who brings truth to humble himself before those who should be seeking it. But you who are listening to me now, you men of the people, whom I will not accuse the great of wishing to dupe, you whose voice is called the voice of God, side with me, embrace the cause of truth, that truth which is in danger of being stifled under false outward shows, or else is about to triumph by unfair means. Go down on your knees, you men of the people, my brothers, my children. Pray, implore, require that justice be done and anger repressed. It is your duty, it is your right, and to your own interest, for it is you who are insulted and threatened when laws are violated. Patience spoke with so much warmth, and his sincerity was so strikingly manifest, that a thrill of sympathy ran through the whole audience. At that time philosophy was too fashionable with the young men of quality for these not to be among the first to respond to an appeal, though addressed to others than themselves. They rose with chivalrous enthusiasm, and turned round to the people, who, carried away by their noble example, rose likewise. There was a wild uproar, and one and all, conscious of their dignity and power, cast away personal prejudices in order to combine for their common rights. Thus a noble impetuosity and a true word are sometimes sufficient to bring back the masses who have long been led astray by sophism. A respite was granted, and I was led back to my prison amid the applause of the people. Macasse followed me. Patience disappeared without giving me a chance to thank him. The revision of the sentence could not be made without an order from the High Court. For my own part, before the verdict was given, I had resolved to make no appeal to this court of cassation of the old jurisprudence. But Patience's bearing and words had had as much effect on my mind as on the minds of the spectators. The spirit of resistance and the sense of human dignity, dulled in me and paralyzed, as it were, by grief, suddenly awoke again. And in this hour I realized that man is not made for that selfish concentration of despair which is known as resignation or stoicism. No man can cease to have a regard for his own honor without at the same time ceasing to feel the respect due to the principle of honor. If it is grand to sacrifice personal glory and life to the mysterious decrees of conscience, it is cowardly to abandon both to the fury of an unjust persecution. I felt that I had risen in my own estimation, and I passed the rest of this momentous night in devising means of vindicating myself with as much persistence as I had previously displayed in abandoning myself to fate. With this feeling of energy, I could feel hope springing anew. Edmee, perhaps, was neither mad nor mortally wounded. She might acquit me. She might recover. Who knows, I said to myself, perhaps she has already done me justice. Perhaps it was she who sent Patience to my rescue. Undoubtedly I shall best please her by taking courage again, and not letting myself be crushed by a set of knaves. But how was I to obtain this order from the High Court? It needed a special mandate from the king. Who would procure this? Who would cut short those odious delays which the law can introduce at will into the very cases that it has previously hurried on with blind precipitation? Who would prevent my enemies from injuring me and paralyzing all my efforts? In a word, who would fight for me? The abbé alone could have taken up my cause, but he was already in prison on my account. His generous behavior in the trial had proved that he was still my friend, but his zeal was now fettered. And what could Mauprat do, hampered by his humble birth and enigmatical language? Evening came, and I fell asleep in the hope that help would be sent from on high, for I had prayed to God with my whole soul. A few hours of sleep refreshed me. I was aroused by the noise of bolts being drawn at the other side of my door. O God of goodness, what was my delight on seeing Arthur, my brother in arms, my other self, the man from whom I had no secret for 6 long years! I wept like a child on receiving this mark of love from Providence. Arthur did not believe me guilty. Scientific matters connected with the library at Philadelphia had taken him to Paris, where he had heard of this sad affair in which I was implicated. He had broken a lance with all who attacked me, and had not lost a moment in coming to offer help or consolation. In a transport of joy I poured out my soul to him, and then explained how he could assist me. He wanted to take the coach for Paris that very evening, but I implored him to go to Saint-Sever first of all to get news of Edmee. 4 mortal days had passed since I had received any, and moreover Mauprat had never given me exact details as I could have wished. "Ease your mind," said Arthur. "I will undertake to bring you the truth. I am a pretty good surgeon, and I have a practised eye. I shall be able to give you some idea of what you have to hope or fear. From Saint-Sever I shall go straight to Paris." 2 days later I received a long letter from him giving full details about Edmee. Her condition was extraordinary. She did not speak, nor did she appear to be in pain as long as nothing happened to excite her nerves. But on the first word which stirred up recollections of her troubles, she would be seized with convulsions. Her moral isolation formed the greatest obstacle to recovery. Physically she wanted for nothing. She had 2 good doctors and a most devoted nurse. Mademoiselle Leblanc, likewise, was very zealous in her attentions, though this dangerous woman often gave her pain by untimely remarks and indiscreet questions. Furthermore, Arthur assured me that, if ever Edmee had thought me guilty and had expressed an opinion on this point, it must have been in some previous phase of her illness, for during the last fortnight at least she had been in a state of complete torpor. She would frequently doze, but without quite falling asleep. She could take liquid food and jellies, nor did she ever complain. When her doctors questioned her about her sufferings, she answered by careless signs, and always negatively, and she would never give any indication that she remembered the affections which had filled her life. Her love for her father, however, that feeling which had always been so deep and powerful in her, was not extinct. She would often shed copious tears, but at such a time she seemed to be deaf to all sounds. In vain would they try to make her understand that her father was not dead, as she appeared to believe. With a gesture of entreaty she would beg them to stop, not the noise, for that did not seem to strike her ear, but the bustle that was going on around her. Then, hiding her face in her hands, lying back in her armchair and bringing her knees up almost to her breast, she would apparently give way to inconsolable despair. This silent grief, which could no longer control itself and no longer wished to be controlled, this powerful will, which had once been able to quell the most violent storms, and now going adrift on a dead sea and in an unruffled calm, this, said Arthur, was the most painful spectacle he had ever beheld. Edmee seemed to wish to have done with life. Mademoiselle Leblanc, in order to test her and arouse her, had brutally taken upon herself to announce that her father was dead. She had replied by a sign that she knew. A few hours later, the doctors had tried to make her understand that he was alive. She had replied by another sign that she did not believe them. They had wheeled the chevalier's armchair into her room. They had brought father and daughter face to face, and the two had not recognized each other. Only after a few moments Edmee, taking her father for a ghost, had uttered piercing cries, and had been seized with convulsions that had opened one of her wounds again, and made the doctors tremble for her life. Since then they had taken care to keep the two apart, and never to breathe a word about the chevalier in Edmee's presence. She had taken Arthur for one of the doctors of the district, and had received him with the same sweetness and with the same indifference as the others. He had not dared to speak to her about me, but he exhorted me not to despair. There was nothing in Edmee's condition that time and rest could not triumph over. There was but little fever left. None of her vital organs were really affected. Her wounds were almost healed, and it did not seem as if her brain were in such an excited condition that it would be permanently deranged. The weak state of her mind and the prostration of all the other organs could not, according to Arthur, long withstand the vitality of youth and the recuperative power of an admirable constitution. Finally, he advised me to think of myself. I might help towards her recovery, and I might again find happiness in her affection and esteem. In a fortnight, Arthur returned from Paris with an order from the king for the revision of my sentence. Fresh witnesses were heard. Patience did not appear, but I received a note from him containing these words in a shapeless hand: "You are not guilty, so don't despair." The doctors declared that Mademoiselle de Mauprat might be examined without danger, but that her answers would have no meaning. She was now in better health. She had recognized her father, and at present would never leave him, but she could understand nothing that was not connected with him. She seemed to derive great pleasure from tending him like a child, and, on his side, the chevalier would now and then recognize his beloved daughter, but his vital powers were visibly decaying. They questioned him in one of his lucid moments. He replied that his daughter had indeed fallen from her horse while hunting, and that she had torn her breast on the stump of a tree, but that not a soul had fired at her, even by mistake, and that only a madman could possibly believe her cousin capable of such a crime. This was all the information they could draw from him. When they asked him what he thought of his nephew's absence, he answered that his nephew was still in the house, and that he saw him every day. Was it that in his devotion to the good name of a family, alas, so compromised, he thought to defeat the aims of justice by childish lies? This is a point I was never able to ascertain. As for Edmee, it was impossible to examine her. At the first question that was asked her, she shrugged her shoulders and made a sign that she did not wish to be bothered. As the public prosecutor insisted and became more explicit, she stared at him and seemed to be making an effort to understand. He pronounced my name. She gave a loud cry and fainted. He had to abandon all thoughts of taking her evidence. However, Arthur did not despair. On the contrary, the accounts of this scene made him think that Edmee's mental faculties might be about to take a favorable turn. He immediately returned to Saint-Sever, where he remained several days without writing to me, which caused me great anxiety. When the abbé was questioned again, he persisted in his calm, laconic refusal to give evidence. My judges, seeing that the information promised by patience was not forthcoming, hurried on the revision of the trial, and, by another exhibition of haste, gave another proof of their animosity. The appointed day arrived. I was devoured by anxiety. Arthur had written me to keep up my courage in as laconic a style as patience. My counsel had been unable to obtain any fresh evidence in my favor. I could see clearly that he was beginning to believe me guilty. All he hoped for was to obtain a further delay. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. July 20th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 27. There were even more people present than at the first trial. The guard were forced back to the doors of the court, and the crowd occupied every available space, even to the windows of the mansion of Jacques Coeur, the town hall of the present day. I was much agitated this time, though I had strength and pride enough not to let it be seen. I was now interested in the success of my case, and, as it seemed as if my hopes were not to be realized, I experienced an indescribable feeling of uneasiness, a sort of suppressed rage, a bitter hatred of these men who would not open their eyes to my innocence, and even of God, who seemed to have deserted me. In this state of agitation, I had to make such violent efforts to appear calm that I scarcely noticed what was happening around me. I recovered sufficient presence of mind when my fresh examination took place to answer in the same terms as at the first trial. Then a black veil seemed to fall over my head, an iron ring gripped my brow, the sockets of my eyes went icily cold. I could see nothing but myself, hear nothing but vague, unintelligible sounds. I do not know what actually took place. I do not know if anyone announced the apparition which suddenly appeared before me. I only remember that a door opened behind the judges, and that Arthur came forward leading a veiled woman, that he took off her veil after making her sit down in a big armchair which the ushers eagerly wheeled toward her, and that a cry of admiration rang through the hall when Edmee's pale, sublime beauty was revealed. At this moment I forgot the crowd and the judges and my cause and the whole universe. I believe that no human power could have withstood my wild rush.
I dashed like a thunderbolt into the middle of the enclosure, and falling at Edmee's feet, I showered kisses on her knees. I have been told that this act won over the public, and that nearly all the ladies burst into tears. The young dandies did not venture to laugh. The judges were affected, and for a moment truth was completely triumphant. Edmee looked at me for some time. Her face was as expressionless as the face of death. It did not seem as if she could ever recognize me. The spectators were waiting in profound silence for her to show some sign of hatred or affection for me. All at once she burst into tears, threw her arms around my neck, and then lost consciousness. Arthur had her carried out immediately. He had some trouble in making me return to my place. I could not remember where I was or the issues that were at stake. I clung to Edmee's dress and only wanted to follow her.
Arthur addressed the court and requested that the doctors who had examined Edmee in the morning might again pronounce upon the state of her health. Likewise, he demanded that she should be recalled to give evidence and to be confronted with me as soon as she recovered from the attack. This attack is not serious, he said. Mademoiselle de Mauprat has had several of the same kind during the last few days and on her way here. After each, her mental faculties have taken a more and more favorable turn. Go and attend to the invalid, said the president. She shall be recalled in 2 hours. If you think she will have recovered from her swoon by then, meanwhile the court will hear the witness on whose demand the first sentence was not carried out. Arthur withdrew and Patience was introduced. He was dressed quite neatly, but after saying a few words, he declared that it would be impossible to continue unless they allowed him to take off his coat. This borrowed finery so embarrassed him and seemed so heavy that he was perspiring profusely. No sooner did the president make a sign of consent, accompanied by a smile of scorn, than he threw to the ground this badge of civilization. Then, after carefully pulling down his shirt sleeves over his sinewy arms, he spoke almost as follows. I will speak the truth, the whole truth. I take the oath for the second time, for I have to speak of things that seem contradictory, things that I cannot explain to myself. I swear before God and man that I will say what I know and as I know it, without being influenced for or against anyone. He lifted his big hand and turned round towards the people with a simple confidence, as if to say, you can all see that I am taking an oath, and you know that I am to be trusted. This confidence of his was not ill-founded. Since the incident in the first trial, the public mind had been much occupied about this extraordinary man, who had spoken before the court with so much daring and harangued the people in presence of the judges. His conduct had filled all the Democrats and the Philadelphians with great curiosity and sympathy. The works of Beaumarchais were very fashionable among the upper classes, and this will explain how it was that Patience, though opposed to all the authorities in the province, yet found himself supported and applauded by every man who prided himself on his intelligence. They all thought they saw in him Figaro under a new form. The fame of his private virtues had spread, for you remember that during my stay in America, Patience had made himself known among the people of Varennes, and had exchanged his sorcerer's reputation for that of a public benefactor. They had given him the title of the Great Judge, because he was always ready to intervene in disputes and would always settle to the satisfaction of both sides with admirable good nature and tact. This time he spoke in a high, penetrating voice. It was a rich voice of wide compass. His gestures were quiet or animated, according to the circumstances, but always dignified and impressive. The expression on his short, Socratic face was never anything but fine. He had all the qualities of an orator. There was no vanity in his display of them. He spoke in plain, concise style that he had been obliged to acquire in his recent intercourse with men in discussions about their practical interests. When Mademoiselle de Mauprat was shot, he said, I was not more than a dozen paces from her, but the brushwood at that spot is so thick that I could not see more than 2 paces in front of me. They had persuaded me to take part in the hunt, but it gave me but little pleasure. Finding myself near Gazeau Tower, where I lived for some 20 years, I felt an inclination to see my old cell again, and I was bearing down upon it at a great pace when I heard a shot. That did not frighten me in the least. It seemed but natural that there should be some gun fired during the bateau. But when I got through the thicket,
that is to say,
some 2 minutes later, I found Edmee. Excuse me, I generally call her by this name. I am, so to speak, a sort of foster father to her. I found Edmee on her knees upon the ground, wounded as you have been told, but still holding the bridle of her horse, which was rearing. She did not know whether she was seriously or slightly wounded, but she had her other hand on her breast, and she was saying, "Bernard, this is hideous. I should never have thought that you would kill me. Bernard, where are you? Come and see me die. This will kill father." As she said this, she let go of the horse's bridle and fell to the ground. I rushed towards her. "Ah, you saw it, Patience," she said. "Do not speak about it. Do not tell my father." She threw out her arms, and her body became rigid. I thought that she was dead. She spoke no more until night, after they had extracted the bullets from her breast. "Did you then see Bernard de Mauprat?" "I saw him on the spot where the deed was done, just as Edmee lost consciousness and seemed to be giving up her soul. He seemed to be out of his mind. I thought that he was overwhelmed with remorse. I spoke to him sternly and treated him as a murderer. He made no reply, but sat down on the ground by his cousin's side. He remained there in a dazed condition, even a long time after they had taken her away. No one thought of accusing him. The people thought that he had had a fall, because they saw his horse trotting by the side of the pond. They believed that his carbine had gone off as he fell. The Abbé Aubert was the only one who heard me accuse M. Bernard of having murdered his cousin. During the days that followed, Edmee spoke occasionally, but it was not always in my presence. Besides, at this time she was nearly always delirious. I maintain that she told nobody, and least of all Mademoiselle Leblanc, what had passed between herself and M. de Mauprat before the gun was fired. Nor did she confide this to me any more than others. On the rare occasions when she was in possession of her senses, she would say in answer to our questions that Bernard had certainly not done it on purpose. And several times during the first 3 days she even asked to see him. However, when she was delirious, she would sometimes cry, "Bernard, Bernard, you have committed a great crime. You have killed my father." That was her idea. She used really to think that her father was dead, and she thought so for a long time. Very little, therefore, of what she said is to be taken seriously. The words that Mademoiselle Leblanc has put into her mouth are false. After 3 days she ceased to talk intelligibly, and at the end of a week she ceased to speak altogether. When she recovered her reason about a week ago, she sent away Mademoiselle Leblanc, which would clearly show that she had some ground for disliking her maid. That is what I have to say against M. de Mauprat. It rested entirely with myself to keep silent, but having other things to say yet, I wished to make known the whole truth. Patience paused a while. The public and the judges themselves, who were beginning to take an interest in me and lose the bitterness of their prejudices, were apparently thunderstruck at hearing evidence so different from what they expected. Patience continued as follows. For several weeks I remained convinced of Bernard's guilt, but I was pondering over the matter the while. I frequently said to myself that a man as good and clever as Bernard, a man for whom Edmee felt so much esteem, and who M. le Chevalier loved like a son, A man, in short, so deeply imbued with the spirit of justice and truth, could not between one day and the next turn into a scoundrel. Then the idea came into my head that after all, it might have been some other Mauprat who fired the shot. I do not speak of the one who has become a Trappist, he added, looking among the audience for Jean de Mauprat, who, however, was not there. I speak of the man whose death has never been proved, although the court saw fit to overlook this and to accept M. Jean de Mauprat's word. Witness, said the president, I must remind you that you are not here to serve as counsel for the prisoner or to criticize the decisions of this court. You must confine yourself to a statement of facts and not express your opinion on the question at issue. Very well, replied Patience. I must, however, explain why I did not wish to appear at the first trial, seeing that the only evidence I had was against M. Bernard, and that I could not trust that evidence myself. You are not asked to explain this at present. Please keep to your evidence. One moment. I have my honor to defend. I have to explain my own conduct, if you please. You are not the prisoner. You are not here to plead your own cause. If the court thinks right to prosecute you for contempt, you can see to your own defense, but there is no question of that now. I beg your pardon. The question is for me to let the court see whether I am an honest man or a false witness. It would seem that this has something to do with the case. The prisoner's life depends on it. The court cannot consider that a matter of indifference. Proceed, said the king's advocate, and try to remember the respect you owe the court. I have no wish to offend the court, replied Patience. I would merely observe that a man may refuse to submit to the orders of the court from conscientious motives, which the court can legally condemn, but which each judge personally can understand and excuse. I say then that I could not persuade myself of Bernard de Mauprat's guilt. My ears alone knew of it. This was not enough for me. Pardon me, gentlemen, I, too, am a judge. Make inquiries about me. In my village they call me the Great Judge. When my fellow villagers ask me to decide some tavern dispute or the boundary of some field, I do not so much listen to their opinions as my own. In judging a man, one must take account of more than a single little act. Many previous ones will help to show the truth or falsity of the last that is imputed to him. Thus, being unable to believe that Bernard was a murderer, and having heard more than a dozen people whom I consider incapable of giving false evidence testify to the fact that a monk bearing the resemblance to the Mauprats had been prowling about the country, and having myself seen this monk's back and habit as he was passing through Poligny on the morning of the event, I wished to discover if he were in Varennes, and I learnt that he was still there. That is to say, after leaving it, he had returned about the time of the trial last month, and what is more, I learned that he was acquainted with Jean Mauprat. Who can this monk be, I asked myself. Why does the very sight of him frighten all the people in the country? What is he doing in Varennes? If he belongs to the Carmelite convent, why does he not wear their habit? If he is of the same order as Jean, why is he not staying with him at the Carmelites?
If he is collecting money, why, after making a collection in one place, does he not move on to another, instead of returning and bothering people who have given him money only the day before?
If he is a Trappist and he does not want to stay with the Carmelites like the other, why does he not go back to his own convent? What is this wandering monk? And how does Jean Mauprat, who has told several people that he does not know him so well that they had lunch together from time to time in a tavern at Crevant? I have made up my mind then to give evidence, though it might in a measure do harm to M. Bernard, so as to be able to say what I am now saying, even if it should be of no use. But as you never allow witnesses sufficient time to try to verify what they have reason to believe, I start off immediately for my woods, where I live like the foxes, with a determination not to quit them until I had discovered what this monk was doing in the country. So I put myself on his track, and I've discovered who he is. He is the murderer of Edmee de Mauprat. His name is Antony Mauprat. This revelation caused a great stir on the bench and among the public. Every one looked around for Jean Mauprat, whose face was nowhere to be seen. "What proof have you of this?" said the president. "I am about to tell you," replied Patience. "Having learnt from the landlady at Crevant, to whom I have occasionally been of some assistance, that the two Trappists used to lunch at her tavern from time to time, as I have said, I went and took up my abode about half a league from here, in a hermitage known as Le Trou aux Fades, situated in the middle of the wood and open to the first comer, furniture and all. It is a cave in the rock, containing a seat in the shape of a big stone and nothing else. I lived there for a couple of days on roots and bits of bread that they occasionally brought me from the tavern. It is against my principles to live in a tavern. On the third day the landlady's little boy came and informed me that the two monks were about to sit down to a meal. I hastened back and hid myself in a cellar which opens into the garden. The door of this cellar is quite close to the apple tree under which these gentlemen were taking luncheon in the open air. John was sober. The other was eating like a Carmelite and drinking like a Franciscan. I could hear and see everything at my ease. "There must be an end to this," Antony was saying. "I easily recognized the man when I saw him drink and heard him swear. I am tired of playing this game for you. Hide me away with the Carmelites, or I shall make a row." "And what row can you make that will not bring you to the gallows, you clumsy fool?" answered John. "It is very certain that you will not set foot inside the monastery. I don't want to find myself mixed up in a criminal trial, for they would discover what you are in an hour or two." "And why, I should like to know, you make them all believe that you are a saint?" "Because I know how to behave like a saint, whereas you behave like a fool. Why, you can't stop swearing for an hour, and you would be breaking all the mugs after dinner." "I say, Nepomycene," rejoined the other, "do you fancy that you would get off scot-free if I were caught and tried?" "Why not?" answered the Trappist. "I had no hand in your folly, nor did I advise anything of this kind." "Ha ha, my fine apostle," cried Antony, throwing himself back in his chair in a fit of laughter. "You are glad enough about it, now that it is done. You are always a coward, and had it not been for me, you would never have thought of anything better than getting yourself made a Trappist, to ape devotion and afterward get absolution for the past, so as to have a right to draw a little money from the head breakers of Saint-Sever. By Jove, a mighty fine ambition, to give up the ghost under a monk's cowl after leading a pretty poor life, and only tasting half of its sweets, let alone hiding like a mole. Come now, when they have hung my pretty Bernard and the lovely Edmond is dead, And when the old neckbreaker has given back his big bones to the earth, when we have inherited all that pretty fortune yonder, you will own that we have done a capital stroke of business. 3 at a blow. It would cost me rather too much to play the saint, seeing that convent ways are not quite my ways, and that I don't know how to wear the habit. So I shall throw the cowl to the winds, and content myself with building a chapel at Mauprat and taking the sacrament 4 times a year. Everything you have done in this matter is stupid and infamous. Bless my soul, don't talk of infamy, my sweet brother, or I shall make you swallow this bottle whole. I say that is a piece of folly, and if it succeeds, you ought to burn a fine candle to the Virgin. If it does not succeed, I wash my hands of the whole business, do you hear? After I had been in hiding in the secret passage in the keep, and had heard Bernard tell his valet after supper that he was going out of his mind on account of the beautiful Edmee, I happened to throw out a suggestion that there might be a chance here of doing a good stroke of business, and like a fool you took the matter seriously, and without consulting me or waiting for a favorable moment, you went and did a deed that should have been thought over and properly planned. A favorable moment, chicken heart that you are! How the deuce was I to get one? Opportunity makes the thief. I find myself surprised by the hunt in the middle of the forest. I go and hide in that cursed Gazo tower. I see my turtle doves coming. I overhear a conversation that might make one die of laughing, and see Bernard blubbering and the girl playing the haughty beauty. Bernard goes off like an idiot without showing himself a man. I find on me, God knows how, a rascally pistol already loaded. Bang! Hold your tongue, you wild brute, said the other, quite frightened. Do you think a tavern is the proper place to talk of these things? Keep that tongue quiet, you wretched creature, or I will never see you again. And yet you will have to see me, sweet brother mine, when I go and ring the bell at the gate of the Carmelite monastery. If you come, I will denounce you. You will not denounce me, for I know too much about you. I am not afraid. I have given proofs of my repentance. I have expiated my sins. Hypocrite! Come now, hold your tongue, you madman, said the other. I must leave you. There is some money. That all? What do you expect from a monk? Do you imagine that I am rich? Your Carmelites are, and you can do what you like with them. I might give you more, but I would rather not. As soon as you got a couple of louis, you would be off for a debauch, and make enough row to betray yourself.
And if you want me to quit this part of the country for some time,
what do you suppose I am to travel with? 3 times already I have given you enough money to take you away, haven't I? And each time you have come back after drinking it all in the first place of ill fame on the frontier of the province. Your impudence sickens me. After the evidence given against you, when the police are on the watch, when Bernard is appealing for a fresh trial, you may be caught at any moment. That is for you to see to, brother. You can lead the Carmelites by the nose, and the Carmelites can lead the bishop through some little peccadillo, I suppose, done together on the quiet in the convent after supper. Here the president interrupted Patience. Witness, he said, I call you to order. You are outraging a prelate's virtue by daring to retail such a conversation. By no means, replied Patience. I am merely reporting a drunkard's and a murderer's invectives against the prelate. They do not concern me in the least, and everyone here knows what value to put upon them. But if you wish, I will say no more on this point. The discussion lasted for some time longer. The real Trappist wanted to make the sham Trappist leave the country, and the latter persisted in remaining, declaring that if he were not on the spot, his brother would have him arrested immediately after Bernard's head had been cut off, so that he might have the whole inheritance to himself. John, driven to extremities, seriously threatened to denounce him and hand him over to justice. "Enough," replied Antony. "You will take good care not to do that, I know, for if M. Bernard is acquitted, goodbye to the inheritance." Then they separated. The real Trappist went away looking very anxious. The other fell asleep, with his elbows on the table. I left my hiding place to take steps for his arrest. It was just then that the police, who had been on my track for some time to force me to come
and give evidence,
collared me. In vain did I point to the monk as Edmee's murderer. They would not believe me.
They said they had no warrant against him.
I wanted to arouse the village, but they prevented me from speaking. They brought me here from station to station as if I had been a deserter. And for the last week I have been in the cells, and no one has deigned to heed my protests. They would not even let me see M. Bernard's lawyer or inform him that I was in prison. It was only just now that the jailer came and told me that I must put on my coat and appear in court. I do not know whether this is according to the law, but one thing is certain, namely, that the murderer might have been arrested and has not been, nor will he be unless you secure the person of Jean Mauprat to prevent him from warning. I do not say his accomplice, but his protégé. I state on oath that from all I have heard, Jean Mauprat is above any suspicion of complicity. As to the act of allowing an innocent man to be handed over to the rigor of the law, and of endeavoring to save a guilty man by going so far as to give false evidence and produce false documents to prove his death. Patience noticed that the president was again about to interrupt him, hastened to end his testimony by saying, "As to that, gentlemen, it is for you, not me, to judge him." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. July 22nd, 2021. Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 28. After this important evidence, the trial was suspended for a few minutes. When the judges returned, Edmee was brought back into the court. Pale and weak, scarcely able to drag herself to the armchair which was reserved for her, she nevertheless displayed considerable mental vigor and presence of mind. "Do you think you can answer the questions which will be put to you without unduly exciting yourself?" asked the president. "I hope so, sir," she replied. "It is true that I have recently been seriously ill, and that it is only within the last few days that I have recovered my memory. But I believe I have completely recovered it, and my mind feels quite clear." "Your name?" "Solange Edmond de Mauprat. Edmea Sylvestris," she added in an undertone. I shuddered. As she said these unseasonable words, her eyes had assumed a strange expression. I feared that her mind was going to wander still further. My counsel was also alarmed and looked at me inquiringly. No one but myself had understood these two words, which Edmee had been in the habit of frequently repeating during the first and last days of her illness. Happily, this was the last sign of any disturbance in her faculties. She shook her beautiful head, as if to drive out any troublesome ideas, and, the president having asked her for an explanation of these unintelligible words, she replied with sweetness and dignity, "It is nothing, sir. Please continue my examination."
Your age, mademoiselle?
24.
Are you related to the prisoner?
He is my second cousin and my father's grand-nephew.
Do you swear to speak the truth, the whole truth?
Yes, sir.
Raise your hand.
Edmee turned towards Arthur with a sad smile. He took off her glove and helped to raise her arm, which hung nerveless and powerless by her side. I felt big tears rolling down my cheeks. With delicacy and simplicity, Edmee related how she and I had lost our way in the woods, how I, under the impression that her horse had bolted, had unseated her in my eager anxiety to stop the animal. How a slight altercation had ensued, after which, with a little feminine temper foolish enough, she had wished to mount her mare again without help. How she had even spoken unkindly to me, not meaning a word of what she said, for she loved me like a brother. How, deeply hurt by her harshness, I had moved away a few yards to obey her. And how, just as she was about to follow me, grieved herself at our childish quarrel, she had felt a violent shock in her breast, and had fallen almost without hearing any report. It was impossible for her to say in which direction she was looking, or from which side the shot had come. "That is all that happened," she added. "Of all people I am least able to explain this occurrence. In my soul and conscience I can only attribute it to the carelessness of one of the hunting party, who is afraid to confess. Laws are so severe, and it is so difficult to prove the truth."
So, mademoiselle, you do not think that your cousin was the author of this attempt?
"No, sir, certainly not. I am no longer delirious, and I should not have let myself be brought before you if I had felt that my mind was at all weak."
Apparently, then, you consider that a state of mental aberration was responsible for the revelations you made to Patience, to Mademoiselle Leblanc, your companion, and also, perhaps, to Abbé Aubert.
"I made no revelations," she replied emphatically, "to either the worthy Patience, the venerable Abbé, or my servant Leblanc. If the meaningless words we utter in a state of delirium are to be called revelations, all the people who frighten us in our dreams would have to be condemned to death. How could I have revealed facts of which I never had any knowledge?"
But at the time you received the wound and fell from your horse, you said, "Bernard, Bernard, I should never have thought that you would kill me."
I do not remember having said so, and even if I did, I cannot conceive that anyone would attach much importance to the impressions of a person who had suddenly been struck to the ground, and whose mind was annihilated, as it were. All that I know is that Bernard de Mauprat would lay down his life for my father or myself, which does not make it very probable that he wanted to murder me. Great God! What would be his object? In order to embarrass Edmee, the president now utilized all the arguments which could be drawn from Mademoiselle Leblanc's evidence. As a fact, they were calculated to cause her not a little confusion. Edmee, who was at first somewhat astonished to find that the law was in possession of so many details which she believed were unknown to others, regained her courage and pride, however, when they suggested in those brutally chaste terms which are used by the law in such a case, that she had been a victim of my violence at Rochemaupoix. Her spirit thoroughly roused, she proceeded to defend my character and her own honor, and declared that, considering how I had been brought up, I had behaved much more honorably than might have been expected. But she still had to explain all her life from this point onward: the breaking off of her engagement with M. de la Marche, her frequent quarrels with myself, my sudden departure for America, her refusal of all offers of marriage. All these questions are abominable. she said, rising suddenly, her physical strength having returned with the exercise of her mental powers. You ask me to give an account of my inmost feelings. You would sound the mysteries of my soul. You put my modesty on the rack. You would take to yourself rights that belong only to God. I declare to you that, if my own life were now at stake and not another's, you should not extract a word more from me. However, to save the life of the meanest of men, I would overcome my repugnance. Much more, therefore, will I do for him who is now at the bar. Know, then, since you force me to a confession which is painful to the pride and reserve of my sex, that everything which to you seems inexplicable in my conduct, everything which you attribute to Bernard's persecutions and my own resentment, to his threats and my terror, finds its justification in one word: I love him. On uttering this word, the red blood in her cheeks, and in the ringing tone of the proudest and most passionate soul that ever existed, Edmee sat down again and buried her face in her hands. At this moment I was so transported that I could not help crying out, "Let them take me to the scaffold now! I am king of all the earth!" "To the scaffold, you?" said Edmee, rising again. "Let them rather take me. Is it your fault, poor boy, if for 7 years I have hidden from you the secret of my affections? If I did not wish you to know it until you were the first of men in wisdom and intelligence, as you are already the first in greatness of heart? You are paying dearly for my ambition, since it has been interpreted as scorn and hatred. You have good reason to hate me, since my pride has brought you to the felon's dock. But I will wash away your shame by a signal reparation. Though they send you to the scaffold, you shall go there with the title of my husband." "Your generosity is carrying you too far, Edmee de Mauprat," said the president. "It would seem that, in order to save your relative, you are accusing yourself of coquetry and unkindness. For how otherwise do you explain the fact that you exasperated this young man's passion by refusing him for 7 years?" "Perhaps, sir," replied Edmee archly, "the court is not competent to judge this matter. Many women think it no great crime to show a little coquetry with the man they love. Perhaps we have a right to this when we have sacrificed all other men to him. After all, it is a very natural and very innocent ambition to make the man of one's choice feel that one is a soul of some price, that one is worth wooing and worth a long effort. True, if this coquetry resulted in the condemnation of one's lover to death, one would speedily correct one's self of it. But naturally, gentlemen, you would not think of atoning for my cruelty by offering the poor young man such a consolation as this." After saying these words in an animated, ironical tone, Edmee burst into tears. This nervous sensibility, which brought to the front all the qualities of her soul and mind, tenderness, courage, delicacy, pride, modesty, gave her face at the same time an expression so varied, so winning in all its moods, that the grave, sombre assembly of judges let fall the brazen cuirass of impassive integrity and the leaden cope of hypocritical virtue. If Edmee had not triumphantly defended me by her confession, she had at least roused the greatest interest in my favor. A man who is loved by a beautiful woman carries with him a talisman that makes him invulnerable. All feel that his life is of greater value than other lives. Edmee still had to submit to many questions. She set in their proper light the facts which had been misrepresented by Mademoiselle Leblanc. True, she spared me considerably, but with admirable skill she managed to elude certain questions, and so escaped the necessity of either lying or condemning me. She generously took upon herself the blame for all my offenses, and pretended that, If we had had various quarrels, it was because she herself took a secret pleasure in them, because they revealed the depth of my love, that she had let me go to America to put my virtue to the proof, thinking that the campaign would not last more than a year, as was then supposed, that afterwards she had considered me in honor bound to submit to the indefinite prolongation, but that she had suffered more than myself from my absence. Finally, she quite remembered the letter which had been found upon her, and taking it up, she gave the mutilated passages with astonishing accuracy, and at the same time called the clerk to follow as she deciphered the words which were half obliterated. "This letter was so far from being a threatening letter," she said, "and the impression it left on me was so far from filling me with fear or aversion, that it was found upon my heart, where I had been carrying it for a week, though I had not even let Bernard know that I had received it." "But you have not yet explained," said the president, "how it was that 7 years ago, when your cousin first came to live in your house, you armed yourself with a knife, which you used to put under your pillow every night, after having it sharpened, as if to defend yourself in case of need." "In my family," she answered with a blush, "we have a somewhat romantic temperament, and a very proud spirit. It is true that I frequently thought of killing myself, because I felt an unconquerable affection for my cousin springing up in me. Believing myself bound by indissoluble ties to M. de la Marche, I would have died rather than break my word, or marry any other than Bernard. Subsequently, M. de la Marche freed me from my promise with much delicacy and loyalty, and I no longer thought of dying." Edmee now withdrew, followed by all eyes and by a murmur of approbation. No sooner had she passed out of the hall than she fainted again, but this attack was without any grave consequences and left no traces after a few days. I was so bewildered, so intoxicated by what she had just said, that henceforth I could scarcely see what was taking place around me. Wholly wrapped up in thoughts of my love, I nevertheless could not cast aside all doubts, for, if Edmee had been silent about some of my actions, it was also possible that she had exaggerated her affection for me in the hope of extenuating my faults. I could not bring myself to think that she had loved me before my departure for America, and, above all, from the very beginning of my stay at Saint Sever. This was the one thought that filled my mind. I did not even remember anything further about the case or the object of my trial. It seemed to me that the sole question at issue in this chill Areopagus was this: is he loved, or is he not? For me, victory or defeat, life or death, hung on that and that alone. I was roused from these reveries by the voice of Abbé Aubert. He was thin and wasted, but seemed perfectly calm. He had been kept in solitary confinement, and had suffered all the hardships of prison life with the resignation of a martyr. In spite, however, of all precautions, the clever Marcos, who could work his way anywhere like a ferret, had managed to convey to him a letter from Arthur, to which Edmee had added a few words. Authorized by this letter to say everything, he made a statement similar to that made by Patience, and owned that Edmee's first words after the occurrence had made him believe me guilty, but that subsequently, seeing the patient's mental condition, and remembering my irreproachable behavior for more than 6 years, and obtaining a little new light from the preceding trial and the public rumors about the possible existence of Antony Mauprat, he had felt too convinced of my innocence to be willing to give evidence which might injure me. If he gave his evidence now, it was because he thought that further investigations might have enlightened the court. and that his words would not have the serious consequences they might have had a month before. Questioned as to Edmee's feelings for me, he completely destroyed all Mademoiselle Leblanc's inventions, and declared that not only did Edmee love me ardently, but that she had felt an affection for me from the very first day we met. This he affirmed on oath, though emphasizing my past misdeeds somewhat more than Edmee had done. He owned that at first he had frequently feared that my cousin would be foolish enough to marry me, but that he had never had any fear for her life, since he had always seen her reduce me to submission by a single word or a mere look, even in my most boorish days. The continuation of the trial was postponed to await the results of the warrants issued for the arrest of the assassin. People compared my trial to that of Calas, and the comparison had no sooner become a general topic of conversation than my judges, finding themselves exposed to 1,000 shafts, realized very vividly that hatred and prejudice are bad counselors and dangerous guides. The sheriff of the province declared himself the champion of my cause and Edmee's knight, and he himself escorted her back to her father. He set all the police agog. They acted with vigor and arrested Jean Mauprat. When he found himself a prisoner and threatened, he betrayed his brother and declared that they might find him any night at Rochemaupoix, hiding in a secret chamber which the tenant's wife helped him to reach without her husband's knowledge. They took the Trappist to Rochemaupoix under a good escort, so that he might show them this secret chamber, which, in spite of his genius for exploring walls and timberwork, the old polecat hunter and mole-catcher Marcosse had never managed to reach. They took me there likewise, so that I might help to find this room or passage leading to it, in case the Trappist should repent of his present sincere intentions. Once again, then, I revisited this abhorred manor, with the ancient chief of the brigands transformed into a Trappist. He showed himself so humble and cringing in my presence, he made so light of his brother's life, and expressed such abject submission that I was filled with disgust, and after a few moments begged him not to speak to me any more. Keeping in touch with the mounted police outside, we began our search for the secret chamber. At first Jean had pretended that he knew of its existence, without knowing its exact location now that 3/4 of the keep had been destroyed. When he saw me, however, he remembered that I had surprised him in my room, and that he had disappeared through the wall. He resigned himself, therefore, to taking us to it, and showing us the secret. This was very curious, but I will not amuse myself by giving you an account of it. The secret chamber was opened. No one was there, yet the expedition had been made with dispatch and secrecy. It did not appear probable that Jean had had time to warn his brother. The keep was surrounded by the police, and all the doors were well guarded. The night was dark, and our invasion had filled all the inmates of the farm with terror. The tenant had no idea what we were looking for, but his wife's agitation and anxiety seemed a sure sign that Antony was still in the keep. She had not sufficient presence of mind to assume a reassured air after we had explored the first room, and that made Marcosse think that there must be a second. Did the Trappist know of this, and was he pretending ignorance? He played his part so well that we were all deceived. We set to work to explore all the nooks and corners of the ruins again. There was one large tower standing apart from the other buildings. It did not seem as if this could offer anyone a refuge. The staircase had completely fallen in at the time of the fire, and there could not be found a ladder long enough to reach the top story. Even the farmers' ladders tied together with ropes were too short. This top story seemed to be in a state of good preservation, and to contain a room lighted by 2 loopholes. Mauprat, after examining the thickness of the wall, affirmed that there might be a staircase inside, such as might be found in many an old tower. But where was the exit? Perhaps it was connected with some subterranean passage. Would the assassin dare to issue from his retreat as long as we were there? If in spite of the darkness of the night and the silence of our proceedings he had got wind of our presence, would he venture into the open as long as we continued on the watch at all points? That is not probable, said Mauprat. We must devise some speedy means of getting up there, and I see one. He pointed to a beam at a frightful height, all blackened by the fire and running from the tower over a space of some 20 feet to the garrets of the nearest building. At the end of this beam there was a large gap in the wall of the tower caused by the falling in of the adjoining parts. In his explorations, indeed, Mauprat had fancied that he could see the steps of a narrow staircase through this gap. The wall, moreover, was quite thick enough to contain one. The mole-catcher had never cared to risk his life on this beam, not that he was afraid of its narrowness or its height. He was accustomed to these perilous crossings, as he called them. But the beam had been partly consumed by the fire, and was so thin in the middle that it was impossible to say whether it would bear the weight of a man, even were he as slender and diaphanous as the worthy sergeant. Up to the present, nothing had happened here of sufficient importance for him to risk his life in the experiment. Now, however, the case was different. Mauprat did not hesitate. I was not near him when he formed his plan. I should have dissuaded him from it at all costs. I was not aware of it until he had already reached the middle of the beam, the spot where the burnt wood was perhaps nothing more than charcoal. How shall I describe to you what I felt when I beheld my faithful friend in mid-air, gravely walking towards his goal? Blaireau was trotting in front of him as calmly as in the old days, when it was a question of hunting through bundles of hay in search of stoats and dormice. Day was breaking, and the hidalgo's slim outline and his modest yet stately bearing could be clearly seen against the gray sky. I put my hands to my face. I seemed to hear the fatal beam cracking. I stifled a cry of terror lest I should unnerve him at this solemn and critical moment. But I could not suppress this cry or help raising my head when I heard 2 shots fired from the tower. Mauprat's hat fell at the first shot. The second grazed his shoulder. He stopped a moment. "Not touched!" he shouted at us. And making a rush, he was quickly across the aerial bridge. He got into the tower, through the gap, and darted up the stairs, crying, "Follow me, my lads, the beam will bear." Immediately 5 other bold and active men who had accompanied him got astride upon the beam, and with the help of their hands reached the other end one by one. When the first of them arrived in the garret whither Antony Mauprat had fled, he found him grappling with Mauprat, who, quite carried away by his triumph, and forgetting that it was not a question of killing an enemy, but of capturing him, set about lunging at him with his long rapier as if he had been a weasel. But the sham Trappist was a formidable enemy. He had snatched the sword from the sergeant's hands, hurled him to the ground, and would have strangled him had not a gendarme thrown himself on him from behind. With his prodigious strength he held his own against the first 3 assailants, but, with the help of the other 2, they succeeded in overcoming him. When he saw that he was caught, he made no further resistance and let his hands be bound together. They brought him down the stairs, which were found to lead to the bottom of a dry well in the middle of the tower. Antony was in the habit of leaving and entering by means of a ladder, which the farmer's wife held for him, and immediately afterwards withdrew. In a transport of delight, I threw myself into my sergeant's arms. "A mere trifle," he said. "Enjoyed it. I found that my foot was still sure and my head cool. Ha, ha, old sergeant," he added, looking at his leg. "Old hidalgo, old mole catcher. After this they won't make so many jokes about your calves." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Mauprat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Christine Rucker, July 25th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 29. If Antony Mauprat had been a man of mettle, he might have done me a bad turn by declaring that he had been a witness of my attempt to assassinate Edmee. As he had reasons for hiding himself before this last crime, he could have explained why he had kept out of sight, and why he had been silent about the occurrences at Gazo Tower. I had nothing in my favor except Patience's evidence. Would this have been sufficient to procure my acquittal? The evidence of so many others was against me, even that given by my friends and by Edmee, who could not deny my violent temper and the possibility of such a crime. But Antony, in words the most insolent of all hamstringers, was the most cowardly in deeds. He no sooner found himself in the hands of justice than he confessed everything, even before knowing that his brother had thrown him over. At his trial there were some scandalous scenes in which the two brothers accused each other in a loathsome way. The Trappist, whose rage was kept in check by his hypocrisy, coldly abandoned the ruffian to his fate, and denied that he had ever advised him to commit the crime. The other, driven to desperation, accused him of the most horrible deeds, including the poisoning of my mother and Edmee's mother, who had both died of violent inflammation of the intestines within a short time of each other. Jean Mauprat, he declared, used to be very skilful in the art of preparing poisons, and would introduce himself into houses under various disguises to mix them with the food. He affirmed that, on the day that Edmee had been brought to Rochemauprat, John had called together all his brothers to discuss plans for making away with this heiress to a considerable fortune, a fortune which he had striven to obtain by crime, since he had tried to destroy the effects of the Chevalier Hubert's marriage. My mother's life, too, had been the price paid for the latter's wish to adopt his brother's child. All the Mauprats had been in favor of making away with Edmee and myself simultaneously, and Jean was actually preparing the poison when the police happened to turn aside their hideous designs by attacking the castle. Jean denied the charges with pretended horror, saying humbly that he had committed quite enough mortal sins of debauchery and irreligion without having these added to his list. As it was difficult to take Antony's word for them without further investigation, as this investigation was almost impossible, and the clergy were too powerful and too much interested in preventing a scandal to allow it, Jean Mauprat was acquitted on the charge of complicity and merely sent back to the Trappist monastery. The archbishop forbade him ever to set foot in the diocese again, and, moreover, sent a request to his superiors that they would never allow him to leave the convent. He died there a few years later in all the terrors of a fanatic penitence very much akin to insanity. It is probable that, as a result of feigning remorse in order to find favor among his fellows, he had at last, after the failure of his plans and under the terrible asceticism of his order, actually experienced the horrors and agonies of a bad conscience and tardy repentance. The fear of hell is the only creed of vile souls. No sooner was I acquitted and set at liberty, with my character completely cleared, than I hastened to Edmee. I arrived in time to witness my great uncle's last moments. Toward the end, though his mind remained a blank as to past events, the memory of his heart returned. He recognized me, clasped me to his breast, blessed me at the same time as Edmee, and put my hand into his daughter's. After we had paid the last tribute of affection to our excellent and noble kinsman, whom we were as grieved to lose as if we had not long foreseen and expected his death, we left the province for some time, so as not to witness the execution of Antony, who was condemned to be broken on the wheel. The 2 false witnesses who had accused me were flogged, branded, and expelled from the jurisdiction of the court. Mademoiselle Leblanc, who could not exactly be accused of giving false evidence, since hers had consisted of mere inferences from facts, avoided the public displeasure by going to another province. Here she lived in sufficient luxury to make us suspect that she had been paid considerable sums to bring about my ruin. Edmee and I would not consent to be separated even temporarily from our good friends, my sole defenders, Marcos, Patience, Arthur, and the Abbé Aubert. We all travelled in the same carriage. The first 2, being accustomed to the open air, were only too glad to sit outside, but we treated them on a footing of perfect equality. From that day forth they never sat at any table but our own. Some persons had the bad taste to express astonishment at this. We let them talk. There are circumstances that obliterate all distinctions, real or imaginary, of rank and education. We paid a visit to Switzerland. Arthur considered this was essential to the complete restoration of Edmee's health. The delicate, thoughtful attentions of this devoted friend, and the loving efforts we made to minister to her happiness, combined into the beautiful spectacle of the mountains to drive away her melancholy and efface the recollection of the troubled times through which we had just passed. On Patience's poetic nature, Switzerland had quite a magic effect. He would frequently fall into such a state of ecstasy that we were entranced and terrified at the same time. He felt strongly tempted to build himself a chalet in the heart of some valley and spend the rest of his life there in contemplation of nature, but his affection for us made him abandon this project. As for Marcos, he declared subsequently that, despite all the pleasure he had derived from our society, he looked upon this visit as the most unlucky event of his life. At the inn at Martigny, on our return journey, Blaireau, whose digestion had been impaired by age, fell a victim to the excess of hospitality shown to him in the kitchen. The sergeant said not a word, but gazed on him a while with heavy eye, and then went and buried him under the most beautiful rose tree in the garden, nor did he speak of his loss until more than a year later. During our journey, Edmee was for me a veritable angel of kindness and tender thought, abandoning herself henceforth to all the inspirations of her heart, and no longer feeling any distrust of me, or perhaps thinking that I deserved some compensation for all my sufferings. She repeatedly confirmed the celestial assurances of love which she had given in public, when she lifted up her voice to proclaim my innocence. A few reservations that had struck me in her evidence, and a recollection of the damning words that had fallen from her lips when Patience found her shot, continued, I must confess, to cause me pain for some time longer. I thought, rightly perhaps, that Edmee had made a great effort to believe in my innocence before Patience had given his evidence. But on this point she always spoke most unwillingly, and with a certain amount of reserve. However, one day she quite healed my wound by saying with her charming abruptness, "And if I loved you enough to absolve you in my own heart, and defend you in public at the cost of a lie, what would you say to that?" A point on which I felt no less concern was to know how far I might believe in the love which she declared she had had for me from the very beginning of our acquaintance. Here she betrayed a little confusion, as if in her invincible pride she regretted having revealed a secret that she had so jealously guarded. It was the abbé who undertook to confess for her. He assured me that at the time he had frequently scolded Edmee for her affection for the young savage. As an objection to this, I told him of the conversation between Edmee and himself, which I had overheard one evening in the park. This I repeated with that great accuracy of memory I possess. However, he replied, "That very evening, if you had followed us a little further under the trees, you might have overheard a dispute that would have completely reassured you, and have explained how, from being repugnant, I may almost say odious, to me, as you were then, you became at first endurable, and gradually very dear." "You must tell me," I exclaimed, "who worked the miracle?" "One word will explain it," he answered. "Edmee loved you." When she had confessed this to me, she covered her face with her hands, and remained for a moment as if overwhelmed with shame and vexation. Then suddenly she raised her head and exclaimed, "Well, since you wish to know the absolute truth, I love him. Yes, I love him. I am smitten with him, as you say. It is not my fault. Why should I blush at it? I cannot help it. It is the work of fate. I have never loved M. de la Marche. I merely feel a friendship for him. For Bernard I have a very different feeling, a feeling so strong, so varied, so full of unrest, of hatred, of fear, of pity, of anger, of tenderness, that I understand nothing about it. I no longer try to understand anything." "Oh, woman, woman!" I exclaimed, clasping my hands in bewilderment. "Thou art a mystery, an abyss, and he who thinks to know thee is totally mad." "As many times as you like, abbé," she answered with a firmness in which there were signs of annoyance and confusion. "It is all the same to me. On this point I have lectured myself more than you have lectured all your flocks in your whole life. I know that Bernard is a bear, a badger, as Mademoiselle Leblanc calls him, a savage, a boor, and anything else you like. There is nothing more shaggy, more prickly, more cunning, more malicious than Bernard. He's an animal who scarcely knows how to sign his name. He's a coarse brute who thinks he can break me in like one of the jades of Varennes. But he makes a great mistake. I will die rather than ever be his, unless he becomes civilized enough to marry me. But one might as well expect a miracle. I try to improve him without daring to hope. However, whether he forces me to kill myself, or to turn nun, whether he remains as he is or becomes worse, it will be none the less true that I love him. My dear abbé, you know that it must be costing me something to make this confession, and when my affection for you brings me as a penitent to your feet and to your bosom, you should not humiliate me with your expressions of surprise and your exorcisms. Consider the matter now. Examine, discuss, decide. Consider the matter now. Examine, discuss, decide. The evil is, I love him. The symptoms are, I think of none but him. I see none but him. And I could eat no dinner this evening because he had not come back. I find him handsomer than any man in the world. When he says that he loves me, I can see, I can feel that it is true. I feel displeased and at the same time delighted. M. de la Marche seems insipid and prim since I have known Bernard. Bernard alone seems as proud, as passionate, as bold as myself, and as weak as myself, for he cries like a child when I vex him, and here I am crying too, as I think of him. Dear abbé, I said, throwing myself on his neck, let me embrace you till I have crushed your life out for remembering all this. The abbé is drawing the long bow, said Edmee archly. What? I exclaimed, pressing her hands as if I would break them. You have made me suffer for 7 years, and now you repent the few words that console me. In any case, do not regret the past, she said. Ah, with you such as you were in those days, we should have been ruined if I had not been able to think and decide for both of us. Good God, what would have become of us by now? You would have had far more to suffer from my sternness and pride, for you would have offended me from the very first day of our union, and I should have had to punish you by running away or killing myself or killing you. For we are all given to killing in our family. It is a natural habit. One thing is certain, and that is that you would have been a detestable husband. You would have made me blush for your ignorance. You would have wanted to rule me, and we should have fallen foul of each other. That would have driven my father to despair, and, as you know, my father had to be considered before everything. I might perhaps have risked my own fate lightly enough if I had been alone in the world, for I have a strain of rashness in my nature, but it was essential that my father remain happy and tranquil and respected. He had brought me up in happiness and independence, and I should never have forgiven myself if I had deprived his old age of the blessings he had lavished on my whole life. Do not think that I am full of virtues and noble qualities, as the Abbé pretends. I love, that is all. But I love strongly, exclusively, steadfastly. I sacrificed you to my father, my poor Bernard, and heaven, who would have cursed us if I had sacrificed my father, rewards us today by giving us to each other, tried and not found wanting. As you grew greater in my eyes, I felt that I could wait, because I knew I had to love you long, and I was not afraid of seeing my passion vanish before it was satisfied, as do the passions of feeble souls. We were two exceptional characters. Our loves had to be heroic, and the beaten track would have led us both to ruin. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Mauprat. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Mauprat by George Sand, translated by Stanley Young. Chapter 30. We returned to Saint-Sever at the expiration of Edmee's period of mourning. This was the time that had been fixed for our marriage. When we had quitted the province where we had both experienced so many bitter mortifications and such grievous trials, we had imagined that we should never feel any inclination to return. Yet so powerful are the recollections of childhood and the ties of family life that, even in the heart of an enchanted land, which could not arouse painful memories, we had quickly begun to regret our gloomy, wild Varennes, and sighed for the old oaks in the park. We returned, then, with a sense of profound yet solemn joy. Edmee's first care was to gather the beautiful flowers in the garden, and to kneel by her father's grave and arrange them on it. We kissed the hallowed ground, and there made a vow to strive unceasingly to leave a name as worthy of respect and veneration as his. He had frequently carried this ambition to the verge of weakness, but it was a noble weakness, a sacred vanity. Our marriage was celebrated in the village chapel, and the festivities were confined to the family. None but Arthur, the Abbé, Marcas, and Patience sat down to our modest banquet. What need had we of the outside world to behold our happiness? They might have believed, perhaps, that they were doing us an honor by covering the blots on our escutcheon with their august presence. We were enough to be happy and merry among ourselves. Our hearts were filled with as much affection as they could hold. We were too proud to ask more from anyone, too pleased with one another to yearn for greater pleasure. Patience returned to his sober, retired life, resumed the duties of great judge and treasurer on certain days of the week. Marcas remained with me until his death, which happened towards the end of the French Revolution. I trust I did my best to repay his fidelity by an unreserved friendship and an intimacy that nothing could disturb. Arthur, who had sacrificed a year of his life to us, could not bring himself to abjure the love of his country, and his desire to contribute to its progress by offering it the fruits of his learning and the results of his investigations. He returned to Philadelphia, where I paid him a visit after I was left a widower. I will not describe my years of happiness with my noble wife. Such years beggar description. One could not resign oneself to living after losing them, if one did not make strenuous efforts to avoid recalling them too often. She gave me 6 children. 4 of these are still alive, and all honorably settled in life. I have lived for them, in obedience to Edmee's dying command. You must forgive me for not speaking further of this loss, which I suffered only 10 years ago. I feel it now as keenly as on the first day, and I do not seek to find consolation for it, but to make myself worthy of rejoining the holy comrade of my life in a better world after I have completed the period of probation in this. She was the only woman I ever loved. Never did any other win a glance from me or know the pressure of my hand. Such is my nature. What I love eternally, in the past, in the present, in the future. The storms of the Revolution did not destroy our existence, nor did the passions it aroused disturb the harmony of our private life. We gladly gave up a large part of our property to the Republic, looking upon it, indeed, as a just sacrifice. The Abbé, terrified by the bloodshed, occasionally abjured this political faith when the necessities of the hour were too much for the strength of his soul. He was the Girondin of the family. With no less sensibility, Edmee had greater courage. A woman, and compassionate, she sympathized profoundly with the sufferings of all classes. She bewailed the misfortune of her age, but she never failed to appreciate the greatness of its holy fanaticism. She remained faithful to her ideas of absolute equality. At a time when the acts of the mountain were irritating the Abbé and driving him to despair, she generously sacrificed her own patriotic enthusiasm, and her delicacy would never let her mention in his presence certain names that made him shudder, names for which she herself had a sort of passionate veneration, the like of which I have never seen in any woman. As for myself, I can truthfully say that it was she who educated me. During the whole course of my life, I had the profoundest respect for her judgment and rectitude. When, in my enthusiasm, I was filled with a longing to play a part as the leader of the people, she held me back by showing how my name would destroy any influence I might have, since they would distrust me, and imagine my aim was to use them as an instrument for recovering my rank. When the enemy was at the gates of France, she sent me to serve as a volunteer. When the Republic was overthrown, and a military career came to be merely a means of gratifying ambition, she recalled me and said, "You must never leave me again." Patience played a great part in the Revolution. He was unanimously chosen as judge of his district. His integrity, his impartiality between castle and cottage, his firmness and wisdom will never be forgotten in Varennes. During the war, I was instrumental in saving Monsieur de la Marche's life and helping him to escape to a foreign country. Such, I believe, said old Mauprat, are all the events of my life in which Edmee played a part. The rest of it is not worth the telling. If there is anything helpful in my story, try to profit by it, young fellows. Hope to be blessed with a frank counselor, a severe friend, and love not the man who flatters, but the man who reproves. Do not believe too much in phrenology, for I have the murderer's bump largely developed, and, as Edmee used to say with grim humor, killing comes natural to our family. Do not believe in fate, or, at least, never advise anyone to tamely submit to it. Such is the moral of my story. After this, old Bernard gave us a good supper, and continued conversing with us for the rest of the evening without showing any signs of discomposure or fatigue. As we begged him to develop what he called the moral of his story a little further, he proceeded to a few general considerations which impressed me with their soundness and good sense. I spoke of phrenology, he said, not with the object of criticizing a system which has its good side, insofar as it tends to complete the series of physiological observations that aim at increasing our knowledge of man. I used the word phrenology because the only fatality that we believe in nowadays is that created by our own instincts. I do not believe that phrenology is more fatalistic than any other system of this kind, and Lavater, who was also accused of fatalism in his time, was the most Christian man the gospel has ever formed. Do not believe in any absolute and inevitable fate, yet acknowledge, in a measure, that we are molded by instincts, our faculties, the impressions of our infancy, the surroundings of our earliest childhood. In short, by all that outside world which has presided over the development of our soul. Admit that we are not always absolutely free to choose between good and evil, if you would be indulgent towards the guilty. That is to say, just even as heaven is just. For there is infinite mercy in God's judgments. Otherwise, his justice would be imperfect. What I am saying now is not very orthodox, but take my word for it, it is Christian, because it is true. Man is not born wicked, neither is he born good, as is maintained by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, my beloved Edmee's old master. Man is born with more or less of passions, with more or less power to satisfy them, with more or less capacity for turning them to a good or bad account in society. But education can and must find a remedy for everything. That is the great problem to be solved, to discover the education best suited to each individual. If it seems necessary that education should be general and in common, does it follow that it ought to be the same for all? I quite believe that if I had been sent to school when I was 10, I should have become a civilized being earlier. But would anyone have thought of correcting my violent passions, and of teaching me how to conquer them, as Edmee did? I doubt it. Every man needs to be loved before he can be worth anything, but each in a different way, one with never-failing indulgence, another with unflinching severity. Meanwhile, until someone solves the problem of making education common to all, and yet appropriate to each, try to improve one another. Do you ask me how? My answer will be brief. By loving one another truly. It is in this way, for the manners of a people mold their laws, that you will succeed in suppressing the most odious and impious of all laws, the lex talionis, capital punishment, which is nothing else than the consecration of the principle of fatality, seeing that it supposes the culprit incorrigible, and heaven implacable. End of chapter 30. End of Mauprat by George Sand. Translated by Stanley Young.